money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the
Ladies and gentlemen, Valorant fans, welcome back. The race to Reykjavik continues. Stage 2, Challengers 2 here for the VCT. My name's Tanner Metro. Joining me today once more is Dust. I mean, after that video, Dust, I'm hyped up. I don't know how you're feeling.
I am hyped up, and I'm also impressed by your pronunciation of that city in Iceland. Congratulations, man, because you won't catch me trying to say that because it won't go well. So, you know, props to you. I know you put some work in on it. It shows. Well done, sir.
Man, the hype. That video, the hype of Iceland, the hype of it all. We're so close. We still have a bit more to go, and it all starts right here in Challengers 2. We've had 4 teams waiting from Challengers 1. We had 4 teams join us here today from the last weekend. And if you guys missed any of that action, we do have a nice little recap for you guys. Let's go ahead and run it.
Flawless.
Quite quiet. Oh boy.
And King's left 2 free kills here, maybe even 3. No one spotted him. Doesn't even have to dismiss. 4th kill, possibly.
Spectre in hand. Does destroy the recon bolt. They know at least someone's there. The Lear comes on by.
This is huge. Panzer's gone. The trades go through. Sure, Sick coming into the back with a double.
One enemy remaining.
Good attempt. Come on, let's go. Sova removed. 3 down.
All by himself. Doesn't matter what he uses. 4 kills for Plix. And Thief from behind. He wants to take down a you. It works. Thief with the speed, and he takes down a second. Thief. She is here. Your boy Dre on the front lines runs right into the hole that Android is set up with this wall. He's still looking for more. He still has a satchel to potentially get some more. Get the 4th on top of the wall. He takes on that first contact. This is going to be an easy one and done for precision. He has a sheriff to work with. The Hunter's Fury choking him out. Android gets the kill, and he gets...
Responds, but not for long.
Oh my goodness.
May has found himself in this corner, catches Curry off guard, still has the dash as well, the peek.
No, that was on Corey. He can now get the resurrection, and FaZe are falling apart. It's down to the last up. Sabrosa finds a 3K on the round. Make it for the Hunter. If you missed that action, I'm sorry. Those highlights don't necessarily do enough justice. Make sure you go back and take a peek. But if you saw there, you might have seen some of your favorite teams that you do not see here as we've got this bracket up on the board. The first match is kicking off the day. Cloud9 Blue taking on T1. That is happening over on the Nerd Street main channel. Andbox and Sentinels for the one here. And then later on in the day, we've got IMT, TSM, BBG, NRG. And those highlights, Dust, these teams, it was... Last weekend it felt like the resurgence of a handful of teams, and we're getting to see that now culminating here in Challengers 2.
Yeah, a lot on the line here on Challengers 2 with the top 4 teams making it to the Challengers Finals, which will be taking place next week, where 2 slots will be up for grabs for Iceland. The losers, the bottom 4 of this bracket, unfortunately got to wait all the way until stage 3 of the VCT. That is quite a ways off, so they're going to be taking an extended break, which is one that they don't want to be taking. That's not the kind of vacation you want to have, Tanner. You want to be in the mix, and so, yeah, lots up for grabs. It's a double-in bracket per usual. All best of 3s. Perfect format to make sure we get the best competition with a lot of great teams on board for it.
And it felt pretty bad in Challengers 1 to not get any, or Stage 1, I should say, to not get any Masters points. Then when you jump into Stage 2, and it gets a whole lot harder where you've made it here to Challengers 2. You don't have another chance at Challengers 3. This is it for your squad, right? 4 teams waiting in Challengers Finals. 4 teams going to make it throughout this. And something that always resonated with me for that is in the way the bracket shakes out, the easiest way to remember it for me is you have to win 2 before you lose 2. You lose 2, you get sent home. You win 2, you're guaranteeing yourself a spot in that top 4 some way, somehow. So we'll see who can get that done. But it all starts right here, right now. And for us, Dust, it all starts with Andbox taking on the Titans of NA, who have flubbed a little bit, but Andbox versus Sentinels for our first matchup.
Yeah, indeed. Sentinels, of course, is kind of our de facto #1 team in the region, I think, is kind of the best way to put it. I know there's been a lot of parity, but they certainly, you know, being the Master Champs from stage 1 and just having a bunch of other big results, they're up there. And then you look at Ambox, and well, it's hard to really put your thumb on them because they've made some drastic changes to their roster in just the last month or so, bringing on Mata. This is kind of his first Valorant team, really, after trialing a bit, I think, for LG coming over from CSGO, and then Vice, of course, being the former Cloud9 Blue member. So they have really shaken this roster up. They do not really have any big-name results to their credits other than a second-place finish at the monthly March event for Nerd Street Gamers. They have been a bit on the struggle bus, not making it to the Masters event in the first stage. And just all in all, not really hitting those results that were kind of impressing us towards the end of 2020 and at the very beginning of this year, and they came third at the Winter Championship. It looked like they were maybe on their way up, and then obviously they've lost some big pieces, right? Losing Android, deciding not to carry on with Poach, who seemed like a great in-game leader for them, which still confuses me to this day. Of course, we don't know what's going on internally, so who knows? But yeah, I mean, they're scrambling right now to try to recover, and it's going to be an uphill climb today against, again, Sentinels, who really are the region's best right now.
And for Ambox, it's that story of, you know, all of the moving pieces and trying to make it work. For this squad now, Sentinels, they had a couple of moving pieces, but they didn't go through that make it work stage. Once you added 10 to this roster, it just worked.
Yeah, debut event was Masters, and they won that. You know, in the grand finals against FaZe, and the best of all, they won the series 3-0 to get the $60,000 prize for first place. They had also won Challengers 1 earlier on in that stage. At the end of last year, they won the JBL Quantum Cup, they won Pop Flash, they won 30 Bomb, they won PAX Arena. I mean, they were basically winning everything, and even if they weren't winning, they were at least placing top 4, such as with First Strike, where they lost to 100 Thieves in the semifinals. So they have consistently been placing top 4 in pretty much every event they've attended. They had several championships under their belt. They feature one of the most stacked lineups in the region when it comes to, you know, just skill man for man. And, you know, they've been able to make the adjustment quick with this lineup. You know, like Shazam has been more than willing to kind of adopt that kind of full-time Silva role, maybe a little bit of Jet sprinkled in, but really kind of giving that up to Tens to let him be the star duelist of the team to go alongside Sick, who's playing a lot of Phoenix lately in his own right. We know how much of a Swiss Army knife, though, that Sick can be, right? You can pick up pretty much any agent and be productive. And they have Dapper, who's like one of the best Sentinels in the region, you know, locking it down. And now we're starting to see Zons come alive more and more as Astra becomes more and more in the fold. So, you know, this team really has no weak points at this point anymore. I mean, they are really firing on all cylinders.
And we talked about, obviously, the matchup specifically. Now we've got a couple of players for you guys at home to keep your eyes on. Both those players are going to be Ye from Ambox, Sick from Sentinels here. And it was kind of the flexibility, right? And then the impact that they have for their squad as to why we picked them for our head-to-head.
Yeah, it's wild seeing Ye, you know, really make this pivot to playing a ton of Sage as well as a mixture of Sova in that as well, being a former pretty much primary Jet opper. Did play a couple of other duelists, but he's really made this pivot to kind of fill that void with the roster changes and to allow Mata to be able to pick up duelists in a situation where they play a lot of single duelist setups these days, though, of course, Ye on a stage can still be an aggressor, still certainly can be in the mix, and still, Ye, to me, is very much a star player in our region, and one that I think sometimes gets overlooked. And he's kind of in a difficult situation where a lot of moving parts are around him, but he's still trying to hold it together and keep this team competitive.
And I know the sample size may be a bit larger for Sick and Sentinels, but you take a look at one of the things that stood out to me was the average damage per round. For Ye, it was 150 plus. For Sick, it was right around 148-ish, 145. And that is not something that you would expect, right? You typically see getting multi-kill after multi-kill. So when you take a deeper dive, you kind of see just how close some of the players are in the region, 2-star players. And they do, like you said, kind of just get overlooked. As we can take a look now at the maps. And Dust, we were talking a little bit before where we were headed or what we've seen. And obviously you dug a little bit deeper than or you're a bit more proficient at it in seeing what maps we had seen thus far. Icebox and Bind going to be banned away. Haven, Split, Ascent in that order, but I know you've got the numbers as to where they've been playing.
Yeah, Haven's a tough one here. This is a very smart selection, in my opinion, from Sentinels, as Haven has historically been such a huge map for them. They have 52 games played on Haven as a core, and they have won 80% of those games with 60% win rates on both the attack and the defense. So they are a behemoth when it comes to Haven. They were even like one of the teams that had like one of these really impressive win streaks on the map kind of earlier on this year into like late 2020. They had like a 15 to 8, like 20-game winning streak, somewhere in that ballpark running before they got beat by Envy in the grand finals, won the Challengers event. So yeah, just an absolute monster. Meanwhile, on Ambox, since Mata and Vice are on the team, they have yet to play Haven. So this is a trial by fire to get your first Haven match under your belt as a unit to go up against Sentinels. And I'll tell you what, even the core of this team, not really known for their Haven, right? They were more of like a split and ascent team and like an early adopter of Icebox. They were never really a powerful Haven team, even when they had Android and Poach and such on the lineup. So this is going to be a tough one for them, I think. I think that this has the potential to be a very one-sided game on Haven.
And this, again, it's Haven being a rough map. You need to come out swinging. You need to come out firing with those two players since joining the roster and now kind of slowly. This is the first time we're going to get a look at it. Ideally, they've done their homework. If you lose this, the next two maps you're saying for this team historically have looked pretty good. So you do have that chance at the reverse sweep. It sounds weird to say a reverse sweep in a best of three, but that is what it is, right? You win, you just win the next two. I'm more, I guess, Sentinels is a team, we typically see it on Ascent, but is a team that sometimes overlooks their opponent, it feels like. We just saw it recently, them losing to BBG. We've seen it in the past, not necessarily losing entire series, but kind of dropping maps. But since that, and if you kind of scratch out that BBG game, it was Masters quarters was the last time we saw Sentinels lose a map. So, you know, completely dialed in, 8-0, I believe, to get this far in that Challengers 2 Open qualifier. And you have to think, having to re-qualify after, you know, not only winning Masters, then having to re-qualify again because you lost in the first one, you have to be fired up. This team has so much to prove. I think there are a few people in the Valorant community that might be saying, you know, are Sentinels still number one?
I mean, here's the thing, though. The other factor that you have to involve in this is that these teams have played each other in 3 best-of-3 since the beginning of this year, starting with the Winter Championship for Nerd Street and running through the VCT. Sentinels have won all 6 maps, and only 2 of the 6 maps that Ambox even reached double digits. So it has been a very dominant head-to-head in favor of Sentinels, must be said. And now we're seeing the agents being selected. Tens should likely pick up the Jet, as Shazam, of course, has been playing the Sova. Zoms has been testing out Astra on Split in Ascent, but still sticks to the Omen on Haven. So basically no surprises for me on the Sentinel side. It's the comp they've been running for quite some time. And then Ambox letting Ye get the Jet back out. I'm loving seeing this, man. Coming in with the double duelist composition. Again, they have been having Ye play a lot of Sova and a lot of Sage in recent times. So it's awesome to see him get back on the Jet. You know, even... You know, because we hadn't seen them play Haven, you know, I didn't really know what to expect. I mean, this team hasn't played Haven in quite some time. But yeah, he's going to have the Jet coming into this map. And I think that is great for them because when you come in as the underdog, at least let someone like Ye free, right? Let him play the role that he can have the most impact to give yourself a chance. And so I'm really liking this composition from Ambox. I think it's really going to utilize every player to the best of their abilities.
And this is exactly how I would want to start this map, right? You have Ye on the Jet on defense, going to have a bit more wiggle room when it comes to using that operator and kind of playing around the map. And then you have, like you said, quite possibly, if not the best, one of the best Sentinels for Sentinels, which is awkward to say, in Dapper. And I love Haven because I feel like this is the map that you can really get a whole lot done. And there's no Astra, right? The last time we just casted this one, Dust, there was an Astra, and it made it hard to take space back.
That's interesting that
space.
neither team picked it up.
Yeah.
I was kind of curious to see if someone would, again, because I have seen Zom's been picking up Astra on other maps, but it seems like he's sticking with the Omen on this map. And it's because Astra can disrupt timing so well with the grab walls. But look at this aggression from Mata up sewers. Huge pick on the Dapper.
Get Tens right back to work, though, here, dashing in and making that a close-range fight with the Classic. Only one right click is all it took to find that return kill. So we talked about Dapper maybe trying to get some space. Unfortunately, not able to do it in the pistol as they look to wrap over towards C. They got the spike in hand, but they're in a bit of trouble as the Jets hop on the board. It's scrambling. They're finally going to get to C, and it is open.
Yeah, they are going to get to C after kind of an aggressive A peek that led to a pick, and then the response on B, back and forth. But now, as you said, we're sitting here in this 3-on-3 situation. Shazam throwing some shock darts and recons. Ye trying to get the flank. The timing is perfect. They didn't anticipate this, and he lands 2 huge one-taps.
On a map that we don't know what to expect. This is the best way to get started, but it's not over until it's over finally. Ye will close it out. 4K for 4K for the Jets.
Wow.
Tens already having the daggers online. Ye right there behind it. Either way, it's Ambox taking the pistol.
Bro, what a round, bro. So many fireworks popping off in that one. I mean, just when you thought that Ye had pulled off the crazy clutch, Tens looked like he was about to reel it back in, but Ye did put on the finishing touches there. Huge round for him with the quad kill, kicking things off that Jet right away. Both Jets getting quad kills that round. And like you said, the daggers are already about to come to fruition for Tens, which would not be a bad round to do it, right? You're trying to be economical.
Yeah.
You're not force buying. You pop the daggers here. Maybe you give a chance to kind of do something crazy.
And
Yeah,
there it is.
I'm not shocked at all. In fact, I think this is the right call.
And no harm, no foul as Ye hanging on to that Sheriff into this round, quite possibly looking to have that operator here early. It's just Tens out towards C-Long with the dagger in hand, making sure nobody pushes up, and the rest of the squad stacked up. So an awkward split, a 4-1 split towards C.
Yep.
See how it turns out here. Tens has to be that tip of the spear.
Yeah, he got darted, so he will retreat back to closet to pull that off. The cam is still set up from Dapper, though, at long to try to help him out. A flank, though, coming in from Mata. That's huge. The daggers are off the board. Now it's only the pistols in play for Sentinels. They're getting mopped up on the site.
Wow, and that just feels terrible. Not only a flawless round, but the flank has been getting so much. It was Ye in the pistol. It was Mata in this one, taking down the tip of your spear in Tens with the Blade Storm, and it's flawless. So
Yes.
it's this bonus now coming through. Not any. Oh my goodness, there it is, the operator online for Ye. I wasn't too sure where he was headed. It was
Oh,
a Phantom
boy.
at first, but this is the best bonus you could ask for, honestly.
Exactly, and I wonder if Sentinels will even anticipate that. They might have realized that he didn't really invest into the previous round too much, and so they know that it's possible. As I said, that he actually sold it back and
Yeah.
picked up the Phantom instead. Not a bad call. It would have been sick to see the operator out, though, in the first round, maybe catch Sentinels off guard a little bit, as we do have a bit of a pause. Seems like it might be technical, so hopefully we'll get back into the mix here pretty soon, as again, this aggressive defense from Ambox, you know, popping off these really well-timed flanks, doing it very rapidly, making it hard for Sentinels to pick up on, has so far worked. But you just have to wonder, is that like a limited gimmick, or is that something they can consistently roll out round after round to just keep disrupting Sentinels? Because we know Sentinels, with this lineup, a crazy explosive team, right? You have so many heavy hitters between Sick and Tens leading the charge. You know, having someone like Shazam, who, while on the Sova, still is no stranger to being an aggressor in his own right, you know, coming from his own primary Jet roles on this team for pretty much his entire history of the team, and being the shot caller of the team. So I would expect there to be a lot of early round skirmishes is what I'm trying to get at here, and those are really going to dictate the pace of how this plays out.
And a lot of, I guess, respect given there for this space, right? Using that drone nice and early, as they know they might be playing aggressive. Rounds in a row they picked up. Obviously, last round a bit more expected, as you've got the weapon advantage. It gets caught out, and it is Ye picked up the op. So that technical timeout was just enough for him to say, you know what, I am just going to send it on their first rifle.
Yeah, trying to test the waters of A control here as Sentinels. They did exchange drones up through Sewer's line. Didn't really get the territory they wanted. They kind of got found out, Sick being darted. Kind of forced them to retreat. Now Ye takes up that angle. That's going to free up the rotations for the other two players on site to help reinforce B and be a quicker C rotation if need be. As we certainly do see that Sentinels are looking to get that garage control. Again, they like to just bunch up and explode. They love these 1-4 type split plays that we've been seeing. And we're going to see a lot of them throughout the series, I'd imagine, as they have full garage control. Mata, this might be a well-placed flash standard.
And he spots the top of the head of one. Able to get the curveball out and find that kill. Able to trade it back, but Seb goes huge right there, backing up his Phoenix. And it's all up to Zombs. The one player on the split out towards C-Long has to find a 3K here. The operator quite far away. Full HP here and a Vandal in hand. The spike, unfortunately, not in a favorable spot.
Yeah, that was just a really impressive sequence there from Ambox, just peeking off each other so effectively, particularly Mata and Seb, just knowing how to play off of each other there. We'll get the 3-0 start, and now Sentinels are back to saving. And I mean, yeah, this was perfect.
Yeah.
Such a great timing there from Seb and Mata to just get those trades, establish that crossfire. And yeah, they get a full enchilada on that bonus, and now they're rewarded with this. Mostly Sheriffs for Sentinels.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, he's still holding it down over towards A long, so not going to give up sewers for freeze. Boy, it's spotted out up on top of the box B. He does take his leave, and he's going to look to reposition. It's garage control once more. Curveball to come on through. Boy stays alive a bit longer to fight another day, but it's the same strategy. What feels like now 4 rounds in a row. It's a dash inside the cloud burst. That maybe he's been in trouble. No, up close and personal. He's going to find one, make it a second, and Boy is there to back him up. He gets spotted out and finally taken down. But once more, Sentinels on the back foot. It was only the pistols, the sheriffs. It was a quick hit towards C, and it's looking like going to be stunted as a whole. Dapper only good for one there on the way out as Ambox pushed to 4. And Dust, I said it in the pistol, it's the best way to get started, but now 4 rounds later, 4-0 for Ambox on a map that we had no idea what to expect.
Exactly, no results on this map since they put this 5 together, and again, historically, not a very strong map for the core of this team. I think they had like an 8-10 record in total on this map since becoming Ambox. Meanwhile, again, Sentinels have 52 matches played coming into this with near 80% win rate, with 60% win rates on both sides of the map, and we know how difficult defensively Haven can be because of how large it is and how it kind of requires you to get early information to be able to rotate effectively and disrupt the attack. Who can just kind of load up and play the fact that you're going to be maybe a little bit spread thin, but that's so much intel that just got taken by that Hammett. We are going to see an explosive attack though with that running back here from Sentinels to try to force through anyway.
When Seb trying to play a bit sneaky inside of that cloud burst, instead Tense grabs control of the jet domain there. The spike to be planted, and Sentinels finally find themselves in a favorable position. Up 1 player with that Cypher off the board. I believe Ye did pop the dagger, so he's going to be looking to find something off the back end. And he still has the operator for those long-range battles. And it's all 5 members stacked up towards long here, Dust.
Yeah, indeed. No Hunter's Fury available for Shazam, but still they can just ping that spike and just play this post plant and just kind of line up the bodies. But Ye can look over things with this op and really cause problems in the post plant, perhaps. So far, so good.
Spike diffuser killed. Not even gonna get it halfway. It looks so close as Boy turns the other way. The dark cover is just enough. No, finally gonna get spotted. Shazam takes him down, and Ye just needs to get away. Op in hand, 2 HP. And that spike will blow. Sentinels on their second rifle will finally get on the board. And C still seems like the place to be.
Yeah, that was actually a little bit dangerous. I thought maybe, just maybe, Boy was going to sneak that one through. But as you said, the dark cover eventually faded in time for Sentinels to sniff him out and deny that spike defuse. Again, just an explosive attack there from Sentinels, really off the back of that run it back from Sick. There are a few people scarier than him when he has that ult in play, getting his first kill of the game. As it has been a very slow start for Sentinels compared to what we're used to on this map, but that's maybe a way to start getting a foothold in the game. But again, that required a lot to win that round, right? Having to invest the ult, having to just really catch Seb early. And how can they follow up? And Ye so far is saying you're not going to follow up.
The ult orb not picked up there. They do concede that. And a blaze wall to get Mata out as Tense gets spotted. Now needs to be careful on the cross. Not sure if he already used that tailwind. It is going to be a cloud burst just to get away and some covering fire on top of it. But I think at this point, if you're Ambox, A didn't work. You know that they're most likely looking to hit C here.
Yeah, possibly. I think they're doing a good job with their defensive placement. Just kind of letting the timing, though, could be really a problem for Boy. Didn't get caught with his pants down, though. Was able to get the smoke down and stay alive. Recon, though, about to be sent into the site here. He's about to possibly get found out, but he's playing well. Ult comes in towards Dawn, but Boy's playing up front. Gets 2. Spike down and gets a favorable retake opportunity, and Mata will capitalize. Such a well-timed play. I love the discipline, but yet the fearlessness of Boy combined together to hold that front line. Avoid the ult, as you know that that ult likely is going to go gong, so he bypasses that, and then he buys time for Mata to swing in through Link. That was a brilliantly designed hold on B site.
And that dark cover, that's the second or third time that I've seen Boy toss that one out, and it's not just a dark cover to kind of close that entrance, it's a little bit deeper towards mid, so that way when you walk onto B site, hello, you're seeing Boy right in your face. You don't get a whole lot of wiggle room. Yay, forced the dash away there with the tailwind, getting shot through the wall, tagged up a bit, almost losing the operator there, but we'll hang on to it for a bit longer. It's a couple of rifles, make it 3 for Sentinels, and a couple of pistols. Dapper and Zoms will be wielding those. Tense going deep into that cloudburst again, right in that default area. Hunter Fury gonna attack one. Boy gonna be sat down if he getting spotted out. Now Seb able to find the kill, trading it back, but not a whole lot off the back end. The rifles coming online. No, the rifles for everybody. A 2v1 Andbox turning this one upside down. It looked good for a second until it didn't.
Yeah, Seb has been doing such a great job anchoring over here towards this C-slide and towards garage. The timings on which he chooses to peek as well as hold for rotations has been brilliant. And just generally speaking, Antbox's rotations have been so on point. They seem to be lightning fast to react. And it's because Sentinels don't really throw too many fakes. Like, we've seen them put some A pressure, like long and sewers, and then kind of fade back off of it to go B or C. But other than that, once you kind of spot 2 or 3 members committing, you know that they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop. That's just the type of team that Sentinels are since, you know, Tins is coming to the forwards, just trying to play aggressive, and Tins, speak of the devil. That's a way to get things going when the going has been getting tough. And with limited firepower, to send the daggers flying, and he's not done, Tanner. He's lighting up the kill feed. And now he's got an op, and now the neural death is out.
They do get the information. It's Boy now backing up his teammate Mata on this side. Dagger's not going to find the ult just yet, but they should be able to run down the body, and it was a pistol round for Sentinels, looking to close things out in thrifty fashion with a couple of upgrades while doing it. Now Seb, so huge on that C site. We'll see what he can get done on the A site. Picks up one. Minimal damage. Can look to find another fight. It's sick wielding that operator this time around. And neural theft tossed out for the information at the very least. There's a couple playing underneath this heaven area, but there's so many angles to peek here, and this is just such a bad spot to be as he starts to make some noise. Yeah, I think this is all she wrote here for Seb. Might just look to save on the way out, try and find some exits, take these guns. A huge thrifty round from Sentinels there with Tens kind of, again, being that spear tip. That's what we needed from the daggers.
Yeah, just, you know, knowing that Ambox has been playing forward on some of these peripheral angles, they decided to go for the updraft dagger play to pick long A, and they're able to capitalize. Tens, again, showing you that ferociousness, that fearlessness, the relentless push. Able to yield a thrifty round, and that might be the spark that Sentinels needed to start coming alive here. Again, they had such a slow start on some of their key players. Meanwhile, Ambox has been playing the defense almost to perfection. Again, they have really timed their rotations well. They're being aggressive when they need to be. Seb's playing really smart and disciplined when he's anchoring sites. It has been a good mix as they now pivot the operator of Ye towards C-side. Try to keep that dynamic defense going, Tanner. Trying to make it hard for Sentinels to read where that op's going to be positioned and where their heaviest defense is going to be in place. But now Sentinels are looking to get that intel at sewers and A with the drone, and they may follow up on it. Spike is definitely pivoting that direction.
And interesting enough, Sentinels opted into not hanging on to that operator there at the end. So it's just going to be rifles across the board. They didn't want that attacking operator, the 5,000 credit investment. They dropped it at the end of the round, and then let you go right back to work. Yeah.
I mean, certainly it's a little bit harder to use the op nowadays with the movement accuracy that you know, use on the attacking side. They're going to see the run it back from Sick. They're looking to try to throw a bit of a fake here. Like, kind of the first real fake we've seen out of Sentinels. Ye, though, in the meantime, has caught Zoms in garage, and now he kind of realizes that maybe A is not the commitment. The thing is, no one's really rotated yet. It's still a 3-man A defense, so it seems like Ambox are still pretty sure that it's going to wind up A, but they would be wrong. And this could be Sentinel's chance unless Ye can keep teeing off with this operator. So disciplined to not pull the trigger there. But still misses.
Goes for the next. Unfortunately, not going to find that. Boy looks to hop one up from the shadows onto the site. Now the spike to be planted and a couple of kills traded back. So they do avenge Zoms here on this C take. His 2 members huddled up over towards this default position. Sick still holding it down, make sure nobody comes up through garage. It's actually 3 on this default position, so this could be an unfortunate peak coming around this side. As Sick has since moved towards the back of the side. I'm wondering if Ambox are just looking to hang on to this. They're playing this so slow, and they're running out of time. They're running out of HP. They're running out of players, as Seb can only do so much, and it's 1 kill here in that round. Now Sentinels push to 3. And they're starting to mix it up.
Yeah.
Nbox had a read for quite some time, Dust, and now Sentinels they're coming online.
I'm kind of shocked they held that 3-man A defense for so long. I assumed once Ye got that pick through Link into the garage that they would have maybe considered breaking that A defense up a bit, but I guess they really thought that maybe Sentinels were trying to throw a bit of a double fake and kind of feint C and still wind up A. They kept those 3 players there. It left Ye kind of stranded. He was smart to back off into back halls and, you know, not commit his life, but missing that shot on long opened up the door for Sentinels. Now they're looking to once again aggress A early, and this time Ye is going to get caught. Mata trying to come in with the Sheriff to equalize things will succeed. This is a round that Nbox, of course, are on the thrifty side of things, but they keep it at a 4-on-4 so far, and they have a good A defense in place as far as personnel.
Dapper missing out on that kill. It stings a bit, but Shazam is there to back him up as he hopped away. Vice has since taken this position, though, from Mata. Now, do something crazy with the Sheriff in hand, but Dapper, the buddy system, coming up huge for a couple of kills for Sentinels over towards this A site. Boy, the only player with really anything to work with in this Spectre in hand. We find ourselves in a 3v2, and the call is to rotate.
Yeah, good job there. Good disruption by Sentinels. They now have the 3-on-2. As you said, boys, really the only one that can contend with the Spectre. They are rotating quick enough. They might actually get here in time. The problem is the firepower is just lacking. It's going to take some key shots, particularly with Seb and the Sheriff. He's trying to lurk through the smoke. Will he catch the timing? Looks like Shazam is on it. He spots both players inside the site. They're going to try to swing through anyhow, but Sentinels are just too prepared. Good job by Shazam taking that angle to make sure that they would not get the wool pulled over their eyes. And so Sentinels this run, I think at least 3 rounds in a row. And they're closing the gap, man. Only a couple rounds left to go in the half. They might be able to equalize. This is a solid recovery.
And how often does this happen, right? How often do we see, 6 rounds usually kind of be that wall that teams hit where the other team, maybe it took 6 rounds for Sentinels to finally feel this team out. We talked about there isn't, if any, with this roster, a whole lot of information for Nbox and Haven. So Sentinels really coming into this one blind.
Yeah, that's a really good point to make, Tanner. I mean, maybe they didn't expect to see the Jet come out, for instance, from Ye, considering that he has not really played Jet on any of the other maps in the pool lately. So that may have been a curveball in its own right. As Ye does have the daggers coming into this round, but obviously also has the operator in tow. Sentinels a little bit slower this time. Not really looking to go too heavy on pressure, though Sick is now starting to put a little bit of emphasis over on Garage, or at least, make someone respect that position with that flash. Now takes a shot over at Ye. Takes him down heavily here. Boy, in the meantime, playing that 4 position will catch the Dapper lurk over at A lobby. Even there's no Asher to deny Dapper, there is indeed this Omen. I bet Dapper was probably like, yes, no Asher to ruin me trying to lurk. Hey, all right. I'll let me have a little fun, but unfortunately, Boy had different plans.
And they just keep denying that, right? They're not giving up anything over towards this A lobby, and it forces Sentinels to play towards C. Now, they have been making it work. I think it's 3 out of the 4 wins that they've got have been on this C site. Now looking for another as that spike goes down. It is favorable for Sentinels in the HP department. Make it even more favorable. Inside the dark cover they go, and it's only a 1-for-1. As that paranoia blinds everybody, and 10 sprays them down. A nice little 4K to inch closer to a tie game at the half. Now, as we look at this one, Dust, and we're about to go into the half, are you worried that it's going to take Sentinels, another 4, 5, 6 rounds to figure out how Nbox is going to play on the attack?
I'm not necessarily sure about that. I think it was more about just getting their individuals popping off and getting their aim true. And now that's starting to happen, right? They're starting to feel it. They're starting to get those sprays more accurate. They seem to just be, just vibing a little bit better as tends to starting to pop off now as well. So I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm not sure what to expect from Nbox's attack. Neither is Sentinel. So it certainly could come into play. But I think it was more about them just kind of waking up individually, I think was kind of the bigger thing. And they've done that. As Ye looks to get aggressive. Dagger v Daggers here out in middle. Tens was spotted by Ye, and Ye is not backing up. He's looking to commit forward. Spots Tens, spots Sick. Bye-bye. Huge opening for Nbox.
Make it a third. They're looking for 4. Only going to find the thigh of Shazam. 2 daggers to cut him down to 50 HP. But the rest of the ultimates for the squad coming online. Dapper to be there, not spotted out actually, and my trade one back, so boys to fall, and things are looking a whole lot more doable as I said it. Zeb to pick up another kill in Shazam, who's been whittled away at by just about everybody, sitting on 21 HP. Not going to be enough to clutch things this time around. So 7-5 we go as Ambox mount their attack, and that's honestly against Sentinels the best you could hope for.
That was very impressive from Ambox. That must be stated again. To not really know what to expect on the map like Haven, where historically they have struggled, and this team as a 5 has not played yet. Then your first test is Sentinels, the kings of Haven pretty much, other than like a couple of mishaps here and there. Just such an impressive win rate for so many times they've played it. And then incorporating 10s, you know, as that new 5th, you know, maybe makes you a little bit shaky in comparison to the comfort zones you've had in the past, but still, they've operated well, and to get that big of a number on them on the defensive side of Haven is certainly impressive. But now side switch. We'll have to see if Ambox can keep it up.
Standing ahead.
Nice little 5-point stance. Oh, Dapper from downtown picks one up. Mata to fall, and that's a lot of utility now.
That one hurts.
Taking off the board.
Like, you feel like you haven't even really gotten started, and you've already been put to a screeching halt when something like that happens.
And it's the double dink from so far away, and a Sheriff to find some damage back. Unfortunately, even at that range, you would have to double dink with that Sheriff. Oh, I guess not. It would do still that 145 damage here on pistol round. So it would be a one-shot headshot, but unfortunately, it's just the body.
I'm loving this from Zoms. Getting deep into middle to play under window. It'll give them a lot more intel, a lot more flexibility to rotate. They are kind of leaning more towards a retake ace it up. You know, they have the 5-on-4 already. They can play it smart. Just make sure they play together. You know, I'm sure they don't want to concede a spike plant, but if they need to, it's fine. They have all their bases covered. Zoms will have that quick flank opportunity. There is a trap wire that he would have to kind of dodge, but other than that, they're well set up, and this is a good stalling tactic here to put that hot hands onto Ye, force them back
left.
maybe into Zoms, who's waiting inside the window.
And gets spotted out, trades some damage, and is able to escape narrowly. 48 HP, finds the toesies of 1s and 10s there to back him up, not keeping him alive, but finding a couple of kills and finishing what Zom started. It's Sentinels with the pistol.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Sentinels, man. Like, they can just brute force you sometimes, even if you feel like you've got them. You know, that's what made them so successful on the attacking sides. Even if strategically speaking, they were kind of getting out positioned, they could still just tear you up by, you know, having good spacing and good trading efficiency. And right there, you just see like a nice little situation where Zoms is causing so much of a disruption that it allows 10s to be free to just swing out garage without having to worry about too many risks. And he's able to stamp out Ambox there and start really climbing the score back now. Looking like a tie game is just on the horizon, Tanner, as there's not a whole lot Ambox can say about it other than some Sheriffs. They've already been spotted heavily here at long.
And not in necessarily the best graces, or not what we saw when Sentinels lost. They had the Bladestorm online. Yay, unfortunately not, or nobody really close to the ultimates after that, not finding but one kill in that last round. So it definitely stings. And this this Sheriff buy kind of hurts their next buy, right? This isn't really a round where you can afford, you know, an 800 credit investment, and Mata now taken down. Sick to find another, but Ye does trade it back. That spike to be picked up, and a 3v4 Shazam to take his leave after picking up that ult door, but the A hit, it's still gonna ensue here.
The thing is, Sentinels never really budged, right? They still pretty much kept most of their forces on this A side of the map. They had only really sent Dapper to see to make sure it was covered. So they still have a very formidable defense in place here that Ambox is going to be really hard-pressed to crack. They actually now fade back yet again. And, I mean, time is dwindling. They're going to have to make a decision here very soon. And while it's certainly not likely they'll be able to convert, they need to at least try to get together and get on the same page and try to apply some pressure here as we get to our final 20 seconds or so. They're now heading towards garage, maybe looking to either attack up slope into B or maybe even pivot to just a full C hit. Smoke will go down on the A link. It looks like they are looking to come in, but there's a judge here looking to dish out some verdicts on them.
Yeah, this is, you wish you could just tell them to go back, send them away at 10. Mows down to Dapper there to close it out with the Spectre in hand. And that right there, that is when, you know, watching something like this with the hindsight that we have, it is just so painful.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you just kind of have to roll the dice. Unfortunately, they drew the snake eyes, and Sentinels tie up the game 7 apiece. They will, looks like, keep the judge in play on 10s. Why not with the mobility that she has? As the Jet definitely can still make good use of it in full buy rounds, as this is a bit of a bonus, essentially, for Sentinels. 10's close to the daggers as well, so if he can get that 1 kill, and if he needs it, he can pull those out for the longer range duels in this round, as we do see the full buy from Ambox, as they waste no time trying to, you know, get that sewers control. Zom's up close. We'll try to stop them.
Shadows traveling.
And smoke's tossed, unbeknownst to Anbox here. They're going to be running into 3, and more importantly, Boy running right into Zoms, up close and personal over towards the sewers, but Seb is able to pick up 2. It doesn't open up the site just yet. Shazam is still here holding it down in the bonus round, trying to make it hurt, and they do just that. Dapper picks up a couple of rounds, manifests 2 on the A site, and Vice now needs to go huge to clutch it out, or Sentinels are going to grab the bonus.
Oh, Tens jumps in, though, kind of giving Vice a free one-on-one, but Dapper was very quick to follow up to make sure that Vice was not going to be allowed that situation. So now Sentinels will take a lead. I think it's their first lead of the game, if I'm not mistaken, Tanner. They've been playing from behind this entire time. Again, Ambox has been so impressive, particularly just having such a stout, aggressive defense with great rotations for retakes when they were required. But now Sentinels are starting to feel a little bit here. Big round for them. They get to just play that defense, kind of let their skill loose. Ambox now, again, Sheriffs only, though they could orb out, yay, some daggers. Seb also not too far off that Neuro Theft, but as of now, no ults will be in play. He hung around a little too long.
Yeah. Didn't really have anywhere to go on that one, and was really fighting for that orb over towards A-Long. Either way, he's, you know, the same result. He did get his ultimate online, unfortunately paid for with his life.
Yeah, it seemed like he just was maybe hoping a teammate could cover him, or maybe he was hoping Shazam just wouldn't. But I mean, that was just too tantalizing for Shazam to pass on. He had to go out there and do this, and he did. Now they're looking to test, but Tens doing great, evading the pressure. Dapper combining with him, and yes, they will run Ambox through the blender. No shocker here. Just not much to work with. Vice gets a little bit of a prize at the end, but unfortunately it's more participation trophy than anything. And it'll be 9-7 for Sentinels, but here comes the first real test for them defensively, right? Full buy versus full buy. Yes, they did win the bonus. That was a big one to take down, but now they need to keep that momentum flowing if they hope to keep their map pick on their side of the fence. Big chance for Ambox to strike back.
In that full buy for Anbox in round 3 of the half, of the bonus rather, for Sentinels, because they forced Sheriffs after losing Pistol, a handful of the team was on light armor, so it makes those Spectres get so much more value, right? That kind of just threw the bonus over to Sentinels. Now this time around, like you said, full buy versus full buy, full armor across the board, and a really great start to take down the operator of Sentinels.
Yeah, you have to feel like Ambox's window is starting to close. The result this round would certainly crack it back open. 4-on-4 is how things will kick off, as we had an exchange at long A, both sides suffering a casualty. Meanwhile, we see Sentinels using this to their advantage to start looking into B, which is wide open for the taking. Mata gonna catch 6. So yeah, Ambox creeping into B. They still have no idea, and we could even see Seb slip in and catch Dapper completely off guard here. Indeed, he will, and Ambox are starting to grab control of this one. Neural Theft will basically ensure it.
And such a sick flick from Mata onto Sick there, coming out from that box towards A-Long to pick that one up. Just a huge name, right? You can, it's you know, you pick up a kill onto 10, you pick up a kill onto Sick, and you can kind of get that breath of fresh air, that sigh of relief. Like, okay, we don't have to worry about the blades. We don't have to worry about the run it back or all the flashes.
Oh,
they swing on through the dark cover. Nice double peek.
No.
Shazam and Zoms going to work here on the B site. Now in a 2v2. The last two playing just outside towards mid. And through the smoke, Vice will pick it up, and Shazam will meet the same fate. Anbox battle back. It took a few rounds, but they get it done.
I'm actually surprised that he used to run it back there. Mata, that could have been very useful later. I don't think that it was required in that situation. I think they had it without it, so that might come back to haunt them a little bit, in my opinion, Tanner. That could have been such a vital tool for entries onto a site, as they are still playing from around behind. Meanwhile, you have 3 ults in play for Sentinels, including the Neural Death and Hunter's Fury. Zom's not too far off his either, Sick 2 away from his, so they're about to have a huge ult advantage. Already around ahead. Something to really consider.
All the utility used there from Vice. Ready is Sick. Be on the receiving end of that shock dart. A bit of damage will be healed up, but armorless as Dapper goes for a fight. This time not going to win it, and 10's there to trade. So the buddy system once more for Sentinels. Makes things even across the board.
And look at Zom sneaking up, but he might be wrong on the timing, Mata. That's a huge catch that changes the odds of the round. As Ambox are looking to work this tie. Ye still has daggers in play, looking to come into C site. They're going to send the drone forward as a scout. Ye, or excuse me, 10's of course hearing this, calling for Sick to rotate. He's finding his timing to peek with daggers actually have gone wide. A chance now to put up a stout defense, and while 10's has gone down, Sick has stood tall, but still a man behind. Not anymore.
And that Hunter's Fury chips away at Mata, makes things fairly even, and they run it back. All of the ultimates that you talked about are now online. The Hunter's Fury used, and from the shadows available once Zom gets back on the board. But here, most importantly, is Sick.
Oh no!
Now in the 1v1, the body in the worst possible place. It's 3K for 3K for the Phoenixes, but Mata on top, and Andbox not us up at 9.
If he had only just popped it a little bit more around the corner, maybe there was still a hope, but just totally exposed. It was a good use of it, but again, I just wish he would have gone a little bit more around the corner, as that will be Ambox tying things up. Brilliant attack there onto that C site. A little bit of a slobber knocker, right? I mean, it's been a little bit back and forth here as far as like the man count goes. It's been a lot of like 4-on-4 to 2v2 type situations that have been playing out, but Ambox are starting to get the better of the most recent ones to get this close. They will now have Ye on an op on the attack. We have still seen 10's yet to pick up an op on either side of the map. Interesting choice. Has daggers coming into this round. Everyone else phantomed up. A pressure has been denied. And now we do see Ambox beginning to pivot. A trying to get that pick onto Dapper. Dapper doing a great job baiting out that shot, though.
And those reaction times, I feel like, is really what separates a lot of these jet oppers, right? Being able to hit those shots on those peaks. It's not easy, any means, but we have seen some players able to pick those up and open up the sides as they push on to C. That's now spiked down on the ground. Nice little flank there. Modifying another kill as the blades go wide. 10 picks up one. He's able to back away for just a moment. Andbox up close and personal for Ye. The operator going to find that kill onto the counterpart. No. Tagged up as Mata, but it doesn't matter. Now we find ourselves in a 2v2, and unfortunately, so much information given as a shock dart goes through. Ye gonna do what he can with an operator in hand in a 1v1. This is for the lead. Zam has that recon bolt available, tosses it on out, looks to swing off the back end, is going to do just that and find the kill. Sentinels push to double digits.
Such a smart 1v2 there from Shazam, just being patient, knowing that if he swung to one side, he would give Ye a chance with the op if he was holding the angle, waits on the recon bolt. So well done. Also some props to Sick, just challenging at the perfect time to get a couple of picks to disrupt things on C site long enough to get some rotations. 10's obviously got a dagger pick in the midst of it. All the ults now spent, though, for Sentinels. Meanwhile, 3 ults in play for Ambox, and Ye 1 away from daggers in his own right already. So Mata having that run it back can definitely put on the pressure. Having Vice with the Hunter's Fury to clear out angles or to use in post-plant, also a vital tool to tie this thing right back up. As there Mata goes. Oh, that's worked.
Huge. Yeah, from the shadows towards the back of the side into the dark cover, and Sick not gonna get spotted. Does find the kill. Shot to the back of the head is Boy, and unfortunately that spike has been planted, so Sentinel's now working against the clock, and it was a very quick take here. It works out well thus far. Still a 4v4. Curveball to go through. Sam to be spotted out. No, he finds a kill in response. He picks up another Zoms. Cannot convert on the site. Ye with the knives to close things out. Mata for the last 10-10 we go, and Andbox refused to give up.
Oh my goodness. boy, I can't believe he got away with that. Oh, I thought he was going to get sniffed out for sure. It was traded back pretty quickly, but the problem was that retake attempt onto Garage from Sentinels. It was a perfect flash on the Seb in the corner, but he had a bit of a bodyguard, a bit of a crossfire established, and they weathered that storm, and they didn't lose a single player on that exchange. They absolutely put up a stone wall to Sentinels, and they could not bust through, and now they're on the Sheriffs again. Meanwhile, there's still the Hunter's Fury available for Vice when required, and they have a massive firepower advantage. It's very likely they're going to find 11th round here and be that step closer towards map point and perhaps stealing Haven away from Sentinels.
Revealing area.
And as we said in the pre-show, right, the next two maps, they bode a bit better for Andbox historically. So this one, we're thinking they don't look that great on historically. Again, they look obviously fantastic right now. When you go over to Split and Ascent, things should get a whole lot better, but they do still have Haven to close out here. Need to win 3 more rounds. That Shrouded Step.
Here's a
get
stat for you,
Zombs
by
out
the
of
way.
trouble.
They've only lost 2 of their last 26 games. This would be massive.
Looking like another here as Ye and Mata come up huge again. It is just the pistols for Sentinels as this round surely to go by the wayside. The hot hands try and clear out the corner, and the spike yet to be planted. Their ball coming out as Mata calls it out. Hey, plant here. Give us some options for the defuse or to play in the post plant. Excuse me, as Ye picks up another Dapper. Actually takes down the operator. It doesn't look a whole lot more doable, but at the very least, they're hurting the economy going into this next round.
Yeah, this is, again, just kind of wild to me. Again, Sentinel's only recent losses on Haven were to BBG earlier this stage, and then they lost to Envy in the Grand Finals of the Challenger 2 event for Stage 1. Other than that, they have won 24 of their last 26 games on Haven. That is just such an impressive stat, especially with so much parity in the region, yet somehow, someway, Andbox, their first official with this 5 on Haven, is on the precipice of stealing this pick away from Sentinels. And what a story that would be. Because when you think about it, we know Sentinels obviously had such a shocker to Challengers 1, losing in the qualifier to BBG. This is one of the maps that did it to them. That has to be brought out. That has to be, you know, emphasized.
Huge curveball there. Just a heads-up utility out because Tens was there, operator in hand.
First round, he's had it all game, I think? Other than when he picked it up on an eco?
Yeah, and this is Glass Cannon.
And now they know, you know? So the maybe the shock factor he was kind of hoping for is all gone. He's just trying to take some pot shots here. Now Zombs has an interesting position, but looks like it is going to get checked here by Mata. That's a beautiful entry to start unlocking this A site. Mata going alone, though, essentially, throwing a bit of a fake. Shazam trying to contest here. We'll realize soon that they're not, you know, reapplying pressure. They've actually diverted all their forces back over to C. They have Seb here just kind of lurking B. Everyone's bit on this, by the way. All 4 players are on the A side. Now only 2 starting to rotate through back halls, but it might come too late as the run it back is going to be in play for Mata. He will find the C site completely empty. Again, Seb still has that lurk as well that could come into play. And he spots them all in back halls.
Yeah, and at the end of the run it back there, spots 2 pushing that way. All 4 there, obviously, as we can see, as that Hunter's Fury catches the toes. And it hurts so much more because Tens doesn't have armor. It chips him down to 20 HP now. That is more than enough to click on somebody's body with that operator and find that kill. But the position that they're in this retake, the operator never feels good.
This retake is looking quite grim, but they're going to give it a go here inside Garage. Seb, though, playing the double stack box could be a real problem. Vice is now lurking in behind. Yeah, they're actually trying to fall back and save, but Vice is not allowing that to transpire. He's taken one off the board already. And there's a kill from Shazam, though. He's at least escaping with this Phantom as best he can. Tense keeps on to the op as well.
Yeah, they...
Oh, no. It's just the op that'll come over. They're in so much trouble.
Match point.
And I'm not... Okay, never mind. It didn't matter at all. I was going to say, I don't know where the economy is for Andbox at that moment, so maybe they really made it hurt, but that is just not the case. Going into that one, they could throw the bodies at it. Sure, having the operator is great for Sentinels, but the rest of the squad, it's looking grim.
A couple of Spectres had to come out, man. Yeah, they do have some ults in play, including a run it back from Sick, but Ambox
armor.
seemed to have him pegged. Again, that was just such a brilliant job by Mata, doing so well to sell that A fake, to just unlock an empty C site, his ult to, you know, prove it. Wow. And Tens misses another big opportunity at an opening pick with the operator. He did that at long C as well. So a couple of misses have given a little bit more breathing room for Ambox, who, again, look like they're about to take this map away from Sentinels, maybe cause another upset in this stage, as Sentinels, of course, got upset by BBG in the Challengers 1 event. So tense, man.
Incredibly important round here. Zandbox all look to creep up towards this B site. And Mata has been such a driving force thus far in the game, tossing out those curveballs and sniffing out where Tens would be playing ultimately.
Gonna look for C yet again. All 5 looking to come garage route. Tens might be in some trouble. He dodges the paranoia, however, but he decides to stick onto the site, which could be his demise, but he does get away at just the last moment to set up the 5-on-4 retake.
It's a great way to kick things off in a round that is so incredibly important. And there's another kill behind him. Make it a third. As Sick will find the spike carrier. And with the hindered economy, with the 0 armor on the Phoenix, Sentinels will find a way to pick up another round. They didn't get to save everything, but they do save the op, and it comes up huge in that round.
Indeed, and they're able to pick up some of the weapons fallen behind there from Ambox to upgrade those 2 Spectres, so they'll come in fully decked out in what is the final round of regulation here for map 1 of this upper bracket match. Of course, Ambox will not struggle to full buy in their own right. No op for Ye, but that is probably the least of their worries. Right now, it's about just trying to close. They do have that neural theft available if need be. Ten still has the op, but he struggled to find those opening picks. Will this round be different? He will get tested at long C early. Trying to play through the smoke, it looks like. Risky, but it could pay off. He's got the angle. Will they test him? The bait spray to try to force him to peek out into it. Oh.
This next one he hits. For sure, Tens never misses these, and there it is. Tens to find that first kill, like you said, regulation on the horizon, and he finds another with the knives.
Huge play from Tens. Finally, he's gotten the opening he's been looking for, but Seb on the flank could be a problem. Will they read it? Yes, they do. Soms picks it up, and it looks like overtime is on the cards.
Hey, looking to have something to say about it, but a huge dart there. Give away the position now. Vice a bit healthier, maybe would like a bit more to it as he chips away at Zom, so things gonna be even against the Omen here, but it's a 1v2 situation no matter what. 30 HP and he peeks away. Overtime we go.
Oh, baby. You know what? This match deserves it. The great start from Amboss, consistently, you know, pretty much ahead most of the game, I would say. Sentinels did kind of get a brief lead there, but then forfeit it right back. But right when they need to, they strike back. Tens at a 30 bomb in regulation, and some of the other players who had slow starts have woken up, starting to put numbers on the board, including Shazam at 17. So they finally get it done when they need to keep this map afloat. But again, I have been so impressed by Ambox coming into this against a Titan and Sentinels when it comes to Haven. No results of their own to really build off of since Mata and Vice have come on board, yet they have looked so competitive. Thought they were going to win it there for a while, and they had that lead coming into the second half. They were in good shape, but Sentinels able to keep their composure and find a way to win. And I think this was big. Like, Tens had missed probably the last 3 rounds or so. He looked for some early opening op picks and couldn't convert. This round, he comes up huge with 3 massive frags. Jeez, that was so nasty.
And what stings a bit more is Vice almost gets this done.
Yeah. Absolutely right, man. He definitely gave it a good effort. But now that's all gone. You got to win them back-to-back, baby, or we're going to keep the overtimes flowing for perhaps forever, right? There is no real actual end.
Yeah.
Theoretically, we could play this game for, you know, until we're all elderly. I don't know.
Very
Unlikely.
Very true. Yeah, very true.
Very
Yeah.
unlikely, but it is there is one of those universes that Doctor Strange looked at, you know, in the Infinity War, where we did cast this match forever.
Yeah, where this, you know, it goes 50 rounds deep plus into overtime.
If it stays
But
as exciting as it has been, I'm down for a long ride. You know, maybe not forever, but you know what I mean. Like we can have this one go for a bit. I'm okay.
We've seen a glass cannon operator on Ye playing inside that garage position, garage window to be exact, just hanging on to those doors. It's looking like another C hit, and if Ambox have learned anything from the Sentinel squad, it's that C is the place to be when they're attacking, and they do stack 2 here, so we'll see what they can't get done. I think more importantly is Mata is holding it down on this side, so he's going to be backing up Seb, who had been solid all by himself.
Absolutely, and look, here comes the push from Sentinels, not wasting much time. Cage trying to delay them, but Tens will not be denied access. He pushes through. Dapper and Tens with clean entries. Mata, not long for this world. Nothing has gone according to plan for Am. Oh my God, will they get clean swept? This would be such a crazy change of pace.
And what hurts the most is Mata, I don't believe he was spotted out, but they're just privy that somebody could be playing towards that back platform, and Tens ends up winning that fight. Now Vice, unfortunately, just has too many corners to worry about. Flawless on the attack in overtime. And I mean, to be quite frank, Dust, Sentinels look pretty darn good on defense as well, having a 7-5 half for themselves. So this is a very tall task, excuse me, for Ambox to try to tie this up again.
Yeah, it was the attacking side that was the ones that was, I guess, struggling a bit, right? Both teams got 7 on their defense, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, that does make things a little bit interesting to see Sentinels have such a clean take. But what can Ambox do? Is there hope for them to keep this OT flowing as they're looking for that early A pressure? Tens trying to get aggressive at garage, but doesn't really find too much. Meanwhile, a drone will come out towards A side. Will it spot these players? Dart misses.
And you try to play off the back end of that drone, expecting somebody to peek, and Mata was there, but he just didn't have the angle, so 0 trades there. And Sentinels pick up 6 kills here in overtime unanswered.
Yeah, that's a very important stat, as Ambox have gotten control of garage. They still have spike possession. They still have Mata able to put pressure when need be up sewer side. So they have some chances, but they are a man down, and it seems like Sentinels have most of their bases covered here. They have given up A a little bit, but they can play retake just fine. They have the advantage to do that. As the spike will come into A, Mata has control of site. Spike coming up long, being reinforced by the other 2 players. Shazam will play heaven. Big catch.
30 seconds left.
Absolutely huge there from Zombs to find Mata. Now, again, the spike should get planted, but the retake only looks that much better as the shock darts come down, chipping away once, looking for another. And not going to find it, unfortunately, for Shazam. Vice will sneak away, but Sentinel still looking to close this one out. Nice and proper here in overtime. That picks up 1. Still trying to hold it down toward the Zalink area. Picks up another, and oh my goodness, they're looking to do it. It is now a 3v2. The information is there as Vice stays alive. Seb picks up 3 and double OT. Here we go.
Oh my goodness, Ambox convert a 3 versus 5 to keep the overtime flowing just when you thought Sentinels had it figured out, when they had finally woken up and looked to put the final dotted I's and crossed T's on the paper. Ambox had a different story that they wanted to write instead. And so this will continue on into round 27. Ambox on the defense, Sentinels on the attack once more. Again, you got to win them back-to-back to take the map. Ye has an op again on the defense. Tens, awkward angle. Ye might expect that. Flicks, lands. Both players take significant damage, both still standing.
An even trade there as Ye. Glass cannon with the operator in the hand. Tens chipped away down to 26 HP. As Mata finds a huge kill. That's on the spike. Recon Bull can give the information. Now needs to try and reposition. Curveball to go on through. Finds another kill, and Ye picks up 1 as well. 20 HP is all he needs to try and help close out this defensive side. Shazam goes right back to work. Unfortunately, Zombs through the dark cover. Not going to be enough, but can Shazam do it? Two members incredibly low here on HP. He has the spike in hand. He's got 45 seconds to work with.
This is going to be a tall order, though, for Shazam. Yeah, there's a couple of softened targets out there. Yeah, he has spike. Yeah, he's got some time, but he doesn't really have all too much information. He's got to just pop off some frags, and, well, there's a nice little start. He gets one. Recon bolt into the back halls. Not going to spot either player. Steps into both of them, though. Unfortunate for him. They were ready to take a battle together. Seb will get the frag that was required, and so Ambox will take that next step, Tanner. They are one away from pulling off a substantial upset here in this upper bracket to take Haven away from Sentinels, which you would think is just not really doable. It's such a rare occurrence. When you look at this year as a whole, these last four and a half months, Sentinels have only dropped it twice in 26 games, Tanner. That I can't emphasize that enough. They've been so perfect on this, and Ambox are looking to take it away from them. They have the momentum.
Found them. Deploying drone.
Ambox now on the attack. It's gonna be that same play up towards A. There with the drone though is Sick and Shazam trying to get something done as well.
Ooh.
Fortunately, not a whole lot. So this time, the start of the round wasn't all that great, or what you were expecting from Sentinels.
They're creating a lot of pressure on the Ambox side, though, right? They're forcing some rotations out of Sentinels here. They haven't really committed. Meanwhile, they're still, you know, keeping tabs on middle, still leaving that as an option. So, I mean, Ambox are doing some good things here. They have spent a lot of utility, and they haven't taken as much space as they wanted, but they are threatening that sewers control, again, while still maintaining presence elsewhere on the map. In fact, Sentinels is kind of leaving C wide open just to make sure that they have garage defended and they actually have a rotation to A side if needed. As Ambox is spotted, but they aren't stopped.
Very low HP. There it is. Shazam to close it out onto Mata. Recon Bull can get the information, but Sick is there on the rotate to trade it back. So 2 for 2. An even trade. When you look at that HP, it's pretty scary. And Seb, because they were playing inside garage, and they rotated long back towards spawn, they don't even spot Seb here. This could be it. They're looking to close it out. Tens has to go huge, and that'll do it, boy. And Seb to pick up the last two, and Ambox to take Haven.
Such an impressive performance from Ambox. I'll be honest with you, Tanner. I was fully expecting Ambox to potentially get rolled on that map. Just knowing how powerful Sentinels have been on Haven, knowing that there are, you know, former Masters 1 champions. Yeah, they slipped up against BBG and Challengers 1, but that seemed like kind of an outlier, right? Kind of fluky even, perhaps.
Yeah.
And we know how powerful this team is, and particularly on Haven. So Ambox, a team we had literally nothing on as far as the 5 and how they perform on this map. You know, the safe bet was Sentinels, and I don't think anyone really disagree with that. Even the biggest Ambox fan, you might hope Ambox could pull off the upset, but you know it's probably not that likely. Meanwhile, Ambox, they show up, they play so impressive throughout the entire game. Defensively, they were aggressive when they needed to be. Seb was smart in how he anchored things. They rotated so efficiently, and they got the job done when they needed to on the attack as well. So hats off to Ambox, man. That was a great performance.
And I want to give a huge shout out. This is something that I absolutely love to see in the Valorant scene as a whole, is sometimes a player just doesn't fit somewhere else. And that player that I'm speaking about more specifically is Mata, who before had trialed for LG. It didn't work out. Now playing for Ambox and seemed unstoppable. There were moments in this game, and when you go to double OT and you have to win by 2 like that, and you know, you only win by 2, Mata it just felt like he was in Cerebro, like I've said before, right? Could just read everything so well. The curveballs 2 times in a row where Tens was mixing up positions with the operator to deny those kills from coming on through, right? Calling out the plants. I don't know who's calling the shots, but Mata definitely seemed to have such a driving force for this victory here on Haven. I think looked absolutely fantastic. And like we've said, it really only goes up from here. Split going to be that next map that we're headed to. Sentinels looking good on this one as well, but Ambox pretty historically, this has been their place to be. So we'll see who can get it done. Ambox in double OT, they get it done. They take Haven. They are now up 1-0 in the series. Should they move forward and win this next map, they're going to be sending Sentinels down to losers bracket. Guys, we're going to hop away for a short break. When we come back, we'll catch these results.
Do feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups always look.
I'm
TSM,
cutting
they
you
always
off
look
here. I'm
lackluster.
cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said
They
G2's
have
winning it.
playoff-
He said G2's winning it.
We need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
Got the money in the bank.
Welcome back, Valorant fans, to Stage 2, Challengers 2 of the Valorant Champions Tour. My name's still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Dust, and I think, was it an earthquake? What was that? Something happened on Earth. Anbox really just shocked the world, right? Anbox, huge win over Sentinels on Haven, 15-13 in double overtime. Now up one map, and we're headed to Split.
Indeed, and Split's going to be common ground for both these teams, right? Yeah. I mean, obviously, Sentinels, again, one of the titans of the region, need over 80% win rate on this map and 44 games played. Again, very strong win rates on both sides of the map, just like on Haven. But as we see here on Haven, it didn't go that way, right? They fell behind early. They did claw their way back and keep it a close contest, but Anbox never let them fully surpass them, or at least not for long, as they come out and win it in double overtime.
And so now to kind of give back to the Sentinels fans, or to kind of lean towards that side, just because I don't want anybody to be too unhappy, this is something that we talked about in the middle of the game, and it was, there is, if not any, very little information or VODs or any kind of demos to be able to watch for Sentinels on Anbox on Haven. They don't play it all that often. Historically, they add 2 new players to the roster, and they haven't played it since those 2 players have been added. So that obviously could be that X factor that makes this that much closer of a map. As we take a look at, I mean, the headshot percentage, pretty sick. Frag wins 13-12. So, you know, these teams were really just here to stand and bang on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, again, Mata getting an MVP performance. Obviously, Tens was out there trying his damnedest to keep it as close as he could, and he definitely had some big plays, but just not enough. We just saw such a great performance from really everyone over on the Anbox side of things. Just, you know, firing on all cylinders is kind of the common, I don't know, trend that we kind of use a little bit, but it fits in this situation, right, to say that. But again, now we go on to Split, a map that, again, Sentinels do not drop very often. They've only dropped it maybe 3 or 4 times in like their last 20 matches played. Again, over 80% win rate overall. Again, over 60% win rate on both sides of the map. So very similar to Haven, basically. But Anbox, historically, a very strong Split team, right? They are near 80% in their own right as far as win rate goes as a core. However, since this 5 has come together, they have lost 3 of their last 4 matches, and they have not really beaten like a big name team on this map yet, right? Their wins are against like Noble, Space Station Gaming, Virtuoso. They haven't beaten like a top 10 team on this map, right? Meanwhile, Sentinels have done that on a regular basis, even with the whole 10s mix-up coming into the team. So with that said, I would say Sentinels probably have an even bigger advantage on this map than they did on Haven, just considering, you know, their most recent results from Ambox and some of the struggles that they've had. Now, granted, their losses have been usually very close, but still, they haven't really proven anything on it. But the same could have been said about Haven because they didn't play it at all. So they definitely didn't prove anything on that map yet, but they just did against Sentinels. So honestly, man, it's hard to say. Like, does you know, Sentinels wake up from that and kind of rise to the occasion and take a map that should be theirs, or is this the sign that Ambox is going to, you know, just pull off the full-on upset? No, definitely this is a map where we might be seeing some Astra, particularly from the Sentinel side of things. So that might be one like little X factor, I suppose. But yeah, other than that, not sure what to expect.
And so that is something that you have to take into consideration, right? Whenever you're talking about Sentinels, depending on the team playing them, is the caliber of team that Sentinels always finds themselves against is top 6, usually 1 through 6 is where they're playing as they make their way through a lot of these brackets, and the percentages can kind of be skewed, and it's kind of hard to do that head to head, whereas like you said, Ambox doesn't really have the same, I guess, pedigree when it comes to, you know, the playing Noble, which I think Noble have been looking fantastic. It's not 100 Thieves, it's not Envy, it's not, you know, teams like that are really going to challenge you. So this will be one of the first challenges we see for Ambox with this roster on Split. Taking on Sentinels. Now that we're headed to Split, though, we had that head-to-head in Ye and Sick, and Ye back on the Jet on Haven. Is that what we're expecting? Or, on Split? I know some teams do like to lean on that Jet up. Or are you assuming just Sage all the way?
Yeah, I think coming into Split, if things stay what they have been, it should be Ye on the Sage. Mata will be playing that solo duelist setup. This is where Vice will likely pivot to the Breach. They've been running that a lot on Split as well. And then obviously Seven Boy will kind of remain on their normal agent, so that won't really change it too much. For Sentinels, though, this is where Zoms will likely pick up the Astra, and this is one of the maps where Shazam will still play Jet, and then we'll likely see 10s on a different duelist, whether that be Raze or whether that be Reyna is also an option for them. Looks like this time it will be Raze from 10s. So double duelist setup coming in for Sentinels. Shazam back into the trusty Jet, where he'll be able to have his most impact as a fragger, which should maybe even help him out even more. And Sick will be pulling out that Sage. No shocker there. He was a main Sage for such a long time. Now that Sage has kind of come back into the fold a bit, it's nice to be able to see him have that opportunity to play Sage again. Definitely can be very potent with that agent. And then, yeah, we do see that Mata's on the Raze. We do see Boy actually picking up the Breach instead of Vice, and Vice is picking up the Viper. Okay, so this is different. But also, considering the patch we're on, we know how powerful Viper can be.
Yeah.
So I think it's like a worthwhile pivot to put Boy on that Breach, to get Vice on the Viper, and to let Seb pick up the Omen, which he can play. So this is actually a little bit different, but I think it's going to be fruitful. I'm trying to think, has Vice ever played it? I'm trying to think if I can ever recall Vice playing Viper. If he has, it must not be many reps at all in an official match setting.
Yeah, I feel like the Viper pick, I was just about to, it's the Ambox way, right? This is on Split. They played the Viper in the past. I believe it was Coach playing the Viper.
Yes.
Yeah, now, so it kind of feels like, Coach is just saying, hey, I think this agent is very strong on this map, and this is how we're going to get wins on it. And they might possibly have found a way. You talked about, Vice playing that Breach. Now they've since kind of, moved things around a little bit, saying, all right, let's go. Vice,
okay. So
I was on the Viper now, and this could be the.
So my suspicions were correct. This will be Vice's first time playing Viper in an official match.
Hey, first time?
First time. Vice's first time on Viper ever.
And it's off to a pretty rough start, as that Poison Cloud unfortunately gets stopped by the barrier orb from Sick. So not going to get a whole lot there. It's the entire utility setup from the Viper over towards this A site. Push through mid, gonna net a kill for Mata as they gain control of ropes, and Shazam coming right behind them. Could get quite a bit of utility. Nice wall by Ye to close things down and a kill to follow. Unfortunately, that's going to go down. There's the flank coming on through and some kills traded right back. But it is still Ambox. No, it's not. It's even now in a 2v2. Nobody
Very
in
chaotic.
the driver's seat. They just steal it right back, and they're battling for it. The spike still in hand. Shazam still on the flank.
This has been rather chaotic. This mid to ropes push, Shazam with the flank, a stalemate in the back halls, and it's all led down to this 2 versus 2 situation. Both players, or all 4 players really, kind of in similar health situations. Now, we do see that Ambox has not given up here at A. They still have their players positioned at A ramps. They're making Shazam second guess that B could be an option, maybe trying to pull him off of ropes so they could get into A heaven. Now they're going to jump in on him, and they get that pick, and now they know that the floodgates have opened, that B should be for the taking. Indeed, Dapper's trying to make that rotation through back halls, but he's going to lose the foot race as his spike will get planted at B, and he has a tough 1v2 ahead of him.
Now, he does have a decent amount of HP, and when you look at the health across from him, it's only a couple of headshots. That's all it's going to take, and that Cam, it's the information that he needed there. The spike, I believe, planted in that new default spot, so you do have to be wary if somebody's playing out towards B main, but instead it's going to be a double peek to high-low towards back of sight, and the damage traded out. Gonna toss out the tripwire, maybe bait the eyes. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. The trapwire gets nothing. Mata picks up 2 on the round, and Box go right back to work, and they win the pistol.
I guess he was like maybe hoping someone would shoot the tripwire and he would peek on that timing, but no one was going to make that mistake, I feel like. That was such a good little high-low stack there to make it very difficult for Dapper to peek freely and get any type of 1v1 situation. So just, again, well-managed round from Ambox, just getting that mid-control, threatening ropes. Yeah, it got a little bit, you know, messy, but in that 2v2, they played together and they played intelligently, and they come up with the result as a reward. As now they will go ahead and get those Spectres against the pistols of Sentinels, and they're looking to take very fast B lobby control. Obviously, that Sage Wall can be great for blocking off that initial crossing point to allow you access to B site with coverage. Whether that be because that's your main attacking point, whether it's a little bit of a fake to pull a rotation. So we'll see. Looks like they are bringing the spike that direction. It seems like they do want to commit this way, but sick. Ooh, making him pay for it. And can heal up.
Is going to deliver that ult orb on over to Ye and trade for his life. And because he is playing that Sage, he can heal himself up slowly but surely. He finds his way to 69 HP. But the arsenal advantage still in favor of Ambox. So if you don't take those long fights and get, you know, tapped in the head by the Sheriff, this should ideally be their round.
Yeah, you would certainly think so. Viper wall down, blocking off ramps in heaven. Trying to put that pressure there. Rotation has been pulled, but that may be maybe more than what he was asking for, honestly, because they are bringing that spike that direction. If they run to the full-on site stack, they could be a problem. And the thing is, there's no time. They can't fall back if this doesn't work out. This could be very brutal, Tanner. This might backfire.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if you're Sentinels, you just stick to your guns. Like, this is just the way that it goes. Gravity Well gonna pull one in, not gonna find anything just yet. Shazam is there to close it out with the Sheriff at 10s. Looking to pick up a few. Sev now running out of time, running out of space. Picks up one towards heaven. No, not even gonna find that kill. It's Dapper with the frenzy, and it's Sentinels. They didn't even force, and they win the round after pistol, and that really shakes things up.
Yeah, that makes things a little bit dicey for Ambox, just running into the stack. Great Gravel usage there from Zoms to kind of slow down that final push. They peeked off each other very well, causing disruptions and just kind of doing, you know, multiple bait and switch plays essentially to make that limited firepower work. Now they get to pick up a bunch of free Spectres. Now it's Ambox on the Sheriffs. And so the tides have really turned. And this could be trouble for Ambox early in this half.
The angle there is Dapper. Spots Mata. Crouch walking up looking for the cam. Yay. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Ambox to find a kill to kick things off with the Sheriff in hand. And it was the Sages that did it in the last round. Sage to do it again here in this one. Unfortunately, on the attacking side, you don't really get to stack like we saw Sentinels do. And there it is. A kill traded back to Ye. Resurrection now on a line in the next round. Ambox still looking to make this one hurt.
Yeah, They're trying to do what they can here. At least they got it 4-on-4. They've done some heavy damage as well. After kind of avoiding that flash, Chin swinging out from heaven freely for that peek as well. Oh, he's been darted. That's a dunzo for Boy.
Yeah, I'm
And scene.
really a dunzo for Ambox. Yeah.
And scene. Curtain
30
call.
seconds left.
Don't see Vice doing too much here. Nice little Phantom skin, or Sheriff skin, though. Give him that. Huge fan of the Reaver.
Unfortunately, just doesn't do the same thing that the Ion does, right?
Sure.
The Ion, I'm telling you, the Ion has something. Somebody check the coding, because the Ion, it helps you click heads.
Bro, I could go for some ramen right now for sure. That looks very tasty. Almost looks like kind of like a face with like a blonde beard, and like the eggs are eyes, and like the center of the beard is like a mouth, and maybe like the green and orange things are like big ears, and like it's just a beard.
Lost me on the ears. But I was following along for the rest.
Following along, yeah, I was trying, man. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that's kind of a cool little other way to look at that design. Zons finds opening blood here onto Boy.
And just right over the top of the wall there, you can only see the head. That feels bad, kind of swinging around that A main area when that wall is there, especially when they're not really threatening anything. This is just kind of a scary spot to
Sick
be.
might trap them with that slow orb in combination with this grab ball, and they could get absolutely romped right now by this paint shell. Oh, Boy's already almost taken out again. They're stuck in this corner. Oh my goodness. And the wall's about to fade. Oh my.
I mean, it's just a firing squad. Yeah, he's trying to do what he can, but it's just not enough here. And you have to start thinking, what were Ambox looking to get done there?
They
It
were
was all
hoping the
given
res didn't
away.
get out, but the combination of the Astra utility with that slow orb from Sick, they had no way out. They were trapped. And they got absolutely run through the blender. That was brilliant combination of abilities there from Sentinels. Great synergy. Mata might find Shazam for free. Hey there. How's it going, Shazam? Got something for you.
Not
Do it.
like this.
Do it. Wait, is he just... Okay.
Maybe trying to grab
I hope
more.
Shazam
This-
snaps on him, bro. I
10
would love
times
to
out of
see
10, this goes poorly. Yeah, Mata just...
it. He's like, man. Yeah.
No way.
Oh, my. You know what they say about that, right? That's a real... Feels bad. You do hate to see it, but you also you love to see it at the same time, though. Like, it's a tough dichotomy.
I want to know what the comms are like in that situation.
You know, Mata's furious, right? 'Cause he's like, I'm gonna get this guy, and then Shazam just gets out and puts the op into him. Sentinel's having a hot start here. We can kind of reel it back into that. That's what's really going on.
This is, again, kind of what was to be expected. I know Haven, we didn't expect a whole lot or didn't know what to expect, but Sentinels, we talked about it before coming into this match. The stronger of the two teams here on this map and definitely proving it. And it's all about the game sense as wall for wall. We go up top, but Six still finds two. And it is just pistols on the side of Ambox, so you can't really hope for too much in response. But that definitely stings when you try and counter-strat that wall and it doesn't go your way.
Bro, you know Sick was licking his chops the moment that he heard them make their own wall. He knew what they were doing. There was no question about what was coming up. So Sick just says, all right, you want to do that? Let me show you what's up. Lines up the spray down. Easy frags for him. And easy pickings for Sentinels as a whole. As you said, Ambox not really having a whole lot into this round. Very efficient win. Only one player lost from Sentinels there. They will go now up 4-1 into round number 6. Full buy, though, now back for Ambox. And they got to start getting something going soon, man. I mean, they're already a map to the good, fair enough. But, again, this is supposed to be common ground. It's supposed to be territory that you're also very comfortable with. And right now, Vice looking very uncomfortable with this whole Viper setup. It doesn't seem to be going the way that they had planned thus far. But things can change here and now that they have that full buy back.
And it's always the Viper setup towards A. That's, you know, to cut off ramps, cut off heaven. It's going to be like that every game, which kind of builds a baseline to get A little awkward, but I'm gonna hold on to this thought as Mata goes through with the showstopper. Unfortunately, spikes the ground right in front of him, and 10's gonna give him a taste of his own medicine, finding that kill. So 1 kill on the board now, as trying to jump away is Ye. He does manage to make it out and remove the dart, but another kill to come on through. Andbox looking a little lost here, as it was a deep push back towards that spawn. It's actually Seb ulting into the back of the spawn from the shadows, so trying to do something spicy, but it's just not working right now. You just got to go back to the fundamentals if you're Andbox.
They're able to get some beheading control though, and force players back, and Vice trying to make a little bit of a play there, faking around Ye's wall, but only good for 1, and now Sentinels are starting to clean up. Boy gets 1. He does have the ult, but just no space to work with. 10s will clean him up. 5-1 for Sentinels. And, you know, you were talking about the Viper being a constant at A. You know, you do like that variable because, yeah, that wall you can put up every round, and it makes Sentinels always kind of wonder, hey, are they using that for an execute, or are they using that to kind of fake us out and keep us in place? You never really quite know until there's some type of follow-up or whether there's some other actions elsewhere on the map. So it's good to have that constant, but at the same time, you want to be able to be somewhat dynamic, right? Like, maybe you need that utility to start pouring onto B site to help you take it if you're going to go for a B split. So at some point, you may have to come off of that. It just seems like it hasn't really had that much impact. Like, I don't know. Like, it seems like he hasn't really been able to make it sting, so to speak, this utility. The thing is, Viper, you know, in the past was just annoying. Now she can punish you if you try to test her utility, but it doesn't seem like Vice is really getting that value.
And it was, I feel like back in the day for Viper, you just disrespect the utility and it gets no value.
Sure.
Well, if you don't even, like, I guess the inverse on the disrespect here in this one, or what's similar, as Sick picked to that first kill, Seb, having shots on target first, not going to find that kill, unfortunately, with just a Sheriff.
You can see what he was hoping for there when the boom bot went by, but just Sick was too good to snap back.
And just sneaking out of the smoke. They're just completely unaware, peeking up towards heaven. Dapper playing nice and close, just outside the nebula. They absolutely do. They need to try and stop this momentum, ice the kicker a little bit here for Sentinels, because it's just, honestly, after that pistol round, it's the Sentinel show.
I mean, they have Viper Spit and Rolling Thunder. They need to combo that up for a take and a post plant and try to get around through, make use of those ults. That's what my guess would be on what's coming up, but something's got to give. They might feel like they've only really had 3 buys though this entire half, and so maybe things aren't as bad as it seems on the scoreboard, but from my perspective, it just seems like they look a little bit scrambled. Like, they're not quite as fine-tuned as what we saw on Haven with how they move together. And so, yeah, I'm curious if they can get that Rolling Thunder and Viper Spit into play to just, you know, get that 1-2 punch on a site and try to get around. They need something to work.
And trying to make another play towards B work. Epper and Sick playing nice and close into that B main area.
Wow.
Shots on target, but Ye gonna go wide. Dapper to find the kill. There's the neural theft. And if this was the round you thought you were gonna win, well, I have to go back to the drawing board. All of that information given over as that flashpoint looks to clear out ropes. Nobody there for the time being, as all 3 members out towards mid for Andbox are gonna stack up, drop down, and quite possibly look to make a play. But Shazam is here to shut it down, and we'll see if he does just that.
Yeah, this aggression from Sentinels, whether they played the periphery of the map, has been so effective. And they're also been trading really well out in B Heaven when required. So they're just covering all their bases so well. And yeah, that neural theft obviously gives them the read to worry about ropes position, keep tabs on both Heavens areas. They are going to be able to do just that. They got 2 players here playing this stairs position, ready to go at B Heaven if they feel a take is being sent. And so, again, it's going to be tough to break through this here. Oh, that slow orb, making it even tougher.
Off your feet!
And they still opt into just trying to send it there. Satchel, get away the blast pack. Gonna keep 10 safe for now as they look to push onto the side. Dapper still unspotted. He is finally going to go down, but Sick from the back of the side out towards the alley, picking up the kill as that side goes down. And there it is, the execute that you were hoping for, Dust. It was the Rolling Thunder to get on the site. It was the Viper's Pit once they are there, and now this is where the Viper finally starts to get some value. You hop into that ultimate, you're going to be taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately, for Andbox, they don't have a whole lot of damage to trade over either. 33 health on Boy, 73 on Bison. I mean, you're 1 stray round for both of these players from just falling. Yeah, there it is. You didn't have a whole lot going for you, and it just seems they're always kind of working against the game itself. The slow orb on top of the Rolling Thunder, the low HP as you ult with that Viper ult, and there's already so much chaos. Again, it's just a Sentinel show.
Yeah, it's just that res as well coming into play to get in that mana advantage in the retake itself, and Zom's just able to catch a couple of big kills like before they even really had to initiate. So Zom's, again, often the one that kind of gets overlooked on this team just because there's so many other stars that have so much impact when it comes to the fragging department or creating openings or just, you know, in general doing their jobs. But Zom's on Astra, it gives him that ability to have even more impact and kind of like a more supportive role, I guess you could say, for the team. And again, the guy's also pretty good in late round situations. He's a good decision maker.
This time a Sage Wall used to get over that toxic screen. Mata pushed onto the side, not able to finish off the kill, and they do pick up two. They do clear out the site for a second. Shazam being attacked by the flashpoint will finally fall, so Operator off the board, and now we're starting to see some life. It took a little bit. Sandbox are looking to come right back into it. It's all up to Dapper in a 1v3, and this would be detrimental to lose, but instead they will win it out. 2 members remain, and Operator now in hand. Oh no, they put it down actually, so no Operator, but a round 1 nonetheless.
Indeed. Ye is gonna get Ye's gonna have the Operator coming into this. You can't sell it back. You picked it up, so I mean, might as well put it to use.
Oh, that was weird. The overlay didn't show the Operator, but I saw him pick it up, and then I was like, interesting.
That's whatever.
Interesting. Either way, 2 ops on the map now.
Yes, you are correct.
Both of them belong to Shazam as well.
Yes. One being borrowed by Ye.
Yeah.
I don't. Stolen might be the more accurate term. I don't think Shazam was lending it to him of his own free will. That was a good attack though onto B, right? Finally making use of Viper's, you know, abilities, good breach flashes to push Shazam off the elbow, and so yeah, good layered attack. But can they follow that up? Because that has been a rare occurrence.
And it's near misses, right? You saw Mata hopping on the site. That round goes a whole lot more cleanly if Mata picks up that first kill before looking to trade over. And again, Sick just holding it down here. A-ramps, nothing is free when you come this way. And again, I don't feel like that Viper utility here, it's doing a whole lot. They're not afraid of it. They're not worried about it. You can see he's been hanging on to that barrier orb to play, I guess, a counter to it. And here it is. So they actually make sure that nobody comes through rope. Seps is going to come on through and find that kill. So Sick to fall. They are going to try and work their way through that slow orb. Zom still on the site and through the sign will eventually fall, only trading a bit of damage back. So Anbox in a really good spot as Ye picks one up on 10s, and that is the stolen Operator going to work. It's Shazam, it's Dapper once more here on this A site, looking to clutch things out, and I would imagine they have the economy to just go for it here and look for that Reddit 2v5 play.
Yes, but I mean, it's not getting off the ground, is it? Yeah, just putting the finishing touches onto that one. And on the one hand, Ambox, brilliant attack, right? Just really, you know, well done. Good trades all across the board. But at the same time, it's just Sentinels got so unlucky, like 6 has caught the slow orb out. Just dunzo. And then Zom's actually perfectly timed the grab well on the A-Heaven doorway, but then just got overwhelmed by bullets, and he couldn't fit his own shots in properly. So it's like they were doing some good things, but the timings just worked against them. But obviously that's to Ambox's credit, finding the windows to attack and doing so very well. Yay, big hat trick round at the Operator there, making good use of that op he pried out of Shazam's hands the round previous. And now a couple of rounds in a row for Ambox, and maybe they can still make a half out of this. They've been getting dominated, but there's a chance that they can win out, that they keep this one close and keep it competitive.
And as much as I've been harping on the Viper utility over towards that A setup, once you switch over to defense, the Viper gets a whole lot of value, right? Basically, every single round, your utility is going to get a tag on somebody. Unfortunately, this will not be the round for Vice. Zam finds that early kill, and Ye not there to trade it back in time, unfortunately. But it's still that one player on site over towards A, and Zoms, it's the Operator holding it down towards screens, and Sick is here as well, actually going to give up the position, so they swap spots. Shazam holding Heaven, and Dapper just being a nuisance here on this B site. Ooh, Seb,
I think I was looking to see if maybe Sick was boosted. Seb, though, catching the timing on the 10s, as you were kind of alluding to. We'll put that smoke down play inside the cage and find Sick through that as well. And now Ambox pose a threat. Rolling Thunder on site. Mata to follow up. And they're getting everything other than Shazam finally striking back, but only good for one.
Only able to pick up one there, and Mata closes it out. So a beautiful hit there. And Ambox, they've been doing this off the back foot, right? I think both rounds that they just won in a row, Vice died off the rip, so they're able to continue to push forward and kind of work around, I guess, the information that they gained from Vice dying.
Also creating that little bit of pressure, right? Pulling some rotations, opening up some pathways elsewhere, and honestly, it just really came down to those 2 kills in B Heaven. That was everything for Ambox. It allowed them to pull the trigger on the Rolling Thunder and feel confident they could take the site. Shazam just kind of stuck in the back halls, no support at that point, and just Ambox able to get the take, and that's 3 in a row and a chance again to get that 5th round and keep this half close despite the cold start. Despite such brilliant efforts from Sentinels early, they're starting to have some cracks found out here in the foundation. Good dart there from Dapper. We'll find out Mata. Gets him a little bit of intel. Not enough to rotate, though. Not just yet. Tens will take middle just to preemptively. Maybe thinking someone would be there, but he's wrong, and now it's the blast pack in.
Yeah, flash points as well. Boy gonna find the first kill. Dapper usually holding it down well. Unfortunately, the first to fall on this B site. Sick has since rotated. The showstopper doesn't get a whole lot of value for Tens. Boy now on a mounted position underneath Heaven, unspotted in getting there. Taking a drop on down. Cosmic Divide coming through, creating more chaos, but back and forth we go for kills. It's a 3v2. Showstopper to be traded out. Unfortunately, Mata yields the same results there. And a cloud burst gonna block him out, but Seb once more on the backstab. So much space picked up here by the Omen, but not able to find the kill. Now we're in a 1v1. Shazam and Mata, the paint shells to push him away from the spike. Mata needs to play the clock beautifully here. Shazam taps it once, sprays him down to find the kill, and has plenty of time for the defuse. Sentinels finally wake up. They battle back, they stop the win streak, and they push 8-4.
That was a close one, right? I mean, a good take from Ambox, burnt showstopper at middle. There was a lot of things working against Sentinels in that round, but Shazam able to pull out the 1v1 with low HP. Able to figure out just enough of that retake to make it work, so they will maintain that
30 seconds left.
bigger lead as, man, this one hurts. Yeah, this is the one we're going to replay? Oh, man. Why are you doing it to Mata? Why are you doing it to this guy? He's had a brilliant half, but this was not one of his brighter moments, I guess you could say. Poor guy. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. It's kind of hard to choose.
And what is the information just randomly saying? I mean, they're not anywhere. We've completely cleared them. They're probably up on you, Shaz. They pop the cage. He dashes away, and that was rough.
That was rough. You are going to see Sentinels on the attack here on Pistol, dealing with Ye's wall early on. He was trying to get an orb there, but they pressure him off of that.
And I didn't see, but I think it was early snake bites that actually got some damage onto Zoms, and it was interesting. Sick just goes to work taking down the wall, easy peasy like, but it opens up options as they rotate back out towards mid. They will be met by Mata, does have the paint shells online.
Yeah, Mata trying to play around that Nebula as they are going to take into Mail Room and B Heaven with the bulk of their forces. They have been spotted. Mata able to blindside the first, paint shells to escape. Looks like he might even look to repeat here. Dapper still out, not looking the right way. It's easy pickings for Mata.
Yeah, in this pistol round, I mean, Ambox, they just find a way to pick up the pistol, a flawless at that, and now this is where we need to see, okay, Ambox tighten it up, right? Because they lost this round in the first half after winning pistol.
That is a very fair point, Tanner, and they are going to go ahead and get those Spectres, and again, they had that defense, they had that really good, I mean, their A defensive utility is so powerful. It's going to be so hard to get much done early round for Sentinels. Again, you get punished if you try to play through Viper. That wall can be there behind Viper's wall, double wall action. So it can get real messy over there. Looks like they're gonna go for the mid focus instead.
And Zoms was first to fall in that last round, so a lot of that utility off the board stings.
True. You can see him there just being the chess master up in the sky, looking to see how he wants to place a star to set his teammates up. Again, that's Astra is just so powerful. I think she's just going to become even more of a mainstay as time passes. She just can create so much opportunity for her teammates.
And Mata in the off angle, actually not spotted by any of those peaks there. I would imagine they are privy to this. Flashpoint pushes them back, but Mata still able to find one kill. Another.
Still has Boombot too. Could send that at any point in time that he wants to set up a further frag.
Yeah, since repositioned, maybe still expecting. Gets a bit of information, and I imagine spotted hopping over that box. Aftershock, not going to find too much damage. It does separate the team for a moment, but they are stacked up towards the B heaven area, and they're just trying to find anything they can, but it's the long-range battles Andbox forcing them into. It's slowly going their way as another kill comes on through. Nice swing from Mata to find Sick. Now Zoms and Shazam need to just try and hurt the economy the best they can, but not able to do so, as Ye with the ghost in hand sits them down. So a near flawless coming into this one, but more importantly, they didn't lose that round. They didn't put themselves in a weird economic conundrum for the next few rounds. They're going to have a bonus against the rifles here of Sentinels.
Is that a lobster or a crab?
I looked away to take a drink. I didn't see it, unfortunately.
Probably for the best. I swear I always see new stuff I've never noticed myself thanks to our observers. Yeah.
That's a crab, man. That's Scuttle. That's Scuttle crab.
Just never seen a green crab before. Fair enough, I haven't seen a green lobster either, but I mean, there's a whole lot going on in this universe, so, you know, you never know what you might come across.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the breeze, by the way. There have been some leaks about that. Maybe there'll be crabs there as well.
100%.
Does seem like an environment where crabs would thrive.
Maybe less worms and squirrels, like we see on Icebox. As things got busy for a moment over towards B, Boombot for some information, but it's not a push just yet from Sentinels. As this is their first rifle round, so they want to take it slow, make sure they're not getting caught off guard. And it's the close angles that is really going to pay off for a handful of these members. You take a peek at Mata and Ye, though. They've got a couple of Phantoms. They're in a pretty good spot to try and secure this bonus.
A lot of map control being taken by Sentinels, though, here very early on in the round. They already have mid and Roach threatened. Viper's alone defending A Heaven right now, as B Heaven's being reinforced as well as B site. That wall got dropped down on that B cross to keep Ambox guessing a little bit on that end. Vice slipping into an interesting position, but it could easily get pinched. I mean, this is not looking good
30
on this
seconds
bonus.
left.
Not even a bonus, rather.
Wow, looks away at the worst possible time. But the toxic screen goes back up, and here comes that pinch that you talked about. Out from heaven, Shazam will come, and Mata finds another kill, trading it back, so it's not for free, as the site looked fairly clear. They're running out of time, though. Spike in hand, Dapper looking to get that one back down towards the back of side as Mata hops on through Shazam to sit him down, and Seb, the last one standing, but not for long. The first rifles to go the way of Sentinels, and they're back in the win column.
Yeah, so that was still fairly a bonus, right? They had 3 Spectres, 2 Phantoms, so it's kind of a midway, I guess you could say. But now they're going to be coming into kind of a weird full buy because they did buy those 2 Phantoms. So it means that Spectres, it's going to be the reverse, right? 3 Phantoms, 2 Spectres now. So Showstopper available, though, for Mata, so that gives him a little bit of a punch he could pack. Res available for Sick, however, so something else to take into consideration. Looks like we are going to see a little bit of split pressure from Sentinels here early in this round. Mid control as well as some A presence, but all these walls, all these cages and smokes. Seb going to get on that boosted position early as well. May not have been detected. May not come into play, though, as we see Sentinels really pivot.
This wall, not too eluding just yet, right? They faked off it in the last, so you're not too sure. You don't want to really send the rotations. As Ted somehow snuck up towards this B site and finds, unfortunately, Mata.
I think Sentinels were banking that Tins would not be found out with that wall placement, that he would have, you know, been kind of shrouded in mystery, but they picked up on it, and that's an early pick, you know, folded, but they still are able to take the site thanks to the wall and the grab well.
Ooh, but boy, holding it down all by himself now. Flashpoint to go through. It does find the stuns, and it is a Phantom in hand. Not going to be one of those Spectres just yet. As Mata shoots not only the Showstopper, but the paint shells.
Oh,
to pick up a couple of kills, but they're traded right back. It was all for naught. It's down to the last 2. This time, Zoms will fall from that position, and Dapper will be traded out eventually as Jay finds himself one ult pip away from the resurrection. But yeah, I think Ambox fans are holding their breath after watching that round.
Yeah, that almost kind of slipped through their fingers after those two pieces missed and Sentinels responded with the frag of their own. But again, I think so much was riding on TenZ being undetected. You know, being on the other side of the wall that maybe Ambox wouldn't have anticipated, but they read that pretty well. Got the pick on TenZ, got the free 5-on-4, and even with the site taken, they were able to come back just fine. And now Sentinels will be on pretty much Sheriff's only, a couple of classics even in play. And so a great chance for Ambox to keep building this comeback, to keep that 2-0 a possibility.
Oh, I love the attempt there with the classic. Try and spray down the barrier orb. Satchel actually, okay, not used. I thought TenZ may have scuffed the blast pack there trying to get over that wall, but instead he just jump peeks. He's going to toss out that boom bot and get the information, and somebody's playing inside of ropes as it makes its leave back towards mid. There's the wall. This time it's going to be a quick take, and at the very least, Sentinels can hope for a spike plant. There was the blades online, but Shazam gets sat down. That's absolutely terrible. Okay, resurrection going to be used, and this time it's sick to fall instead of Shazam, so the Blade Storm still available. Shazam goes up top. He is eventually going to fall again. That's 2 deaths on the round, and yay, over the top. Resurrection traded, and Ambox are not giving this one up easy. It looks flawless. It looks like an ace because that's exactly what it was.
So well managed by Ambox there, as they're all going to come together to have a little bit of a dance-off, a little square dancing going on there. Ace for Yay. 8-9, about to tie this thing right back up. This one you thought Sentinels were on the sprint to the finish line to try to force a third map. Ambox said, hold on a minute to get their res off, and didn't even need it. NSG will ace his way into the victory. But here's a really important full buy round for both teams, Tanner. This could really dictate the pace of how the rest of this map plays out, as the economy is so fragile for Sentinels. They have bought down to their bottom dollar to pull this one off, and if they lose, they're right back to saying that for Ambox to take the lead and get the double digits first. And Seb certainly putting the right step in the right direction with those 2 kills.
And TenZ just had no idea where he was using that shrouded step. Now Aftershock traded out for the tailwind. Shazam still looking to get aggressive, but you said it, this round's huge for Sentinels. They start to battle back, but Yate is there. A 6th kill in 2 rounds for the Sage. He does get traded. Seb uses that from the shadows. Saw Zoms going into that astral form, trying to get some of those stars down. Our cover going to be used just to mask the movement. Shazam going to walk in blindly, and it's a 3K for the Omen. Ambox not only looking to tie things up here, but quite possibly take a lead in the next round because of this economy that Sentinels is now on. They hear the footsteps. Blast pack goes down. Zoms at the very least hoping for a spike plant, maybe a kill here on Damada. It's a tall ask. Unfortunately, takes too much damage. On the way back, Gravity Well to try and slow things down. He does have the spike, so some extra credits to help that economy, but I can't imagine this round with 47 HP goes Zom's way.
Not looking good for Zoms, is it?
No.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page with that.
The hashtag Zoms Nation could put things in his favor as he picks up one, picks up another, almost a third. Not enough power. There wasn't enough energy.
I almost got wrecked there. I did almost get absolutely bodied. Tie game now. 9 apiece. Spike plant gives Sentinels a little bit more options as well as the loss bonus, but still not as comfortable as they'd want to be, so they have to take kind of the middle of the road approach, just get slightly upgraded weapons, but making sure they don't hamstring themselves going forward to get the full buy next round. So it's that situation we were talking about earlier where their fragile economy and Seb's strong opening means that we are going to see Ambox very likely reach double digits first in this contest. And again, they're already a match to the good, and we've already seen Sentinels get upset once in this stage in Challengers 1, and it might be happening here again shortly unless they can fight back soon. That wall not as well placed, but yay, the operator to handle it anyway.
Yep,
maybe
actually,
on purpose.
Yeah, perfectly placed as they creep up thinking the same thing we were thinking. They're met by
A
the
little bit of mind
operator.
games, maybe.
Yeah.
Little 4D chess. Although I guess chess is always in 4 dimensions because time. So I don't know. I'm not going to take that any further. We'll let that one go.
Yeah, not a big chess guy here, so I got nothing to help you out there.
Not a big dimensions guy either. So those theoretical things, whatever they may be. Looks like Handbox are about to get the 10. Go on. What are you going to say? You got some theories? Okay.
No, we're just digging a hole for ourselves, for anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, because we don't. As Mata finds a couple of pistols. Dapper now has been good with the Ghost. Unfortunately, shows a bit too much there. And, you know, Cypher with the hat on is just too much of an easy target. You saw it there. He gets shot down. It's a flawless round for Handbox. And more importantly, Dust, you called it out 2 rounds ago. You said, Sentinels need to win this rifle because their economy stinks. And what that meant is if you lose that rifle, you're back on pistols, and Handbox will find themselves in the lead. And that's exactly what's happened. Handbox, I believe, have won 4 in a row now.
Yes.
And it's getting scary. There's an operator, Ye, feeling himself. They're going into that next rifle, but you put yourself in that same conundrum because the economy is just absolutely shattered.
Well, you're going to have to force by the rest of the game if you lose now, if you're Sentinels. Yeah. And so this is really your only chance to put your best foot forward unless you string together some rounds in a row. So this is going to be a potentially very big round. Shazam with the swiftness, trying to catch someone off guard, but no one giving him that chance. Mata instead playing on the smoke. He's going to bypass the showstopper. He might get some of his own rockets come out. They land true, but Sick is still keeping his team out in front.
Yeah, and with the Viper's Pit, they have to go B. You cannot just send it over towards that A site, and that's exactly the case. Dapper use that ultimate to try and find the information. So now knows both coming from heaven. Sentinels with the man advantage here in this. All 3 playing right underneath. There's the resurrection, quite possibly for a bait. 10 was the bait, and it works perfectly. Sentinels tie us up.
I was a little bit concerned for Sentinel's chances when you saw Mata kind of slip around and slither into a good position, but only good for the 1. And Sick was massive that round. Again, we talk about how he's perhaps the best player in North America. So consistent, so versatile in what roles he can play for his team. And he came up huge that round to kind of erase away what could have been a very scary moment, as it's now all equal once more. Man, these games have been such tight contests, so exciting to watch. The tension at an all-time high. Yes, there is a lower bracket, but you do not want to be there this early.
This is, I would say pretty historically the Sentinels way, though. They do find their way down into that loser's bracket sometimes, and they usually win all the way through. Oh, Mata peeks up just a bit too far, but it's traded back. That's the best you can hope for. The Cosmic Divide comes down. Vice to find another kill. Make it a second on the round. Sentinels now cut down to the last 2 in a resurrection to make this very favorable for Handbox, looking to reclaim a lead here as Sick tries to dance around the Cosmic Divide. The spike to be planted, and unfortunately, Mata is there to hear that.
He's trying to throw a bit of a fake, like he's not in screens because of that wall, and he's actually going to flank around A heaven. This could be massive. They might not have this idea.
They all drop down from heaven, though. Seb to find that first kill. Now he's spotted out, and Sick doesn't have the same outcome as the last. Handbox battle back. They reclaim a lead and are now 1 round away.
That was a good thought from Sick, but too much was lost along the way to be able to pull that off, unfortunately. He seems excited, Seb. I would be too. They're on the verge of sending Sentinels to the lower bracket. The champions of Stage 1 may not even find themselves in the regional finals of Stage 2 if this keeps up and they get knocked down to the lower bracket and they get put in a do-or-die situation. They would be in a really stressful situation. Handbox might be one of the teams doing it to them here. They are closer to map point now. Money is running low for Sentinels as well. Still plenty of reserve cash for Handbox on most of their players. What a game we've been gifted.
Yeah, this, I mean, this series, right? The Haven going to double OT. Now this one quite possibly having that same outcome.
Here.
Much slower approach. All 5, though, going to be stacked up towards mid for Sentinels on the attack. Going to split things up, boys, here. Any information is the Rolling Thunder, and they are just going to send it. They run right into each other into the Nebula smoke, and Tens gets sat down. Mata, unfortunately, traded out in that exchange, so a lot of utility taken off the board from the Rays. And it just buys time. 1 kill, 1 ultimate, and a lot of time knocked off the clock. A minute just under for Sentinels to continue to play with, and they're still mid.
Yeah, no ults are going to factor in anymore after that. 4-on-4 as the exchange on mid has broken out. Still a lot of time left on the clock. However, Sentinels are going to take control of ropes. There is the breach sitting there, boy, waiting for them to perhaps rein in, but instead they're diverting. They're taking B Heaven control. There is 2 defenders nearby. Ye in the back of the site. And now we have Seb creeping underneath Heaven as he will smoke things up. We just see Sentinels continue to penetrate here, maybe even into defending spawn halls, but Boy has that covered as well. The smoke to fake it. They're now pouring in. They catch Seb. This could be a problem for Ye.
Only 2. 1 on the site, 1 near the site. Ye picks up 1. Only good for that as we find ourselves in a 2v3. Flashpoint. Blind up 1. The spike planter going to be taken down now. Vice has to go huge. He has since rotated all the way over from the safe side, and he cuts it down to a 1v1, but Dapper to clutch it out and tie us up again.
At 11 HP to spare, such a tight race. You could see that the main play was Boy trying to stop the plant. That was where they had put most of their eggs as far as baskets and the such goes. They were trying to win it that way, but he wasn't quite quick enough, and it put Vice in a very tough 1v2. He got it down to a 1v1, but just could not find that final frag. And now it comes down to this. 11 apiece, ults in play now. A res and daggers for Shazam and Sick. Full guns across the board other than Shazam with the Spectre, but again, that daggers is going to, make that a little bit different. Gives him the long range and the short range capabilities. He dashes up, but he misses, but so does Ye. They both will back off here a little bit and have to reconsider things. Looks like Sentinels are trying to play past this Viper wall here.
And a gap in the defense is there. Seb gonna take a bit of damage, chipped away as he tried to peek from Heaven. Ten's gonna look to go aggressive. Ye with the operator gonna go wide on the shot, but Seb is there to back him up. Now Dapper needs to be careful, playing up in this angle. Cloudburst to try and buy some space, buy some time for Dapper maybe to sneak away, but he holds it down. Still up top on this ramp's position.
What a catch from Seb. Not an easy shot to hit with Tim's coming at you that fast off the blast pack, but they get it done. They have the 5-on-4. Shazam, though, taking a lot of progression here in the A side. Spike will make its way in as well, so it will come down to a retake. There is still a res available for Sick. Unfortunately, no one's really in reach. Well, that could still be factored in. Mata, though, on this flank could be huge. Will they read it or will they not? If not, it could be a problem. The ult for Intel. Mata now has been found out, but he's so close, but not quite.
Just about everybody alive here. Now Dapper finally to fall. Sick playing on top of that barrier orb. Shazam inside elbow. There's the resurrection though. So Sentinel's just sending it all here to try and push the map point, but it's falling apart. It's all up to Sick, who was once playing on top of that barrier orb. The spike not planted for the stage here. Just looking to send it, but it's not enough. Everybody dies. A near flawless for Anbox. 12 rounds now in their possession. They're looking to close out the series in this next.
Yeah, just that flank from Mata, it was the disrupting factor. Even if he didn't get that many kills, he was able to create so much pressure, and it allowed freedom elsewhere on the map. And now look at what Sentinels are left with, Tanner. They do have the 1 Vandal onto 10s, but Spectres for Shazam and Zombs, a Sheriff only for Dapper. Sick also just going to have a Sheriff. They have no ults available, though Dapper's 1 away from a Neural Theft, which could be pivotal. Meanwhile, a fully decked out Ambox ready to defend whatever Sentinels throws at them. Wall busted in mid early here by Shazam, but still have yet to be able to make that progress towards mailroom or garage. 6 spotted. He will wall up, but stunned, so he can't build off of it just yet. Looks like they're trying to threaten mailroom, but Ye is holding them off.
And so that's the second time, maybe third, that we've seen that wall used as a fake. And that's the rifle off the board. Surely will be picked up, but that one hurts. You still have your 2 players close to the ultimates in that Neural Theft and the Cosmic Divide. But yeah, you're in a bad spot. Boy, gonna sniff that one out with the jump peek. Not gonna find the flash with the flashpoint. Playing around the wall was Sick, so he's okay for now. There's the flash, though, in response. Dapper to fall as well. Spike now down inside, and this could be it, Dust. Yeah. It's down to Zombs and Shazam. The tailwind to get away. Zom still all wrapped up here with the
One
Spectre,
enemy
but he's gonna have to answer to Seb, and that's gonna do it.
Defenders
Ambox
win.
will take down the Titans and send them to the losers bracket in 2-0 fashion.
And on 2 of their best maps, man. Again, they had only lost 2 times on Haven last 26 games. They'd only lost like 4 of their last 20 games on Split. These are some of their most dominant maps, and it's considered the best team in NA. The former Stage 1 champions, multiple champions across several events throughout this year and towards the end of 2020. Always in the top 3, seemingly. And now they've been upset twice already in this stage by BBG and Challengers 1, and now here by Ambox and Challengers 2. And actually, that's Challengers 1 qualification with BBG, so forgive me on that one. But Ambox, the flip side of that script is they look so impressive. That round, I just want to point out how disciplined Boy was to not swing all the way with Breach when he missed those initial shots, to wait it out, be patient, re-flash point, play the crossfire. They just seem to be so well in tune with each other throughout this series. Defensively, they were just so good on both maps, man. Their rotations were so on point. Their synergy seemingly always there. Seb, such a good decision maker when he's had to anchor things by himself. Ye obviously popping off with the frags, like an ace here on this map. Op rifle didn't matter. He was having impact. Mata, impressed by him too. He's kind of, you know, the rookie on the server, right? Not having played as much Valorant as many of the other players on this match, and he stepped up when he needed to and had big results. And I mean, Ambox looking impressive this series, no doubt about that.
And the best part about that is I love seeing the team be able to pick each other up in certain situations, right? Map 1, it seemed like the Mata show playing incredibly well. Everybody started to creep up that leaderboard with him. Then this one, Mata kind of off to a slower start, but Ye right there with him, playing the Sage, so a bit more supportive, but still just as aggressive. We see him up top there, and that is actually, it's funny because in this end game screen here where we get the stats, the 2 MVPs are our head-to-head, and that's exactly why everything they bring to the table, you know, not just necessarily on one map, but across the board, and specifically that flexibility in playing the Sage. That is really cool to see as a whole, and it's awesome to see. For me, I felt like Ambox is kind of maybe not necessarily considered tier 1, and I know the tier 1 is, the conversation is kind of all over the place, but like the gatekeepers, like right at the cusp, and again, I might upset some people in saying this, but definitely not the team to beat here in Challengers 2. And now they're looking like the team to beat, right? Because they just beat Sentinels. So I want to get your thoughts on this, because I think there's 2 philosophies. Is it Sentinels slowing down, or is it Ambox now starting to catch up?
Well, I think no doubt that Sentinels had a slow start on Haven. Like, I don't think you could really doubt that. Like, they certainly weren't playing up to their normal level on Haven to kick things off. They fell behind very early and very substantially, and they had to really claw themselves back into it. So I think that, at least on that map, in that particular scenario in the first half, it did seem like just a cold start from Sentinels. But then, when you look deeper, again, Ambox were playing very intelligently. They were very good on their rotations on Haven in particular, very good at being aggressive when they needed to be. Seb was great at anchoring. That was a constant theme throughout the series, by the way. And then when you flip sides, Sentinels were the ones who got the hot start. It was, you know, Ambox starting off a little slow, but then they recovered so well to, you know, get those, you know, the last 3 out of 4 rounds, I think it was in the first half, to keep the score somewhat close, then just go on a roll defensively on Split, right? It looked like it was kind of a mixture, because on the one hand, it seemed like Vice wasn't that impressive with Viper, but on the other hand, the rest of the team was playing so well, you know, and he was still doing his job anchoring that A site and getting information. Yeah. He set up Seb a couple of different times with his boost, with the Shrouded Step, so he still had value even if he wasn't getting frags. And he had like a really big round towards the end of the game where he did have like a 2 or 3K on A site to help his team finish off the match, so he did step up when he needed to in that round. So yeah, as always, it's a combination of the 2, isn't it? Right? Very impressive from Ambox, but Sentinels was still a little bit lesser than what you'd expect from them.
Well, they still have some life on the line now. Ambox going to be hanging out nice and pretty, and I believe they are looking to take on Cloud9 Blue in that upper semifinals. Cloud9 Blue sent T1 down to that lowers to play Sentinels later on in the day. As for us, though, we're not done just yet. We do have to hop away for a quick break. And speaking of teams that took down Sentinels, next on the horizon, guys, built by gamers, are going to be taking on NRG. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in just a sec.
got that big plan.
Welcome to Decoded, where we break down all the best strats and plays from the VALORANT Champions Tour to help you in your ranked games. Today we're going to be specifically looking at the operator and how to couple that with your agent's abilities. So, why listen to me? Let's see how the pros do it. Ever notice how the Jet player on pro teams is usually the one with the operator? That's because her unique movement abilities pair perfectly with the gun to safely create openings and get those entry picks. Her tailwind dash can interrupt the post-fire cocking animation after you take that operator shot. Use this to immediately dash behind cover after you take your shots to ensure the opponents can't trade back in or punish. Jet's updraft is another great tool when it comes to operating. Use this ability to reach higher vantage points on the map where opponents are less likely to expect you. This small roof on Bind, B-site, is a great example of a sightline that updraft allows you to hold. Here's another couple of locations for you guys to try. Keep in mind that other agents can also use their abilities to reach some of these locations, including Omen's Shrouded Step or Razor's Blast Packs. Now, let's hear from Baby Bay on how he likes to utilize Jet's mobility when playing that op.
I feel like there aren't a lot of other heroes that can get away with as much as Jet can with the operator. When you have the op and you're playing Jet, and you have your dash up especially, you can go for these ballsy peaks that like people don't expect you to do. You combine Jet with an op and she is a nasty hero, and it's definitely a lot of instinct that goes into it. It's a lot of fast thinking, like a lot of reactionary thinking. You know, you can get into these sticky situations and get out. Peeking into a molly and just dashing away, going for like just aggro picks on riflers all the time. Even oppers, because if they miss their shot and you take your shot, you can just dash away instantly.
Smokes and walls are an essential tool for oppers, especially on defense. They can be used in a number of different ways, like denying vision from your enemies or potentially faking your location. When holding angles like Ascent A main, try to cover the site entry with a smoke. This allows you to safely hold the angle from A heaven without being spotted by the opponents until they emerge from the smoke. At which point, there's nowhere for them to take cover. Here's a couple more locations to try.
Going up. Launching smoke.
You can also use your smokes as a bait. Take a look at how CNED uses them here to bait the enemy. As soon as he gets the first pick, the enemy team knows he's got an operator this round. At this point, most AWPers would smoke off and try and retreat to a safer vantage point, but CNED's built a little different. This is where he goes for the bait. He walks into the smoke instead of away from it and is able to catch 3 more players from Rix off guard by toying with their expectations. Now let's recap everything we've learned so you'll be ready to op like a pro in your next ranked game. As Jet, use her tailwind to dash behind cover after taking your shot. Use her updraft to reach unique vantage points and sightlines. As any agent with a smoke or possible wall, cover key site entrances to hold risky angles more safely. Or use the smokes to fake your location and catch enemies off guard. Try incorporating these pro op strats into your play and see how your rank improves. Thank you for tuning into Decoded. Be sure to tune into the VCT to learn more pro strats to bring into your rank games. No excuses now. And again, for all that information you may need, the matches that are upcoming or maybe the schedule, head on over to VALORANTesports.com. Nice and easy. And again, we'll be seeing you next time for more tips and tricks direct from those VCT pros.
we're jumping right back into the upper quarters where we just got to catch Andbox taking down Sentinels. And again, I don't know if it's Andbox taking down Sentinels or Sentinels flubbing and kind of giving away the game to Andbox. Either way, Sentinels now down in that loser's bracket. And it wasn't easy for Andbox, but a handful of those players did look absolutely fantastic to secure that series. And Dust, we're jumping into another one coming into this. BBG, another team that took down Sentinels, now taking on NRG. And both of these teams really kind of receiving, I feel like, a resurgence, right, with some new changes to the rosters and looking really good. So I'm pumped for this one.
Yeah, I'm pumped as well, and it's a little bit more of like a mystery for me, right? Because I feel like NRG has had so many moving parts from this team's conception to today throughout this entire year. Most recently, they signed Tex about 20 or 30 days ago, and then they've had their coach Chet leave the team.
Yeah.
And so, again, they're in a situation where a lot of moving parts are taking place right now. You're seeing, Sam kind of pivot his role a little bit, kind of playing some Asher Omen mix to make room for Tex to be that duelist alongside Android. Obviously EU and Daps are still, kind of playing similar roles to what they played in the past. But again, a lot of moving parts over there. Then BBG obviously had their own moving parts, right? Bringing in Rarkar and Poach only just a few weeks ago. But they started off with a bang, right? They're the ones who upset Sentinels in the Challengers 1 qualifier. They wound up using that to, get on to Challengers 1. They did lose the version 1 to go, kind of in last place, I guess you could say, for Challengers. But that was enough to get them here. And they look interesting to me with Poach as the in-game leader of the team. They look like they could pose a little bit of threat here and there.
100% can pose a threat as we can take a peek at that roster and the new changes for Built by Gamers, which a team that after beating Sentinels, right, I think a lot of people really started to recognize kind of moving up the list. I really put them in the same spot with Andbox, kind of gatekeeping. If you can be Built by Gamers, that's a pretty good, I guess, statement for yourself and for your team to be creeping your way on up the ladder. And then BBG just continues to impress as a whole. In that interview that we had from Bjor, out of his mouth himself, basically said, just, you guys got to stop sleeping on us, right? We are an up-and-coming squad, and Poach, you said it, has been such a huge, I guess, catalyst for this squad right now, coming in IGLing and even in that Sentinels matchups having insane clutches.
Yeah, I think the problem with BBG in the past is they just didn't really ever do anything in the biggest tournaments, right? Like they came second in the Complexity Invitational in January, and that was really about it as far as like bigger events, right? Ones that they played against top teams on a regular basis. Yeah, they've been doing well in some of like the weeklies and some of the Challengers qualifiers, they could do well, but there was a lot of different tournaments where they were placing like 9th to 16th place or are just not getting the like the fact the best finish they ever had outside of that second I mentioned was like some top 8 finishes here and there. So it just seemed like they never really climbed up their rankings in a big way. But again, they have some players who definitely can be good. Like Bjor constantly gets talked about as like one of the better Sentinel players in the region. Poach obviously has a lot of reputation as an in-game leader now based on what he was doing with Andbox and what he's done in the short time of BBG. I think Will is like a duelist type player that definitely can perform well. So I mean, they definitely have some pieces. They definitely at times impress, but they just haven't had that really big run yet, if that makes any sense. Meanwhile, Energy, in kind of a similar boat, I guess you could say. Like they did win the December event for Nerd Street at the end of last year, but they also were riddled with issues throughout the VCT, never really quite getting as far as they wanted to. So they're kind of in their own spot where I feel like they had the potential. They have some really skilled players, but again, it's just been like a revolving door roster where they have yet to find a combination that consistently works, even if they have, again, a lot of potential. Like when you watch them play, you feel like, man, this team could be really good. And at times it looked like they were about to spring up the rankings, in my opinion. Like there were a couple of events where I was like, man, okay, I'm kind of on board. But they just haven't really quite broken through yet the way people may have expected, or what they were probably hoping for, considering the players they picked up. But maybe that can change now with these newest additions.
Yeah, and that is, again, for NRG, they've been a team that have pretty consistently qualified for, these top events, which is the most important, but just couldn't close it out, right? So you're saying those changes, right, could be that final deciding factor that puts NRG on the map, saying, we're making it deep, right? This could be their run to Challengers Finals, which I think most importantly for Stage 2, right? It's outside of the Masters points, or I'm sorry, the Champions points earned when you do make it to Masters, if you are one of the two teams, but just the ability to make it out, to say, hey, we're top 2 in Stage 2. We're also going to Iceland, right? To be able to, I think that has so much weight in itself outside of the money, outside of whatever else comes with it. It's we're getting back to lands, and dang, does it feel good to be one of two teams that are getting to do that and really represent North America internationally. So this is the best time for BBG, NRG, and Box, T1 now even, right? It's the best time for these teams to really start to show up because it's all or nothing at this point.
Yeah, and this is just a tough matchup to read because head-to-head, these teams have traded series against each other. Like, if you look at late December to now, they played each other in 2 best-of-3s, and each one went the opposite direction, and all the maps have usually been very close. So when you consider that, when you consider the fact that BBG's made 2 big roster changes recently, when you consider Energy, seemingly something very similar with Android only being on the team since, like, February, I think, and then, yeah, Tex just joined last month, it makes it really hard to read, like, where both these two teams sit. But again, with Energy, it seems like every time they look like they're building something up, they kind of slip on a banana peel. Like when in Stage 1, they missed out on Challengers 2, and this time they missed out on going to Challengers 1 due to a loss to Xset. So it's just really hard to figure out like how this is going to go, in my opinion. I'm just kind of looking at this as a learning experience for me as a commentator to see what shape these two teams are in with these roster changes. But let's kind of maybe focus in on a couple of key players, I think, that will be coming up for both these teams. I think we already kind of maybe hinted at a little bit that Bjor's a guy to look out for over on BBG. Just so consistent, such a good Sentinel role player. But then Sam has been like one of the pieces that's moved. Like, he started out as like a primary jet opper. He pivoted to other duelists and did really well in that role. But he's been more than willing to pick up the Omen to make room for Android and Tex. And now you even see him playing a good bit of Astra on certain maps. So he seems to be very flexible and still be able to perform at a pretty high level. So yeah, these are two players to definitely keep an eye on this game.
And I think the best thing about these head-to-heads, right, is you see the stats there, and that's not necessarily something to keep your eye on. Of course, we want to see kills, assists, and the things they're doing, but in that head-to-head, more specifically, you're going to want to take a look as a viewer at what these players bring to the table from their agents on the stats that aren't tracked, right? The space gained, the space denied, things of that nature, right? Their ability to stall, which any smoke agent can do very well. The Astra does very well. The Sentinels do very well, especially that Killjoy. So although we see the kills, we see that the KDA and the assists, things like that. More importantly, just kind of take a peek. Make sure you're watching that mini-map, because that's where those two players in Bjor and Sam are really going to shine in this matchup specifically, which again is, you know, now's the time. It was so relieving, I think, to hear from Bjor back in that interview at just how much energy this team has. And so I'm really kind of taking a peek at what felt like kind of deciding factors for BBG was very close games. We saw them in very, very close games, very close rounds, 4-4, 5-5, whatever it is. And then they have one player who just starts to pop off. And then the rest of the squad behind them just really starts rallying, whether it be Bjor picking up some kills, Will critical, and then Poach having a 4K in the next round. And then it just starts to snowball there. So hopefully they can get off to a hot start in this one against, again, another team in NRG who is probably at the cusp of being, you know, top 6 in North America, kind of bouncing back and forth, but at the very least gatekeeping, saying, you know, hey,
it's tough for me,
we're going to be that team.
Because I do think that Android's one of the better duelists in the region, right? I think when it was like the him and Ye 1-2 punch on Ambox, they were proving themselves to be like elite level duelist players. I think Android is still that guy. I think EU might be the best Sova in the region. I really, at least top 5. There's no way he's not top 5, but I think that you could very well make an argument that he might be the best. I think Crashies is certainly up there. I think that BCJ is making a good name for himself lately on Xset, but I really do feel like EU is like really up there. So you got a guy like EU who's really dominant in his role. You got a guy like Android who's a very proven duelist. You have Sam who's a proven good fragger who seems to be able to flex what roles he plays. You know, that they have a lot going for them, I feel like. And I think the jury might still be out on Tex a little bit because he hasn't been on the team for very long. But certainly he's impressed when he's played on other teams in some of this since he had with Equinox and prospects and things of that nature. So, yeah, I think that they, on paper, have a roster that's loaded with talent, and they had the potential to potentially just pop off and become like one of the best teams in the region, like one of the top 10 teams for sure. But the results just haven't quite lined up yet. And again, the lack of stability is there, where they've had to change roster so many times already since they stepped into the game as an organization. So that's where I'm a little bit concerned. But with BBG, again, they're kind of a hard one to read as well, with Rarkar and Poach being so fresh to the team, and considering that they've struggled in some of the more like elite level events.
Well, both of these teams kind of on that same struggle bus. As my next question for you, Dust, is quite possibly, what are you thinking as far as where we are headed? But we do have those maps ready for you guys, so we can take a peek at where exactly we are headed. It's going to be Bind and Split Band Away. Icebox Haven Ascent now on the horizon. With Icebox being the first map, I scribbled in my notes that NRG, the one map they dropped in Challenger 2 Open, was to Squirtle Squad. It was a very close game on Icebox. So I'm thinking for Built by Gamers, this is looking like a pretty good place to start.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't played Icebox yet, though, if I'm not mistaken, since they brought on Poach and Rarkar? I don't think so. If they have, it must have only been like 1 or 2 games, but I really don't recall having them played it since they brought these guys on board. Like, it certainly wasn't a part of the games that they were playing against, like Sentinels Xset in version 1 in the previous Challengers event. So with that said, that's where it's a little bit of a mystery box for me on them. Whereas with Energy, yeah, since they put this roster together, they've played it a few times. You know, not bad. But like you said, they've lost it a couple times to smaller name teams that you wouldn't expect them to lose to. They don't really have any impressive wins on it either, as far as like who they've beaten. So honestly, man, with these two teams being so fresh, I feel like the map pool, unlike other matchups, is like kind of just whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to get a read on like who got an edge in the pick ban and like who's actually the favorite coming into the map. I mean, I think, like I said, on paper, Energy maybe has more potential, maybe more individual skill man for man, but you know, the craftiness of Poach as a caller and what we've seen BBG be capable of when they upset a team like Sentinels and playing some of these other teams close, they certainly, you know, I think these two teams are on fairly even footing, in my opinion.
And the delay no longer. We're hopping into that agent select, and I was just about to ask the chances, as you were speaking Poach's name, that we get to see a Viper on this map, and we get 2 of them. So we're going to have 1 on attack, 1 on defense. It's Daps on the Viper, Poach on the Viper, and Icebox. Icebox is such a fun map for that reason.
Sorry about that. I muted my microphone because I'm a very intelligent human being that knows exactly what he's doing at all times when it comes to broadcasting. So, yeah, I mean, this is the same exact composition that Energy ran against the old Squirtle Squad. So, I guess in that regard, not too shocking to see what we see. I think the only real... Yeah, never mind. It's exactly the same. So, yeah, really no shockers here. And obviously, Poach on Viper, of course, right? I mean, he was kind of one of the first ones to do it. So, of course, as soon as it makes sense to bring her back, he's going to be able to do just that. So, yeah, pretty much a comparable composition here, except there's going to be no, like, what did you call it? Like anchoring Sentinel, I guess? For the one?
Yeah, anchored, or yeah, I think anchored
Whatever.
Sentinel.
Yeah, none of that going to be going on here for the Energy side of things.
Yeah, which sometimes gets a little spooky. What I do like about the anchored Sentinel, or even like say the Killjoy in this map, is you don't always have to force your wall into tube, right? You can place some utility there just to get information if anybody does push up into that kitchen area. So that is kind of cool to see. So the inverse for NRG is actually going to be that double initiator and bringing in that Sky for Psalm. So Bjor on the Killjoy, Psalm on the Sky. We'll have to take a peek how those two players get it done. As an early drone, going to get some information towards A, but will... Oh, okay. The rest of the squad actually bringing up the rear on a nice flank. Dap's going to spot out 3 and just try and get out of dodge. Needs to go. The snake bite. Try and buy some space and some time, and he does just that. Although on the site, Bjor still holding things down in heaven.
Daps is, you know, doing a pretty good job being annoying and actually might be able to flank the flank at some point. But as I say that, BBG is making some real progress on the site. Daps has kind of just been rendered obsolete over here as everyone's just getting torn apart on the site. Daps is trying to set up a fight here to try to get them off that spike defuse. I mean, everyone's just getting torn apart right now, so it really hasn't amounted to much. Such a clean retake from BBG. I mean, holy cow. Couldn't have gone better, really.
All right, this is going to get
confusing.
Interesting. Yes, with the so I need to see another. I don't think I've seen a Viper v Viper matchup like this. So I'm gonna have to take a look and see if those poison clouds have that same effect that the like the Omen dark cover, like the attacking side has a little bit of red on it, and the defense
they do,
just be that
but
green.
On the mini map they look identical. So that's the only thing.
So I was thinking, wow, Viper's way too strong. Daps died and the poison cloud is still up. What is that? Until it runs out of, but no, that's not that. I think it lasts for like 2 seconds after the death. Just Poach's smoke.
Yes. You are correct, sir.
That nice little crisscross here. Oh, they all push on through, and there's the immediate damage and immediate payoff. As the Boombot looks to get something done. Tech's able to trade 1 kill back, but it's a 2-for-1 overall, and the heal forced to be used on the Sage herself. Just pistols, quite possibly 1 weapon. Be picked up. Nope, nothing to be picked up there, unfortunately, for NRG, as this Marshall holds it down. Rarkar with the angle, and the drone gonna spot everybody trying to find their way out here for NRG.
How's this drone still alive, bro? It was getting shot at, and it was just sitting there just chilling. But finally is gone, but it did its job. It found all 3 players out over towards Lombi. They're making sure that no one's falling back. They are going to have Bior kind of covering the middle to make sure that there's no shenanigans going on here. It is indeed going to be that commitment eventually here on B site from NRG with, I mean, really nothing to work with. And actually now they actually decided to send the spike back with a couple of players. They're going to leave Dats behind. Still just trying to, you know, keep those toxins in play, keep the opposition guessing a little bit. The thing is, Bior's utility is still well set up to deal with a site, and he's, you know, in middle, so he's still there to keep it engaged. So it's not like this is going to sneak in or anything like that.
Swarm grenade killed my bot.
As much as they liked to think they were being sneaky, obviously had to have known that the Killjoy would still be set up somewhere as that spike finds its way onto the ground. Now, in a terrible spot is Daps, because they're about to lose the round, and he needs to die here. And he does do just that, so that way he's not getting the poor credits.
Honestly, if I was critical, I would
have
have just been like, "You're gonna wait a second there, buddy, before you die."
That's what I was thinking too. Just let him live there at the end and just run from him.
Yeah. Oh well, doesn't really matter. Not that big of a deal. We are going to see the full buy from NRG, the bonus, of course, from BBG. Spectres aplenty, Sheriff for Rarkar. Maybe looking to get a little operator action going as soon as he can defensively. Wouldn't be surprised. Definitely a lot of great angles an op can be used for on this map. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I was wondering if we're going to continue to see the aggressive approach, which we do see just that out towards B long, just because you push through the Viper wall here, you take that immediate damage. Speaking of, Rarkar gonna fall early in this one, and yeah, just trying to get over the toxic screen, but sniffed out.
Yep.
And, well, Tech's right back to work, finds Will as well.
I mean, you can understand it, right? You're using Spectres, you're going to try to force the play up close to get their maximum value. So trying to do something a little bit gimmicky around that Viper wall just didn't quite pan out. Now Bior's going hunting on the opposite side, gets caught by Android, so pretty easy day at the office here for NRG on their opening buy against the bonus of BBG. Looks like they should be walking away with this one. Only 2 less standing right now for BBG. 1 getting caught right there under the 2. That was awkward for a second there.
Yeah, Critical is able to find one, though. Takes too much damage, so can't win out the next fight. And Psalm somehow walks away. The flash from the guiding light keeps him up. But the first rifle, like you said, it goes the way of NRG. And you saw what BBG was trying to do. You saw the wheels were turning. Now we find ourselves, just as you said, Dust, with an operator in the hands of Rarkar and the first full buy from BBG.
Indeed, the first real test now coming for both these squads. This will be on equal footing when it comes to firepower. It's that classic 1-2 start you often see with the economy the way that it is, as we do see. Oh, that was pretty spicy. I like that. Later, Poach. Get absolutely bodied.
When Daps playing inside, unfortunately not going to find that kill, so it's even across the board. Both Vipers now taken down, which means your smokes are off the board as the controllers have fallen. Poach a bit closer to that Viper's pit as that spike looks to get planted. Op shot from Rarkar out towards Snowman. Gonna pick up Android. The spike did get planted, though, and they're working against the clock as Will find another. Tech's gonna push up aggressive after the spike went down, but it leaves it now to the only 2. Both of the initiators still up for NRG, and I believe they're running out of resources here. Tries to swing, tries to find something. Psalm, though, on the other hand, picks up 2, but 2 still remaining for BBG as they buy rifles of their own, and they battle back for another round win.
Yeah, so first test of the map being passed with flying colors by BBG. They lose a few players along the way, sure, but they seem to always be in control of that round after losing that initial player with that little tricky wall boost play. When Dats got caught under tube thereafter, they were able to, again, just kind of stay ahead the whole way through. So, good start here for the BBG squad. Still able to buy back is going to be NRG, though it does mean that Daps will actually have to stick to a Sheriff to drop the weapon to someone else, I believe, on the team. So sacking a little bit there, I guess you could say.
And you definitely don't hate that, right? It forces Daps to play a bit more safe. You're going to get more out of the Viper utility because Daps will actually be alive. No Blazer spots out Poach in a rough spot, but there's nothing really to fish him out of here, right? It's the Sky and the Sage who are just utility, and he actually gets so much, picks up one kill, now looking for the next, and there it is. Critical to back him up. Tex will fall, Psalm the first to go, and BBG off to a great start here in round number 5.
That was a crazy exchange with the wall and the snake bite and the guiding lights and everything in between, but Poach able to navigate that situation perfectly. Got some help there in the end from Critical, and now it's going to be a 3 versus 5 favoring BBG. We do see the lockdown being put into play by BBG here, forcing Energy off site right now. Poach picking up EU, who backed off towards the attacking spawn, and oh my. Well, that's a real feels bad.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, it is. And that was a round that NRG kind of forced a buy out of it, right?
Yes.
4 rifles and a Sheriff.
Absolutely. Now, coming into this, they do have all of their alts, and they still do have some money available. So there are some options, I suppose, but they got crushed that round. Those Bears look like they're up to something mischievous.
And what do they got behind those doors? So this is what we can expect on the new Valorant map, except with crabs.
Yes. Maybe new animals will enter the fold, like some gulls. You gotta watch out for those gulls, man. Or Canadian geese, bro. Canadian geese is definitely the ones you gotta watch out for. They are something.
Are they more aggressive than regular geese?
Yes. I actually don't know, but yeah, I do know Canadian geese are feisty.
I've got a question about Canadian geese after this round, and once we,
I probably will not have an answer for you that's accurate, but we'll give it a shot.
Okay, just as NRG giving it a shot to get onto this site, Viper's pick going to be used here. He's going to push everybody away for now, and this is it's a tough ult to fight inside of, but it's even tougher to fight into it from the outside. You don't want to be pushing on through. Yor has the high ground. As soon as they drop down, they're going to be taking that damage. Spike yet to be planted. Tex finally going to get that one down. Daps to find the first kill, and this is a very hindered by beautiful recon. Both can get the information on the Critical, and all of the ults just being chucked at this BBG squad. Will finds himself completely decayed, and he backs up into the snake bite. A thrifty round for NRG, but a costly one in terms of ultimates.
Yes, they did spend 3 of their 5 ults there to make that round work, but hey, why the heck not? If you're behind in firepower, you might as well try to send everything else you got, and they make it work. The Seekers, the Pit, and everything in between. Just making these pistols work, making things awkward on BBG, and just getting such a huge victory. Oh, that 1 HP, bro.
Okay, now quick before we get into this one, is a Canadian goose just a goose from Canada, or is it different, like Canadian bacon is ham?
I think it just has like a different color scheme than other geese.
Okay.
And I don't know, there might be some other biological differences, maybe. I don't know. Of all the things I try to study, Canadian geese was not one of those things.
Maybe we get a lesson after this one, and right now we're getting a lesson on Hunter's Fury. Critical able to find one onto EU, and that's a Hunter's Fury down. That's one of 2 ultimates remaining that NRG are probably looking to throw. Okay, never mind. There's another one popped up, so the resurrection to come through, and in the last 2 rounds, 4 ultimates used. Unfortunately for NRG in this one, not a whole lot gained off the back end of that resurrection just yet.
No, at least it gets their 5th player back in the fight right away, so kind of canceling out the early pick that BBG was able to acquire over on that long B side, which they've been doing such a good job defending that area, by the way. Like, Poach has been an absolute nuisance for NRG to get that map control that they want. They're once again looking to come A in the late to mid round. Bior, though, finding a new spot to hold from. Turret placement. Guiding Light comes in to lead the way. Boombot also. Oh, it catches him. That's so unfortunate, but Will, huge with the rocket there to kind of help things along. And Bior is still alive somehow.
A classic kill on the back end for Bior to get away. Critical on 11 HP as well. And Tex, I mean, you can really just hope for the best here. Used a resurrection earlier in the round, but zero return on that investment. And does find one, not able to find the second as that heal came through and top critical up to 71 health. But more importantly, Dust, the splash damage on the showstopper from Will. Found 2 kills on NRG.
Yeah, that was so huge, man. Especially because BR looked like he was well and truly in a tough spot when that Boombot actually fell right on his lap. But Will kind of bailing him out. Look, I mean, look at that. Just beautiful, beautiful team play to keep him alive. And that poor Sam on the zip line, bro. This wrong place, wrong time. There was nothing Splinter Cell about that, bud. You're in a tough spot there. BBG doing well. Early use of the Viper Spit to control A side here for BBG.
The Trailblazer is already nearsighted, so to go into the nearsighted Viper Spit, that stings a little bit. That stings a whole lot more as the Boombot doesn't find too much. Poach to pick one up onto the spike carrier, so now it has since been picked up. It's Android up on pipes, hanging onto that one.
He is playing around this so well.
Yeah,
like the way he picks and chooses when to come in and out has just been masterclass. And that's just the signs of a more experienced Viper player who's kind of tried these things out more.
Ooh, Android snuck up though to A site. He was playing up on top of pipe. Som was there as well. And Poach narrowly missing out on getting spotted. Som gonna get caught with the guiding light in hand and unfortunately leaves it down to just Daps. Android not good for any more on this A site and 150 health. Not a whole lot going for him outside of that as he has to work his way through the Viper's Pit. He's got one on the flank, so getting corralled. And that's a very tall ask for Daps there. And you know, I love that.
That's just masterclass work from Poach, dude.
Yes, and it's so funny, right? When you talk about the experience of Poach on the Viper, the beginning of that round started with Daps just running up towards mid and just chucking the poison cloud to cover up that tubes area. And then we get the complete inverse of that. It's Poach playing perfectly around his ultimate, right? Usually you have like some lineups for the poison cloud. No, Daps just walked up and just tossed in, just like, hey, this is good enough for mid.
Yeah, again, just brilliant defense so far here from BBG. They're dictating the pace on both sides of the map, particularly this B side. They've really defended that well. They're kind of forcing NRG to play these faster A plays. Now Rarkar will be here with the operator to change things up a bit. Drone and the Trailblazer trying to pave the way to unlock the site as they try to push in with these pistols. Just limited firepower all around, really. They are causing a bit of a ruckus here. They actually get the entry onto Bior. Not bad. Can they follow up? It's going to be the next big question.
Spike planted.
And they had the high ground for a moment. Som unfortunately getting a little bit of friendly fire on that guiding light. We're going to be creeping around on the back end. Spots out EU. There's actually 2 right behind it. Poaches here on the flank. So now round into the A side. Is this NRG squad? The Seekers going to get the information that they already had. Unfortunately, not a whole lot more to be found there as the kill start to come on through. All for BBG. Daps with a ghost. Needs to do too much there at the end. The Seeker finally getting a bit of value, but everybody since dead. 3 remain. BBG as they find their 7th.
It's one of those things where when you're playing that Sky Sova combination, you have so much information. When you combine that drone and that Trailblazer, you can definitely clear a lot of angles and make things a little bit easier on your take. But at the same time, it feels like they've struggled to really implement the Viper utility well. And that was just a Seeker's play that just didn't really yield any value, I feel like. That's like another tool, I feel like, to help you take something. You already knew you were being flanked, so I mean, obviously you're hoping that maybe you can bait out some shots or maybe stun them to try to hold them off, but it just didn't really pan out. So yeah, it just, NRG just looked a little bit less of a well-tuned machine compared to BBG on this map right now. And oh my god, he's just done that to him. They got families, Will. Come on, buddy.
That is... You know, the kill on the imposter, no less. Android, a very strong driving force for this squad to be taken off immediately. And that play obviously isn't easy, right? You got to get settled in and find those shots. You're able to do that. Just so incredibly proficient.
The balance of BBG to play these like more passive retake setups as well as do these aggressive plays at long B as well as what we've just seen now at A has just been such a nice like dynamic defense that I feel like has made it very hard for Energy to settle into the half and realize what makes the most sense. As EU trying to drone back and get some intel here. Spots one player. That was Rarkar with the op, and that's it. 3 players in the area, however, for BG to defend.
And Will narrowly escapes there as 2 were pushing up. Walks back towards those stairs in that heaven area. Spike planted and Daps still playing out towards mid, making sure nobody gets in for free on the flank. They're all going to be funneled up, and it's 5 members. Here comes Critical, Hunter, Fury. Not going to find anything just yet. It's going to go wide on all 3 shots. Rarkar now looking to make a play off the resurrection. Brings Bior back online, but Tex is having himself a round, and he needs to pick up 2 more. 6 kills on the horizon, unfortunately. Going to be sat down. And that is a tough spot to be. Tries to wall himself up, but the snakebite still getting the value. The Hunter's Fury as well. Now it's all up to Critical, but it's not going to be enough. And Rarkar tried to do something crazy. Unfortunately, doesn't go in his favor.
Yeah, that spike plant placement was rough to contend against for BBG, especially with the snakebite already on there as well. The positioning that Energy had, then Tex obviously just tees off for like almost a 7-kill round at that point. I mean, he was really looking to do some damage there. Definitely did get quite a lot out of that. Just shutting down this res value.
Yeah, that's tough. And it was, you know, a lot of times you see Yours in a pretty bad spot. So, like, you could bait up. There it is, the wall again. Oh, my goodness, Android. He's feeling some kind of way after getting pushed by Will. He takes not only Will down, but Poach as well.
Uh-oh.
Your battle's backplane on the other side of the tube because of that wall, and things aren't free for Energy just yet.
No, all of a sudden it's back up for debate despite the hot start from Android. That wall boost at long B has been a great weapon of choice. But oh, Critical gets caught there. He got the dart off, but it cost him his life. And there's really not anything that BBG can do off the back of that intel. And they're still very behind. Now the Viper's Pit comes out from Energy on site. And yeah, they are just mopping things up on the Energy side of things. This is a little bit of a resurgence now all of a sudden from Energy.
Oh, man. Rarkar in such a bad spot.
What?
Oh, no. NRG in a bad spot as Android finally makes me eat my words.
That
3
would have been
kills on the
unbearable.
round, and yeah, that was scary for a second.
That would have been absolutely wild.
It would have been
into the last round
just
and a half.
Daps inside the Viper's Pit if he was able to pick up that kill onto Android. That would have, that was almost winnable.
Yeah, that was intriguing. So finally, Energy showing some signs of life, showing that they're not just going to lay down here.
There.
And we'll see if they can keep it up here to finish this thing off.
7-5, the best they could hope for. And I want to say
Scout destroyed.
maybe BBG, their composition probably does better on defense rather than the attack. As I say that, though, I'm taking a look at that lockdown, which obviously does bode well for the attacking side should they get there. Bjork can obviously use it here in this one on the defense in the retake, and we'll see if that is going to be the case. It's only the showstopper, really, or some insane paint shells from Android that could stop the lockdown.
This spike placement has been so key, I feel like, for Energy. They can play off of that so very well. It's so much harder to get a defuse off from that location. Energy's used that to good effect, but here comes that lockdown again, trying to push Energy off the site, which it will succeed in doing that again, but with the snake bites and other utility that Energy have, it's just so hard to get that spike defuse off. They're going to go for it here. They probably will at least get half.
And halfway is the case. Snake bites on top. Showstopper's there, and a shot from up top to find a kill onto Bjork. 2 quick ones as Rarkar trades it back. Goes good for 2, but that might be it. Poach on 1 HP. Has to find not only 3 kills, but half a spike defuse, and that's not going to be the case. NRG battle their way back in this one. Pick up 5. and will now mount their defense.
Yeah, really good comeback there from NSG to keep it competitive. A couple of big rounds from Android and Tex in particular really helped them get that one back in play. EU's had a bit of a cold start than what I'm used to seeing, but obviously the team in general had a tough one. Again, BBG jumped off to, I think, a 6-1 lead if I'm not mistaken, but NSG again able to claw their way back in, keep it close. Again, didn't really know what to expect on this map considering that BBG had not played it since they picked up Poach and Rarkar. NSG not many results from their belts, period, since Android and Tex have joined the team. So we're just kind of, it's a learning experience for everyone, I feel like, and we'll have to continue to pay attention.
Yeah, some good data gained here in this one at the very least for anybody else looking to play against these two teams on this map. We go right back to work on the pistol. Turk going to be taken down early. Bjor playing right behind it, just in case anybody heads this way. Ooh, tosses out the guiding light, but doesn't pop it. And, well, what do you do when you see a flash? You look away, and Bjor gets backstabbed.
Big opening for NRG. BG still trying to make things work here with the wall and such on the site. They will plant. They will get away back towards Long Bean Yellow Container, but Tex with that wall boost is quick to pose a threat from double stack position. Teammates closing in as well to help them out. They're all basically coming from spawn side. No one flanking towards Long B. So can BBG make their stand? Critical is on that flank, and he catches Tex off guard.
And he's just going to be a thorn here. No, he's not. He peeks out a bit too far and gets caught trying to get that recon bolt for the squad. Will and Poach still holding it down. Snake Bites to buy some time. 8 seconds is how long they'll have to wait before they can step on top of that one. And it's all up to Poach, who has to continue buying that time, pushing on through. Dap's going to get caught out, and that's going to be it. Salm on 2 HP, but has 0 time to take a fight. BBG get it done in the pistol some way, somehow. The clock goes huge, and Salm gives us a little bit on the way out.
regrowth. Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't work on you, buddy. He knew. That's Poach just playing so smart with that Viper, just timing out the snake bite and the peak perfectly to still get the round despite some of the struggles they faced throughout the round. Just boldly getting in there on Daps and knowing that he had the clock as his teammate. It's going to make it 8-5 in favor of BBG. Our Penguins prepare for exploration.
Like the little crisscross that we get over towards B with the Viper wall. The, what is that, 120 degree angle there. Nice little setup.
Obtuse angle. I don't know. Is that right? Obtuse?
Scanning ahead.
It's the same walls we saw the other way around. I mean,
yeah.
Just kind of the standard places that you're going to place a Viper wall on this map for both sides of the map.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, the different philosophies, right? Whereas BBG, they just send that one right off the rip. Guiding Light actually flashes a handful of his own teammates, but it doesn't matter. The kills start to flood the feed. NRG, they lose the pistol, but goodness, do they battle back. Poach, again, has to buy so much time, and he does that, but he's got so many members in front of him. And it's an upgraded NRG squad as they picked up a few Spectres. They pick up not only that, but the rounds here and a defuse headed over to Android.
Yeah, this is a big victory from NRG to disrupt things and continue to close the gap on the scoreboard. Such a crazy thrifty round from them. They didn't lose a single player on that somehow. That has got to be a little bit devastating if you're BBG to have that happen to you. Now you're forced to make the call on whether or not you want to force back into this and keep the economic game of chicken going, or whether you want to go ahead and just take a step back and realize that you have to just kind of take your medicine. They do have the lead, so they do have a couple of rounds of cushion. Looks like it will be some Sheros in play for BBG. That's going to be about it. So firepower superiority will reign supreme for NRG.
They're looking to get aggro, though, with these upgraded pistols. That blast pack to get some of that high ground out towards B-Long. The Spike still hanging out behind a few of the teammates. Toxic screen does go up, and actually a call to rotate back. 2 hanging out towards mid, though. This could be huge catching the cross.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They could definitely be catching this rotation back. Wall will kind of act as sanctuary as BBG cross back.
Out of charges.
They've left their Sova behind to continue to put presence on B side. See if they can't sneak their way into A, which, I mean, NRG are set up on pretty much a retake A setup, putting a lot of commitment to this mid-aggression. Guiding Light comes a bit too late to catch this, so it looks like there will be a spike plan, but outside of that, not really sure what BBG's chances are going to really be. Would take kind of a miracle to finish this one off.
A Vandal in hand for Android. As he finds the first, chips away at will. He's going to be closed out by Edu. And yeah, if you wanted to get the spike plant, you did just that. But when you're looking at the two players on the site, it's shock darts, it's paint shells to net some kills. Either way, it's flawless for NRG. BBG going to be happy with some extra credits. And NRG closing the gap.
Indeed, they are knocking on the door of a comeback here on Icebox. Definitely have good economic control of the game. Had the Vandals still in play for Android, Spectres for the rest, so kind of like a weirdly placed bonus round for Energy. Not really the way you normally get to it, but they're there nonetheless. BBG going to be on the full buy here. No operator for Rarkar on the attacking side, but that is to be expected. Looks like we are going to see a little bit of a heavier A setup from BBG early on this time around, with Coach being his normal Viper self on B alone.
Android, unfortunately, taking a bit of damage. He is going to be healed up only to 74 HP. Will receive the same treatment.
Oh, wow, look at this. This is a big aggressive move from Energy at middle. 4 players coming through with the Spectres. Not committing yet either, so BR still not 100% sure, but that Nanoswarm could be interesting. They're able to get around that just fine, though, and now they trade some gunfire. BBG coming out on top of that battle so far. A big push through from Sam, but only good for one. BBG staying out in front. Android equalizes with that frag, however. And so it gets a little bit sloppy in middle, leaving us in a mid-round 3 versus 3. Drone being used to clear out to make sure that Energy has fallen back. And now they will gather up together for potentially a B hit here based off of the utility of Poach still in place in that area. But time is starting to run a little bit low, but the defense is kind of spread thin right now, but we are seeing B reinforced as BBG makes their final push.
And you don't have time to go anywhere else, so you have to make this play B, and you don't have a whole lot stopping you from getting pushed or punished while you look to get the spike down. They do have to find the plant, the snake bite. To buy some time
snake bite
and some space. Maybe another one on top of it. The spray down comes through. They have to pick up the spike. They have to get it down. Now they're running out of time. They need to find the kills. They're not going to be able to do it. What a round for NRG. Played beautifully.
Yeah, really good use of the snake bites to continuously keep stalling out that plant, as well as the spams doing so much damage. Even Android's ult coming in to pose a threat. And they really just starve BBG of time with that mid-aggression early disrupting things, forcing them to reconsider their plans. And then when it came to that final commitment, Energy were just again able to be a constant thorn on their side, never allowing them that safe plant that they were hoping for. And now we're on equal numbers here, 8-8. Firepower advantage for Energy, however, coming into this, of course. Just the Marshal, really, for Rarkar, trying to see if you can find a pick over here on A side, but being darted away.
I was wondering how long it would take for us to see some of this mid-aggression from the attacking side. Right? We've seen it from the defense a little bit. Obviously, this is like the major flank angle. And they're looking to play that retake.
Energy's constant mid-aggression defensively is something to definitely take a note of, whether it's the committed push or whether it's just being, you know, committing resources there to kind of keep your opponent guessing. So we will see a spike plant come out this time around for BBG, trying to see if they can't come back ahead. Poach grabs a great headshot onto Das, but immediately swarmed on. And so Energy still have the edge on this retake. Plenty of ult available if they so choose to use them. May not be required.
That one stings. Android picking it up. You to find another spike down. Rarkars doesn't have a whole lot going for him. And an awkward buy and eco round. NRG will pick it up near flawlessly and move their way to 9.
Indeed, they will. Energy. This might be their first lead of the game, if I'm not mistaken. But it's come at just the right time, right towards the end, right as they approach the finish line of Icebox. They take that step out in front. BBG, though, with that plant and the save, will now get back onto a full buy, but they're running out of opportunities here. You take a loss here, you might be right back to saving, or at least taking a lower buy than this, and that's where Energy can really start to look to put the finishing touches on this map. So this one's very important to win if you're BBG, to stay in the race, stay neck and neck with Energy, not fall behind economically, as Energy have plenty of reserve credits available if required. And again, they still have 2 ults in play. Meanwhile, the BBG has 4 of their own ults in play. And we'll have to see if they're able to make a use of them. Android getting in that boosted position at long B quite early on here. Will fall back as he does not feel any presence. In the meantime, BBG looking to knock on the door of this A site. Different use of the Viper wall, though, this time. We'll be placing it to help defend A site.
And he's had a couple different uses. I saw a couple of different over towards B as well. Kind of just cutting off both sides of long B rather than just that early push through. Gonna early pushes. Poach trying to creep on up. Som's gonna sniff that one out and take him down. And the resurrection comes through, and it's not even as a bait. Somehow it still works. Critical to find that kill to make sure his Sage stays alive. We find ourselves in a 4v4. Spike looks to get planted. Rarkar gets it down, but gets run down and gunned down. Daps to pick that up. Now working against the clock is NRG, but they've got the man advantage. Make it 2 as Android found that one on the flank, and it's all down to Poach, who has the Viper's Pit. The domain expansion to come on through, but a nice little buddy system working out there. EU sits down the Viper, cuts down the pit, and NRG grab double digits.
Indeed, they do. And again, this puts BBG in a really tough spot. Economically, superiority for Energy as they hold on to 3 players, so don't have to rebuy a lot of weaponry. They already had a good amount of cash on most of their players, so they are looking pretty right now with 2 rounds in the lead. We are going to be able to see BBG buy up here, but again, it's going to come down to them scraping the bottom of the barrel to get those weapons out, and Will may have to take a lesser piece of firepower to be able to ensure armor and the like, so this is going to set them back just a bit. As I said, he did just have enough to get that Vandal out, but he only will have the small armor because of it.
And this is really throwing everything at it, right? If it wasn't that last round that put you in a weird spot economically to where you're having to force out for the rest of the game, it surely should be this one here for BBG. They have to get a whole lot. They can't fall victim to this, again, I want to say kind of complacency of, or just pushing up and not really peeking the angles, the awkward angles, as there it is again. Android's able to find one in the off angle. Poach there to trade it back, but that's a kill that you wish you didn't let go through.
Yeah, it's actually discovered the spike, so Energy starts to get an idea on what the intentions are of BBG. In the meantime, Daps is soloing out A with this Viper's Pit, but Will and Bior looking to test that. Looking to maybe try to cause a little bit of a disturbance, a little bit of a rotation to break open this B site a bit more, so Spike is still committed that direction. Daps catching Will, though, and no one's really rotating from Energy. They're holding their ground at middle and B side, so this fake is not really panning out, though it has pulled EU, at least, his attention now on the A site. Lockdown continuing to fake A site, and actually they're looking to bring the spike there now. This lockdown will push Energy off and force them to play retake A, but I mean, there's still a man ahead. They still have a res even, so it's going to be tough on BBG still. That's a big kill. That helps things along nicely.
You're making it a whole lot easier for BBG as they push on through. Dap still holding it down with the fadeaway headshot. Bjor to fall and Poach and Critical now to hold it down. Trying to reclaim something to get back some of this momentum. They have let this game slip through their fingers. The resurrection makes it a whole lot harder. ZU will be back on the board. Push to the toxic screen. Poach finds one. Critical now looking to get a little crazy as the spike's going to be tapped. It's all down now in a 1v1, but Dap holds it down. It was the ult to start, but the rifle to close it out. A 4K on the round and 11 for NRG.
Yeah, Dap's teeing off that round. So well done. That round got closer than I would have expected, though. I thought Energy was going to kind of sweep that one a bit more convincingly, but to BBG's credit, they fought tooth and nail to get that to a 1v1, but Dap's just a little better in that situation. having a big game at 16 kills even. I mean, just such a good catch from Critical here, but Daps just nice little jiggle there to keep his team out in front. It's now 11-8, and now look at what BG has to work with here to save for last round. This is never a spot you want to be in while a team's approaching that point. NSG seem to have really grasped control of this game.
Pushing through the wall. Took a bit of damage.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, it's too much now. A couple of kills that come on through. One traded back, so Psalm will be off the board, but now it's all up to Rarkar. Got all the utility in the world, but only a Sheriff to his name and 3 more players to worry about. Android sits him down. NRG pushed to match point. Now, BBG, they've done it before. They got to do it again. They have to string 4 in a row here to take us to overtime. If not, NRG claim map 1.
Indeed, Psalm still has a Seeker's Eve, still has a Hunter's Fury as well, and Android's only 1 away from a Showstopper, so they're really going to have the ult advantage potentially coming into this. It's only Hunter's Fury available for Critical. Rarkar, though, pretty close to a res. Poach not too far off the Viper's Pit. We'll take a kill or orb collection to get there, though. And so this is it. Last chance saloon for BBG here. When it comes to Icebox, Op will be in play this round for Tex defensively, so that might be a little bit of a curveball BBG may not expect. Ooh. A little bit of tag in there from the Hunter's Fury, but not that much value created. But again, this Op is up at long B, and BBG may not expect that.
Guiding Light. Getting a bit of information that they're still hanging out towards that spawn, so still options for BBG. Damp plays up close and personal. Just
boy.
long area, and could quite possibly find his counterpart in Poach on the Viper, only on 70 HP because of that Hunter's Fury earlier in the round. But the rest of the squad, since trying to take this fight on over towards this A site, it is Daps to take down Poach.
Yep.
Be a 4v3 in this, and I would imagine the rotate just to come all the way on over as that spike creeps on up. There's the barrier orb to block off screens. The drone going to find the information that Android playing out towards heaven. Hunter's Fury to try and push him away, but not going to find anything just yet. As Critical goes just a bit too wide, and again, all 3 going to miss their targets, splitting the uprights there on the last. It's a 5v4 retake here, Dust.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Seekers will come through from NSG to start controlling this side. It is going to take a stun onto Will, pushing him back. And he's also been darted. Guiding Light coming through as well, continuing to push BBG towards the backside of the site. Spike going the way of NSG. No one can even stop them, as you said. Wall up for cover, and that is crazy. We see Spike defusing a 5-on-4. Oh my goodness, that's wild. What a wild game. I can't believe that just happened. Look, I mean, I think your face says it all, Tanner.
Yeah, that is the thing that hurts the most there is that your Viper died. So you don't have, you have a little bit of post plant, but the snake
Hunter's Fury is gone and no snake
huge.
bites. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is GG's.
Yeah,
to
that
NRG
is
for
a GG.
picking that one up. Hats off to the observers for being able to get us that picture in picture, because that's how we were able to spot that wall was up. And the Seekers, all of that utility they used at the end pushes everybody away and buys just enough space. NRG, it looked shaky at first. Built by Gamers came out really strong. I believe the half ended 7-5. But, I mean, that's why NRG is one of those squads that constantly find themselves in these situations, in these close qualifiers, whatever it may be, is they battle back and they get it done.
Yeah, they have a lot of talented players, and they were able to eventually figure out the right formula to put all those pieces in the right places to succeed. So congrats to NRG on winning map 1, but we still got at least one more map to go, but not before a quick break. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back.
Nice little comeback victory from NRG to take down BBG on Icebox, and something that I quite personally wasn't expecting given the track record that we've seen from NRG on that map, but they get it done and they find themselves one map now ahead. I'm still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Dust, and I tried really hard not to mess that one up because I've just been in my head about it every time Dust says something. Either way, we'll head it over to
You didn't
Haven.
give me a chance this
now,
time to say anything, so that was a really smart play on your part. Yeah,
exactly. I just covered it all, and I just pushed us along. Haven now the next one on the horizon, but Icebox, it looked close for a second, right? We were 8-8, and then finally, once NRG started to read this BBG squad, it was just the NRG show all the way through.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was one of those things where, like you said, we saw a hot start from BBG. Their aggressive defense seemed to be really, really key and all that. But eventually we saw Energy able to, you know, get enough rounds to be very competitive on the comeback and towards the end. And then on defensively, they just didn't look back. Did BBG, win like maybe one attacking round that whole half?
I believe so, right? I think it was 13-8 there at the end, 13-9 maybe. So they got 2 because it was 7-5 at the half.
Yeah. So
yeah, either way,
no, they only won the first round. They won pistol. That was it.
Wow.
Yep. Crushed.
So that is proficiency that I didn't expect. Yeah, there, here it is. This is the diffuse just coming on through. Every avenue that you're able to peek that wall gone except for Belt. And nobody was playing there until at the end as we take a look at that head-to-head in the end. 28% headshot percentage. So the grapes were being popped. And, you know, I'm not the end-all, be-all when it comes to this, but that flick towards mid from Som to Poach, aim lab flick of the day, maybe? I don't know. Maybe they just put it in the reel and they hang on to that one because that was a pretty sick flick to catch out the lurking Viper there.
Absolutely. Now we're going to start making that pivot over onto Haven. This is Energy's most played map with their core 3 and also one of their most successful. Outside of Bind, it's their highest percentage win rate map, and they also are good on both sides, winning 60% of their rounds on attack and defense. So definitely a map that they are going to come in feeling very, very comfortable. When we look at BBG, again, hard to say just because of the roster change that has taken place, you know, with Poach coming in and all that good stuff. So it's really hard for me to really have that good of a read on how good their Haven can be. They have played it, I think, around 8 or so times since this lineup came together. They've lost their last couple of games to XSET and Version 1. A Version 1 match obviously went into overtime, but XSET was kind of a bloodbath. They kind of got crushed on that one. But they also did pull an upset over Sentinels, right, on this map in a very one-sided fashion just a couple of weeks ago. So in their own right, they've at times proven a capability to play this map really well. So honestly, up in the air for me on this one. I do expect BBG to come in with probably a double duelist composition. The Jet and the Phoenix will likely be put into play here as long as they don't make any changes to what I've seen from them most recently. And on the Energy side of things, this is, again, where you're going to see some Astra come into play. That's something you're going to have to keep an eye out on. And then, yeah, they in their own right will have that double duelist composition coming in, where Tex has actually been playing some Jet on this map, and then Android, of course, on his very familiar Phoenix.
And so the Astra now, we're getting that, and it's slowly I think some teams are running basically Astra only when it comes to controller. Some teams we've even seen run double controller in the Astra and the Omen. Now that we head over to Haven, it's kind of like Icebox and Split is to Sage, Haven is to Astra, in the sense that this is where a lot of teams will play her because of the value that agent gets and the stuff that steals away. And I know we talk about this every single time, but I think it's so important, especially when one of the matchups for our head-to-head is Bjor, and he plays that Sentinel on Haven. He's going to be looking to gain space. And when you're staring down, quite possibly, Som on the Astra, again, the head-to-head player to watch, this is really where we're going to see that battle, I believe.
All right, so Poach is going to bring out the Astra for BBG. So this is something different from them on Haven. They have never played Astra on Haven yet, so this is them trying to make an adjustment when it comes to their composition. Everything else looks fairly similar to what you'd expect from BBG in the past. So I'm not too shocked, of course, to see the Jet coming out here for Rarkar Critical. Obviously, always going to be playing that Sova. So yeah, it's just Poach pivoting from the Omen to the Astra. Other than that, pretty much everything going according to plan. On the Energy side of things, Som yet to pick, but I'm sure he is going to get the Astra. Then everything else is going to be exactly what you'd expect. So yeah, pretty much a mirror lineup here for these two teams.
I love the you know how we typically somebody is hovering an agent and it's, you know, the Yoru or the Viper, whatever it is. I think the biggest meme is hovering over that Brimstone, because there is absolutely no way that we're getting a Brimstone. I was, you know,
I feel like he still
bit,
has some value on like maybe buying, just because it's all so powerful with like U-Haul and stuff like that. But yeah, other than that, he's the oddball out in the controller category.
Unfortunately. So which means we'll probably see some buffs on the horizon to get him back in that rotation.
Give
but
him 20 smokes. That'll do it.
Yeah. And so what I think is kind of cool to see, because his smokes do last a really long time, but there are teams that are running double controller, one of them being the Astra and X, which allows
usually
your
Omen.
Astra to have, usually an Omen. But, you know, if you kind of take that philosophy and you say, well, Brimstone only gets 3 smokes, together we could have 8, but those 3 at the very least,
here's what you do.
You know, allow our Astra to get more utility off.
Here's what you do. Here's the comp. You ready? Brim, Omen, Astra, Jet, Viper. All the smokes.
There it is. All the smokes that you can have possible. Unfortunately, we don't get it here. Maybe we'll get it eventually, maybe on the new map.
We will never get that. Just...
Ooh, early aggression here. Rarkar to find the first. They peek right into 3, but they mow him down. NRG. A beautiful read and a beautiful way to fight back after losing first blood.
Yeah, that was not what BBG were hoping for there. Things were going well until they weren't. Oh, boy. Tex is just giving it to him. That backfired so rapidly. It looked good, and then it was gone real fast. As NRG will plant this spike onto B, leaving Poach all by his lonesome here in a 1 versus 4. Seems like a stretch that nebulous smoke will do him much good. Trying to be a little... Yeah, no. It was a valiant attempt.
Yeah, NRG just picking up right where they left off, and that was... Yeah, that's one of those moments, right? You blinked, you missed it. 3 members stacked up, pushing out towards mid from B, and Rarkar actually found the first kill. It wasn't enough.
No. That was a very accurate statement.
Okay. Interesting. What's going on here with the economy? Som is going to purchase, right? They're still hanging out.
Yeah.
It's okay. There it is. I was going to say, they're still hanging out with some of these pistols. Maybe saving up for an operator, as you see EU hanging on to just the ghost there. Gravity well. And pull him out towards long, but they're still able to pick up the alt pip or the alt orb out there. Now, this is 2.06. So Astra doesn't have that very small buff in pulling players off of the defuse with the gravity well. So just something to keep in mind. We probably won't see too much of that.
We won't be seeing any of that because it's not possible. You're correct.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, well, like nobody looking to make that play, right?
Stars
on the
still
gravity
bring
well, if
value,
anybody's
though.
wondering.
They can still, like, you can still do some stuff with the Gravelar stun against a diffuser, even if it doesn't pull them off of the thing. We're going to see some aggression from BBG inside the window, and Tom is there to greet them. The welcome wagon of the Spectre has to pull out the Frenzy. Critical will eventually get that kill. Doesn't get the Spectre, though. Now, that's an unfortunate... That's an unfortunate drone timing, buddy.
Yeah, that is the Valorant timing at its finest. It's all up to a Ghost and a Classic from Rarkar and Bior. And at the very least, just maybe hurt a little bit of that economy, make this bonus not so much of a bonus. But I don't think you get much more than that here in this position.
No, that's about it. Rarkar trying to shoot some prayers through here at Heaven with the Ghost, but Tex will just pop his melon with the old Spectre. BR trying to set that phaser away from stun to kill, but nah.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
would
gonna go down with this.
Yeah. You're like Ninja Diffuse? No chance, of course.
There's been that one Ninja Diffuse.
Wasn't that was that Brazil or?
Yeah, I believe
Korea?
so.
Can't remember. It was another region, but yeah, there was a wild one that happened last.
So
stage.
I'm wondering, you know, how often that
it doesn't.
Like, yeah, where's some more of that?
Actually, that was Europe. I'm sorry, it was Europe that it happened. My mistake. Yeah. Because I remember it was like Tom Biz and Mitch Man were casting it, so it must have been Europe. Shout out to those guys covering the EU side of things.
Lucky, very lucky to have been given a play like that coming on through. Now, maybe not so lucky are NRG as they find themselves in a bonus. One rifle picked up by EU. It is going to be that Phantom in the hands of the Sova, but they're staring down 4 rifles and an Odin. And Critical, playing the Sova as good as he does, also plays that Odin pretty well.
We shall see. Will getting past the star here, moving into close proximity of the Sewers position, actually trying to push with the teammate, and, well, Energy said that is not going to work out for you, buddy.
And a couple of upgrades that they just got, pushing down towards Sewer, payoff for another kill. Android, having since upgraded from the Spectre
really
to the
couldn't have
Phantom.
gone worse, I feel like.
Yeah. And this is the best part about winning the bonus as well, is you don't buy in the next round, you just pick up the rifles that were just purchased in this. Yeah, for free.
Free stuff is cool. I do enjoy free things. You know who else enjoys free things? Literally everyone.
Okay, I thought I was going to guess somebody specifically, or I was going to say NRG, but...
I mean, they are included in that everyone umbrella. So, yes, they do. Just trying to see if Dax can find his upgrade.
Yeah, Daps needs to find some free things
I don't think he can mathematically, because there are no upgrades left on the team. So,
Unless...
now he can pick up his teammates. Facts.
And technically, everybody did end up getting an upgrade, except for EU, who already had the Phantom.
Imagine Critical just free spray in that spot and still gets slung on and dies. You hate to see it. So some of that free stuff getting tossed over.
Yeah,
well, still plenty of money to buy. Still, BBG has to save. Still a chance to build up your credits, and they get the Odin over. So, you know, you take what you can get. Tech's on one to start this one, buddy. Good sign for Energy.
It has a daggers online as well, so maybe not going to see him in this round, but quite possibly when that economy starts to dwindle down, or when an operator finds its way into the hands of Tex, that Blade Storm will come online. We kind of see this conundrum a little bit, not necessarily with the Jets so much, but just with players. Okay, Som can catch Critical trying to swing on the Recon Bolt, and that's the absolute worst. We all want to be Legolas. Unfortunately, this game doesn't work that way for Sova and his bow.
No.
Wow.
Well, I mean,
BBG.
you can still do damage with it, but it's not the same way.
Yeah.
You don't get the Hadouken arrow thing. Actually, you do, I guess, technically. The ult would be kind of like a Hadouken.
Yeah, but whether it be pistols, shotguns, ARs, SMGs, BBG just struggling to get things going here on Haven on the defensive side. 3 rounds, make it 4 rounds deep, and just again looking to hurt the economy. We got that Bucky. Again, it is the new patch. That Bucky has since been nerfed, so Bjor maybe not going to get too much value with it unless they go up close and personal. Unfortunately for that Cypher, playing over towards that B site, the rest of the energy squad.
It looks so funny watching a third-person model carry the Odin around.
Yeah,
he's struggling. You know, he hasn't been eating his Wheaties or lifting his weights.
Cypher, he's the
got those
he's
pike
the brains,
arms,
man.
Yeah, he's got those noodle arms.
Not the brawn.
Som cutting off these rotations here at B site. We are going to see that Bjorn and Will are still standing, maybe trying to chase after Som a little bit. Som's not having it. Som did get down a lot. Oh, no. Okay, they did get him. And so maybe a Phantom carried over by Bjorn. He's trying to run away. He's being chased.
He is trying to run away. 22 health, though, so you just start pre-firing everything, especially since he's playing behind this box. He's going to look for... Oh, he wanted the RNG right-click. Unfortunately, he doesn't get it, but that's okay for BBG. Right now, they're going to be on rifles again. Their economy has since reset. They're going to be hanging out. And speaking of rifles, there's an even bigger one. A sniper rifle in that operator in the hands of Rakar.
Yes. His first crack at it here defensively. See if he can have some impact. Definitely could be using that as Energy are off to that hot start. They have plenty of credits built up as well around all of their players for the future, so they are looking real nice right now. Already a map to the good as well. If you're just joining us. Which hopefully now you've been here the whole time because you love us, right? Yes, exactly. We're going to see Energy looking to get some early mid control, maybe put that early garage pressure into play, testing the waters on that B entrance as well. Both those being put here. The thing is, Rarkar has such a good angle at Sewers, it allows his teammates to rotate very freely. They get a lot of information with Rarkar holding this angle. But Energy could use that to their advantage and kind of just re-aggress him and cause some problems, as they will go ahead and drone in. They spot Rarkar out. They do not dart him, so he can kind of linger around and maybe even re-peek here. Trying to pre-fire him a little bit. Wall will go down. He might be in trouble. Good dodge.
Dodges out on the curve.
Oh, he dashes incorrectly
into the wall, though. Doesn't make it out alive. Android will find the kill, and Tex was the benefactor, or on the receiving end of a bit of damage out toward mid, but a favorable trade, no less. The operator now down, the Blade Storm taken off the board, and NRG right back to their winning ways. Now up a player as they run it back to be used. When Galactic to put some stars down. Nice gravity well to slow Android down, but again, he is just in that ultimate. Recon Bolt gonna get some information inside the cage, though, is Bjorn. He's looking to wreak havoc here on the C side, but he's completely pinched. The squad is there behind him to find the kills in return. We find ourselves in a 1v2. Poach and Will. It's only 29 HP on Som, who's been solid for multi-kills here in this game. Has the spike in hand, but zero time to make a play. Instead, it's Poach taking down the counterpart. It's the second rifle for BBG, but they finally turn it on and find a win.
Yeah, it's a crazy way to win it, too. They were looking well behind throughout the bulk of that round, right? Suffering the opening pick in sewers. Energy making a good little maneuver to see. The ult obviously got slowed down by the grav well, but they still were getting some good control of the site, but making that crazy back halls rotation and just fragging out, able to out-trade Energy with the swiftness, and so they will get their first round on the board. Energy, of course, still able to fully buy, no problem in that regard. Full rifles and still in play for BBG, and it looks like Energy looking for something a little bit quicker at A side this time around. Actually, as I say that, they're going to back up and go into middle. Will trying to ult into window room here and flash out and try to get some picks. He's not going to get it.
And he found some damage, but I mean, we just saw Tex do so much with 10 HP in the last round. Now he's got 3 times that, so still a very scary Jet player that you have to worry about. Will now going to be armorless after being sent back on the ultimate. We're still in a 5v5, still slower play style here as NRG all grouped up towards the say lobby. Android gonna get spotted out, and Poach is gonna head on back to look to retake.
Yeah, Poach does catch a couple of players there. Gonna start laying down some stars to help try to defend this A site as Tex and company start to move their way up, but they're not firmly committed. The spike's still behind towards attacking spawn. They may not, in fact, go for this fully. Tex is just trying to make some plays, but gets caught inside that smoke. That tailwind did not really work out the way he was hoping. Meanwhile, Spike was looking to pivot to C site. Now it will come up middle towards garage. Rotations taking place though for BBG. Ult out as well for Rarkar, who's ready to go up close on the B doorway. Lands the shot, no problem.
One enemy remaining.
And this, I mean, it all starts to fall apart as Som gonna be traded out, finds the kill on the daggers, but not enough. BBG net a second round, and it was looking scary again. NRG looked to have a bit going their way. They send a whole lot into that round. BBG sit them down, pick up another, and this is the icing, the kicker that we talked about in the last, right? Whether it be a timeout, no matter what it is, they needed to find a way to get this momentum back in their favor, and they're starting to do that.
That goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
What are we going to see here? Can BBG keep this comeback flowing, or are Energy finally going to make their stand and get back to winning ways? We do see an attempted op pick there from Rarkar at middle. Is going to go a bit wide, so sent back, but no harm, no foul, as we see Energy trying to quickly push the sewers issue here. They have already come up the hallway. Critical, though, slides into a good position, but might get caught. The timing on this drone could be pivotal, but Will covers his backside. Enough for Critical to recover and land his own frag, and this is a hot start for BBG in this round. Energy trying to scrap back to get control of the site right now, and they will do just that, but they're still a man behind in what is likely to be a post plant here at the A site.
Wow, what a lockdown defense there by Critical and Will, when it was really only Will doing anything because Critical was stuck inside that drone. Huge heads-up play to back up his teammate. Now EU just going on the offensive. It's all up to Som in a 1v1, though, and the spike is planted. He has so much room to work with. Doesn't have any stars to his name, and Poach will find that kill once more on the counterpart. That one was a scrappy one all the way until the end, but BBG have now strung 3 in a row.
Yeah, they're starting to really get a resurgence here. They save the operator in the hands of Poach. Money finally starting to run dry for Energy as well. though they are still able to put together a purchase in this round. They also do have the ult for Tech, so he can, you know, not have to worry about spending as many credits and still have some good weapons coming into this round. And so, man, this is starting to be a hotly contested map all of a sudden. It was a hot start for NRG, but BBG have really started to recover defensively here. Starting to put a stop to some of these takes from NRG. Just good team play that round to have Will cover critical in such a key moment.
The blades for Tex here in this round with the Sheriff as the secondary. So what Rarkar could do with this one, to completely stun it and NRG play out towards B. We'll see what Tex can do. He opened up some ground to Star. You're on the floor, not activated just yet as that Nebula falls. Window now open, and Poach might just be the first one to peek. No, it's Som to peek over towards C through Garage. And Rarkar to sit him down with an operator in hand. Tex to get pulled in. Vulnerable there by the gravity well, but a player down for NRG, and this is a rough start here in this round.
Yeah, it is. Tex Tag trying to backpedal here, back through mid. Will be able to escape, but again, they're a man down. They don't really have any map control other than sewers. Now they're trying to see if they can pinch in onto Bior, who's the solo defender on A site, though he is starting to get a rotation now out of Will, who will be at this turnpike position. They don't even check him. Bior able just to rain free and gets the ult off at the end. Tex fighting back with the daggers, but again, there's still a man behind, and all the information is up for BBG. Tex trying to get aggressive in this link. He needs to pop off.
And he's doing just that. The bow in hand. Critical is able to find the kill. EU now the last one standing. It's a 1v2 situation again for NRG. The shots through the box. The op shot gonna miss as well. It's one shock dart, a recon bolt just around the corner, and a Hunter's Fury for EU to try and clutch out the round and reclaim a round win for NRG. But a very tall task as the swing comes through. Rarkar says, pick up a rifle, and EU gets it done in the clutch.
Oh my goodness, EU just so patient, so fearless to hold that angle. He knew where both players were based on his initial aggression on the hallway and seeing both shots fire. And then he just lined them up and sprayed them both down, and so finally NRG put another round on the board. They also now have their own neural theft in play for this round. EU still holding on to the Hunter's Fury as well, and so this might be their chance to run up the scoreboard yet again. BBG, of course, still has something to say about it, though. Poach will have to go for a Spectre. Will does have to run it back, however, so that gives them a vital weapon in a retake, or if they want to get aggressive defensively somewhere. So he is rotating through the back halls over towards the C site. Poach has such good territory here deep down Long C. Oh, they're pushed up long A, too. They have such good positioning on BBG. Energy are in a really tough spot. They've lost so much map control, Tanner.
Yeah, they really just have what you start with. You can push out towards grass.
Oh,
unfortunately,
there it is,
that opens things up a whole lot. Not only did you take back that position towards long C because Poach dies, but you get all of the information as to where the rest of the squad is playing, and it's looking like a nice little C split here. 3 and 2. The spike headed into Garage. Shots come down as Bjorn looks to play inside the cage. It's going to be spotted out by Som and taken down. The Hunter Fury onto the site. The dash on as well. And there's just so much chaos. NRG off the back end of Daps find a way to turn the round upside down. But the spike falls. The shots through the Radiant box are going to land true on the target. And that Blaze Wall did not do its job.
Kind of a small victory in the end, though. Spike easily recovered. They still have the 4-on-2. They still had cover basically all retake points here. But my goodness, Rarkar lands a shot, making it interesting.
All up to critical. Picked up one. Low HP. Could have found the others. Unfortunately, couldn't find the targets. With that Hunter's Fury, sniffs out Tex. And the Sovas almost do it again. Instead, it's Daps to open up the round and to close out the round for NRG to push to 6.
Couple in a row now for NRG, so the comeback of BBG now is starting to put to a little bit of a halt.
Goes here.
At least for now. Money is also starting to run a little bit dry on the BBG side of things. As you can see, there's still a weapon for critical, but that's the only player who can afford. Marshall for Bior. Pistols for everyone else, it seems, though Rarkar obviously does have the ult. Put those daggers out in front. Looks like we are going to see Energy looking to pivot to more of a default opening with the long C pressure and the lurk of Daps over on A side. Oh, that's a quick pickup.
That's a tough one, and that's the rifle down of Vandal. Fallen, taken out of the hands of Critical as Pure. The only one with anything upgraded past the pistol, and it's a Marshall, so not necessarily the spot that you
And now
would
you're
like
carrying
to
that
be
over
in.
to the next round, which you probably don't want that, but I mean,
yeah,
what else can you really do?
And blades are online for Rarkar. Will does have the run it back available, but doesn't really have the weaponry to use it and get the most value. It could quite literally just be a recon drone at that point.
Look at Daps in
Using
the
it with
nuts
just a
position.
friendly. Maybe just looking for exits there was Rarkar, but the only way you had a way back into the round was the blades, but instead it all falls apart. Daps with another 3K, pushing NRG to another round win, and now they've secured the best piece or the best portion of your first half, and they're not done yet.
No, not at all. They still have the run it back available, as well as that Cosmic Divide from Psalm. That's only one away from a neural theft, so they have a lot of weapons they can put forward here for a site take, as well as the follow-up to close out the round. And Energy starting to get that momentum back here. Full buy available, though, for BBG again, finally. They do have their own run it back in play. So that's the only ult they're probably going to have for maybe the rest of the half, unless someone, like, pops off one round. So they better get the value. Looks like again C's going to be tested by Energy early here. There's a star in front of them, but the drone will lead the way. Bior trying to play the double stack box, but I mean it gets checked immediately.
And the dash on, gonna slow things down. Bior to fall there, getting tagged at the back end of the drone. Poach trades it back, but NRG going right back to work. The run it back gonna be traded out. Xandroid gets sent back, should still have full armor off the back end of that ultimate. Can't say the same for Will as he goes back. Critical tries to push onto the site, but just has no way on, and the Cosmic Divide makes things a whole lot stickier. And it's looking quite possibly like a save of the Operator and the Phantom going into the last round of the half, but NRG are going to net themselves 8 rounds.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping Dats would save that neural theft for next round. Don't think they really needed it in this 4-on-2, but fair enough. So apparently, unfortunately, Bior alt tapped with that double stack box there, is the word I got from production. So that is not the time you want that to have happen.
Yeah.
That is real unfortunate.
Especially when yours and Sick holding down sights by himself, whether it be A or whether it be C. So that obviously that round goes a whole lot differently if he's actually able to play it. Now we go last round of the half. You didn't get to save a whole lot outside that Operator. Rarkar doesn't have the knives, so I mean you're really asking a whole lot from this Jet. The rest of the team is gonna grab what they can, unfortunately.
So here we go, final round of the half, final chance for BBG to try to close the gap a slight bit before we transition sides. They have the op on Rarkar, they have all the weaponry they could hope for. Poach hadn't used the Guardian, but not something you see all the time, but still certainly can be very potent. Psalm drawing first blood, however, on Will, trying to get aggressive on that garage position.
And that's a great way to kick BBG while they're down, right? You're already just scrounging up whatever you can coming into this last round, just trying to make it worthwhile. And unfortunately, Will gets caught right off the rip, and you know it gets a whole lot heavier when you take a peek at those ultimates, and nobody's really close. So it is just going to be the.
I think Psalm also bought a Vandal or something that's behind him that he can go pick up after he's done popping off these op shots if he wants to switch. I think I did see a weapon dropped on the ground, so that could be pretty awesome. So we are trying to see Rarkar look for intel at mid. You are trying to get aggressive at sewers. Just check the right corner. Oh man, they're getting torn apart.
And that Operator not going to get anything done. Tailwind updraft. Cloudburst is going to allow Tex onto the B site. Spike isn't there, but it doesn't really matter where the spike is headed because the kills are all coming on through. This should be a frag victory as the Guardian. Not enough there. A flawless round for NRG. 9-3 at the half. And BBG, they got to go back to the locker room. They got to get that Space Jam, Bugs Bunny water, whatever it is, to come back in this one. 9-3. This is a mountain to climb.
Indeed, it is a big lead for NRG. Already a map to the good after winning a very dominant performance in the second half of Icebox. Just tearing them up this half. Tex is such a big part of it. So many big rounds from him. Obviously, Android on the Phoenix having his moments as well. Just, you know, hot start from NRG. A little recovery from BBG. But then NRG got right back to slamming the gas pedal on the latter part of the first half here. Wound up winning, I think, like 5 unanswered rounds at the end of the half or something along those lines. So now BBG on the pistol. They absolutely need to win this. I mean, more than ever.
There's a bit of information early from that Owl drone.
Also, Daps getting all the way down long C and spotting nothing early.
Oh, the rest of the squad going to be spotted out just outside of B. It's going to be one kill that deters them from pushing onto the site, but one traded back. So Rarkar now off the board. And with Psalm gone, that's a whole lot going for you because you don't have to worry about the smokes, the gravity wells, the Nova Pulse, any of that as the spike looks to get planted. Tex able to find a kill onto Poach. So that smokes down for both squads. And BBG down to the last 3 here. 4v3 on the retake. And NRG just taking their time for everybody to link on up. Oh, but up close and personal. They try and play close in the connector. They're only able to pick up 1 there. Traded back now, a 2v2. Spray down comes through. Will goes huge and a beautiful recon bolt for the information. What a round by Will to keep BBG fighting.
Yeah, you can see what NRG were trying to do. They were trying to just aggress the player and try to punish him, but he was able to escape under heaven. He got a good recon from his teammate Critical, and they were able to hold this push in the 2-on-2. Will just, even with low HP, if Tex could have got that kill, everything would have changed, but Will holds his ground perfectly, and so that's a 4th round for BG. Again, that was a must-win pistol to keep them in the hunt here on Haven. And now they will be rewarded with the bonus round of the Marshall and 4 Spectres against the upgraded pistols only for NRG. And it's really only Psalm that sprung for it, as they're going to just gamble onto a C site stack, and I mean, Yaman as well in a situation like this, just roll the dice. Only real chance at winning is by doing something gimmicky and crazy like this as they just push all the way down C.
They do get spotted though. Unfortunately, Tex tries to dash away with the tailwind. Doesn't make it out. Now Poach trying to pick something up, and you still have to respect this. Right if they're right around this corner as you see that drone. Make sure everything's clear so you're not just eating a right click from the classic to the side of the head.
Right.
BBG are up, still a player up obviously in Arsenal, and this should be their round to win as that spike has since been picked up, now headed out towards mid.
Yeah, it does seem like BBG are set up to succeed. They were from the get-go, really, when it came to firepower, but now being a man up as well just adds on to the pile as they're looking to maybe knock on the door of this B site. NRG are starting to make those rotations in that area, but again, they just don't really have much to contend with. As a take will commence. Run it back available for Will, though doesn't really need to use it in this situation.
It'd have been nice to pick up something there with the shock darts. They go wide, though, from EU. They still have a drone to work with. Poach on the flank, though, making sure things stay flawless for this BBG squad going into the bonus. They want to hang on to everything they can, and the one weapon that you really had to be worried about was right there in the Sheriff. Marshall gonna hop online and find another one. Rarkar closes it out with 2 kills to the body. Android the last to fall there. BBG pick up not only the pistol, but the round following. NRG now gonna be on rifle.
Yeah, and this is a bonus that you also kind of have to win if you're BBG. If you lose this and NRG go up 10 and you lose opening gun round, game's almost pretty much over at that point. So very important to convert on this bonus. Not allow NRG to get double digits, have that 5-round lead, and have so much wiggle room to work with to close the map. Again, this is a team that has been great on both sides of the map of Haven. When you look at their history as a core unit, I think they're over 60% win rate on both sides of the map since the beginning of this year.
Oh,
peace.
What? a shot by Tex. And not only that, but taking off the run it back. The run and gun is already strong on the Phoenix because of the ultimate. Even stronger with the Sentinel, or excuse me, with the Spectre. And Tex finds another. It's just the firing squad on the A site. And it was a bonus you have to win. NRG, they push to 10, quite possibly 11 off the back end of this rifle. And like you said, Dust,
last chance
that could
saloon.
be it. BBG, they got to go hard here.
Yeah, if they lose this, they are force buying the rest of the game unless they want to save and give Energy map point and series point, which would make no sense, really. So, yes, they need to win this, or it's pretty much toast. It is so vital that they fight back here and now if they want to stay alive in this upper bracket. Its Energy are looking well positioned to 2-0 the series right now. Gravwell and Cage combination to try to get some A control, but Sam is not bothered. He'll use his own utility to be able to march forward here and take some control of long A position, allowing Tex to rotate now to help reinforce the other side of the map. Oh my. Energy are playing this defense so well. They have so much ground and so much intel.
There's that run it back used. We're trying to find something. Android just trying to escape. They do send it back from whence it came. Push it to the cyber cage as Rarkar and Tex punishes. The rest of NRG punish. As BBG look to push onto the C site, it is completely locked down. Critical from downtown though. Able to grab two. It doesn't equalize, but it gives you a bit more breathing room.
Yeah, unfortunately, Spike is down on site, so they can't really divert. They have to eventually come back to this. Critical's worried he might be getting flanked. They're still down a man. And, I mean, Critical's also been chipped away a little bit here health-wise, so not fully decked out, ready to fight. Now, Will does have window position. The problem is it is being somewhat covered here by Sam here in the back hall, so he can't really get the jump on C site and try to do any flanking maneuver. He's just got to try to walk up. Now, Critical is, or excuse me, EU is on his left-hand side. He could maybe make that work with Flash. Doesn't get the shots off, though. And that's it. Energy win the round, and now BBG are well and truly in a tough spot. Now they have such low credits to try to contend with. They have to force what they can. Are they really going to do this? Are they really just going to go for upgraded pistols and the daggers on Rarkar? Is that it? They're actually going to try to play that way. Wow, that is... Okay, never mind. Here comes the Spectre. Critical going for the Sheriff.
Yeah, still a very light buy, though, right? This is, you know, hey, we're going to light buy, make sure you can buy in the next mentality right here. So, yeah, they are kind of shooting for, hoping for the best in this run. If they don't get it, 7 in a row is what they'll need. And a Hunter's Fury to cut down Bjorn and take him off the board. Will gets tagged as well, and this one going so poorly off the rip for BBG.
Yeah, he will be able to heal up back to 100, but, of course, losing the armor.
Recovering it.
So, yeah, 4 on 5. They do have daggers. They're low firepower elsewhere, though. Will does have that solo Spectre as they're looking to knock on the door B right away. There's 2 defenders here, and the drone's going to spot them.
He does do that, but they don't spot Som. EU's there to back him up. EU's there to mow him all down. A 4K for the NRG Sova.
My goodness, Energy just look unstoppable at this point. Now, obviously, that was a round that BBG did not have much to contest with, to be fair, but it was still perfectly read by Energy, who now will have multiple chances here to close it out in regulation. 7 map and series points ahead of them here, looking to 2-0, move on in the upper bracket. Brilliant crossfire there from EU and company. And that might be one of the final nails in the coffin as far as BBG's upper bracket run is concerned. Full buy here, last chance saloon.
Revealing area.
And that absolutely hurts. And now for BBG, 7 in a row is what it's going to take. And they don't have a whole lot to work with. Critical 2 pips away from that Hunter Fury. Bjorn does have the Neural Theft online. Tex holding down C-Long, not giving this site up for free. The spike on the ground and some pressure up towards mid in this garage area. You can believe that BBG are leaning this C site, but now they know the op is there, and Tex starting to crush the hopes and dreams of a winner's bracket run here for BBG as Energy are already up 1 map, trying to find some more. Bjorn trades back a kill. Neural Theft, there it is. So now all the information as to where everybody's playing, and they know now A site is free. We might find ourselves in a 4v4 retake here, Des.
Does seem that way. Tex has daggers for close quarters battles if they feel like they have an opportunity to put them to use. Other than that, though, it's just going to come down to normal firepower versus firepower. No other alts are going to be factored into things. Card does get darted, but able to retreat under heaven, but at least they know that he's there now.
Tex pops the knives, gonna get sat down though. Cut down from the sky as Bjorn finds another kill. 10 HP is all he's got as they try and play around the blaze wall, and everybody gets cut down. BBG, hang on.
What a brilliant hold there from BBG. You saw what they were trying to do. They were trying to isolate that player under heaven with the blaze wall to push him down, but they could not get it, and then the daggers were popped by Tex but fell short. And so that is going to be BBG getting one round here, but they still have a long list of boxes they need to check off to reel this map back in and give themselves a hope at forcing a third map. Still plenty of money to buy here for energy, including an operator for Tex. They also have Sam's Cosmic Divide, which could be very useful in a retake situation.
Here.
Very tense in this round. As this decides whether or not BBG stay up top, push us to a map 3, or go down low and play. I believe the loser of Immortals or TSM, which both of those teams looking incredibly strong right now. They have to worry about the rounds right in front of them, and Tex off to a great start once more. But we've seen this story before. Tex finds an opening pick, but BBG win the round. We'll see if this is going to be the same exact case.
Yeah, they're trying to come up into C-Star, and now dueling drones contesting for information here as the site will be taken. The spike will be planning, and Bjork catches the timing onto Android. Now Hunter Siri out from Critical to cut off this backhall's rotation and make this retake difficult. But what has Devs done? He's just running and gunned them all down. It's all on Bjorn now in a 1v3. He's trying his damnedest. He's found a couple of kills, but can he find more? Sam says no with the flank, and that's going to be it. I don't know how Dats pulled that off. I can't believe it.
Wow, what a way to close it out. So much momentum in that round for BBG, but Daps holds it down, and NRG are going to be your winners here in the upper quarters. They will move forward and play another day. And as for BBG and Sentinels, as we saw on the day, they get to try again tonight. Unfortunately, with those games, Dust, somebody's getting sent home.
Indeed, and that means that you're going to be waiting until stage 3 for this VCT, which is quite a ways away. You're going to be out of competition for a bit, so yes, a lot on the line in that lower bracket. You want to be in one of those top 4 slots to move on to the regional finals. And man, oh man, what a RKO from Daps to finish that map.
Yeah.
Just out of nowhere.
Yeah, out of nowhere, I think it's the best. We're going back and forth here, right? And you're just like, I couldn't get that back to you. Nobody was expecting that, and that is why I love this map so much. Maybe not necessarily that, but it gives the Sentinel players a whole lot more room to breathe and shine a little bit in what they can get done. And you see Bjorn doing it right here. He's on the lurk. Had he not been, flanked himself, that round very winnable because of the space that he created for himself. Unfortunately, not the case this time around, but that is just, it's the first series for these teams. BBG, they do still have life, but it doesn't get any easier, right? You lose the NRG here, you jump down to that lower bracket, and I believe they're playing the loser of IMT TSM. I'm not too sure where those matchups are at right now, but still some strong teams to have to worry about down there.
Yeah, that match has gone to a third map over on the mainstream, so it's still being contested there, as you do already have T1 and Sentinel sitting in the lower bracket. They will play each other in about an hour's time, where one team will move on and one team will be severely disappointed in themselves. So, yeah, already some hot drama dropping here in Challengers 2 as we prepare for our first LAN event, coming down the line in Iceland. That's what we're all kind of building up to here, and we're starting to take those first steps.
Yeah, that is, and it's something that we talked about before, right? Where this one, it means so much more. Obviously, it means Champions points if you make it to Masters. It means, playing for whatever the grand prize money is, but more importantly, it means being one of the, not only representing North America, but it's been how long since these players have been able to show up at LAN, to not only show up and play, but to have the experience to be face-to-face with other teams, especially in international environment. For some reason, the word international was escaping my mind. There's just so much here for the experience as a whole. And so this one feels a whole lot worse if you do go home. And now more specifically, when you take a look at that losers bracket, T1 looked really good the other day, and then they lose to Cloud9, which I believe, no, not a rematch in any instance, but it's tough. Now they seem to be halted. Sentinel's the same way. They look uncontested. They come here, they lose to Anbox, and 2021 has been such a roller coaster of emotions when it comes to, fandom in Valorant. As we take a look at the end game screen here for this one, man, it was, again, all NRG the whole way. BBG off to a slower start than they wanted. A 9-3 half. It just feels so bad coming into that one.
Yeah, it was going to be tough for us to kind of read where it was headed just based on the roster moves and recent results. It was definitely a hard one to put your thumb on, but we kept talking about, Energy's potential, right? The talent they had on paper. They had proven talent on that team, right? Android, such a proven duelist coming over from Ambox. You have Sam, who's continuously proven his flexibility and what roles he can play and still be able to frag out. You had EU, who's considered one of the best Sovas, in the region. And so, you just feel like if they can just make it all sync up, if they can just all get on the same page and get that chemistry down and get that strategy worked out, that they could be a very powerful team in the region. And they really did start to get some things going there in that series for sure. So definitely perhaps a bright future ahead as long as they can stay stable and keep working in the right direction as a unit. But definitely a solid victory there against BBG to move on in the upper bracket.
And that was NRG. I talked about Sentinels. I talked about, everybody kind of being uncontested. They were also uncontested. It was one loss on Icebox, which kind of made me think maybe they're a little shaky on it. Then they look great because they swing back that matchup against BBG. They end up winning Icebox. And outside of that, I believe they were 8-1 to get to this point in playing in Challengers too. So on the upswing. And it doesn't stop when it comes to changes being made. I thought, the beginning of the year, we saw a whole lot of changes. Teams are going to slowly start to settle in. For NRG, that has been complete opposite. Not only players, but coaches, whether leaving or coming. I do think it was cool to kind of see the reunion in Poach and Android, in this matchup specifically. We saw them both be MVPs, I believe, in that first matchup, which was kind of cool to see. Again, both of these players coming from that Ambox squad and really starting to show up and kind of prove to be a reckoning force in their own right. Unfortunately, it doesn't go Poach's way today, but man, so NRG move forward. Again, they are going to be hanging out. They don't play. We've got another matchup tonight, guys. We are just, we're kind of in a weird lull state because BBG, they do still have to play. It is going to be against that IMT TSM, and that one's going to map 3, which is super exciting for me as a whole. Because that is, I love to see, I guess, not necessarily the, what am I thinking of? Oh, the rematches. IMT just bumped TSM out of Challengers 1. Now we get to Challengers 2, and we get to see that same matchup, and that's happening over on the mainstream. As we take a look at the bracket here, a 2-0 for both Cloud9 Blue and Box to take down T1 and Sentinels. A 2-0 here for NRG over BBG, and then we see that lower bracket where BBG are just going to be hanging out. When do the upsets end? When do they end, Dust?
Not really sure, man. Sentinels were to lose to T1. That could be a real crazy one, right? Considering that the Masters champions of Stage 1 are now life on the line for Stage 2. So that is pretty wild stuff when you think about it. But looks like we will likely be having to go to an extended break here on the B stream as we wait for the rest of the bracket to play out so that we can figure out who BBG's opponent will be so we can broadcast that match later. Of course, that'll be Tanner and I done. We'll be having some other brilliant faces coming in to bring you some more coverage. So there you go.
Yeah, well, I guess, with that, Dust, since we're kind of, that's it. We're getting shoot out the door. We're getting kicked on out here. Do you have any closing remarks, I guess, on thoughts on today's matchups or the matchups coming up? I know you already talked about if T1 beats Sentinels. what's going on. But anything else on the way out?
No, just really impressed by Inbox. Really great performance for them earlier today, and obviously good job here by NSG to beat BBG and move on the upper bracket. So congrats to those two teams. Again, thanks so much for all those of you who tuned in. Be sure to follow up this channel in the mainstream. Just delete that 2 off the link, and you'll be at the mainstream. Follow up these channels because we'll be bringing you a lot more action for VALORANT Challengers throughout the next 3 days as we decide who will be making the regional finals, which will take place next weekend. So a lot of VALORANT coverage to go here on the North American side. So again, thanks a lot for tuning in. If you want to give Tanner and I a follow, I'm at FollowDust on Twitter. Tanner's at Tanner_Metro. I think there's like a command in chat as well. !casters if you want links. And that's going to do it for me and Tanner for the Challenges event. So again, we had a blast covering it. Then maybe we'll see you down the road sometime.
Yep, absolutely. I could not agree more. And as Dust said, maybe an extended break as we are still waiting to see who BBG is going to be playing in that lower bracket. It's going to be the loser of IMT and TSM. We have to see how that is. Now, that matchup taking place here in just a few moments. And again, the winner is going to be, or the loser, excuse me, I always mess that up. The loser is going to be packing their bags to try again in stage 3. The winner gets to continue their lower bracket run. Excuse me.
Got it.
You have to win 2 before you lose 2. That's the way it works. If all of that was confusing, you need to win 2 before you lose 2, and we're going to see who gets to do that. Now, Doug and Lex are going to be closing out the show right here after an extended break to see who BBG will be playing. Thank you guys for being awesome. I'll catch you guys here in just a bit.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
It's so much more than just a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney+, Hulu, and ESPN+, as well as Discovery+, with a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best. Only from Verizon.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
Need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine.
makes it happen. Great stop there. Oh, Dicey. Oh my God, J-Mo, the champion of this one. Oh, Asano! He gets the triple off the rocket as the ball.
money in the bank.
Welcome back, dear friends. VCT Stage 2, Week 2. Esports Doug, and with me is my main man, Lex. Lex, I know we've been waiting for a little while, but baby, it is time.
Yeah, man. A couple of, I would say some interesting results so far today, and you know, the conclusion of today's matches. You've got a potential that TSM doesn't advance any further than this matchup. BBG kind of on the ropes already. This is all or nothing at this point for these two teams, Doug. So looking forward to get into it, man.
Well, and you know, like for so long, we've had the dates on the calendar circled, right? Iceland, Reykjavik, it's going to be incredible. We're super freaking excited. And, you know, you have these two qualifying opportunities built in, and you go, yeah, well, if things go sour the first time, you've got the second chance. But this is it. This is the second chance. This is the lower bracket. There is no other lifeline. As you see here on your bracket, you're going to have Sentinels and going up against T1 on the other stream. And on this stream, we're going to have Built by Gamers up against Team Solo Mid. Masters to hopes and dreams on the line right here. One of these two teams, well, technically two of the four teams that you see on your screen, they're out. There is no other chance. That's it.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of these teams, and you know, BBG and TSM are definitely included in this. You've got a lot of fans that have been following through, you know, each stage of the qualification process, have seen some heartbreak, have seen some triumph for sure out of both of these squads. So, you know, I won't get into predictions or anything along those lines yet, Doug, but you got to imagine that for both of these rosters that have kind of undergone some facelifts, some changes week to week, as we see them kind of try and find a solution, you know, to get to the point where they're not only qualifying, but they're winning some of these events. That process, sometimes it's going to take a little while to stick. So I think both of these rosters are in a fantastic spot to kind of mesh and find some glue and maybe find their form in this bracket. But if they get eliminated here, it might just be the end of the road for both of those kind of experiments, the projects themselves, Doug.
Yeah, but Lex, baby, we're like, I understand the value in trying to like find your footing, right, and get a stride going and kind of piece things together. But ideally, you figure that out before this bracket,
right,
before this weekend, before this tournament. And again, for both TSM and Built by Gamers, tournament life, aspirations for Masters 2 on the line. There is no other chance you lose this series. You're sitting on the sidelines for a good little while. I know we have rosters. We're going to take a look at lineups here in just a moment. We also know that TSM just finished playing, so it's probably going to be a few minutes before we get into that action. But Lex, I know that you and I were watching the series prior to going on camera. When we talk about TSM as their roster comes up, I'd love your thoughts, right? Because there's a whole lot we can talk about with these guys, right? There's the fact that it's technically a six-man roster and Brax is in the fold, who we haven't seen in a little while. There's the fact that, again, this is it. They just dropped a series to Immortals that was very close. I think last map was 13-11, something like that. What are your thoughts here, Lex?
I think TSM has had, I mean, to be honest, all of the pieces they've needed to be a successful and top team in North America since basically day one.
Since they were like mouse spaz.
And I'm including even players that have been struggling in that roster. You know, Hazen and Cutler have been frequently the scapegoats, or at least from the outside looking in, the community looks to their performances as, you know, perhaps the reason why TSM hasn't, you know, reached their final form. You got the addition of Brax, where a lot of question marks when it comes to, you know, the long term or even just the short term speculative nature of these tournaments, from week to week, you're getting different looks and different comps. You're getting different rosters entirely. So TSM, to me, they're always going to be a strong contender no matter what form they're in, even at their worst. Okay. But you got to wonder whether or not, I kind of just touched on, I want to call it a failed project entirely, but at some point, you got to wonder whether or not what you're doing is successful, whether it's a leadership issue, whether you've got, everybody on the same page in terms of a team culture. And TSM, with all that talent, you got to think at some point that 6-man roster is going to find its way into a, maybe a more concrete, solidified TSM 5. I don't know what that's going to look like, though, Doug. No idea.
Yeah, that one's tricky. And I think the other thing, when you think about TSM and the story, that the path that they've taken to get here, you look across Reddit, you look across Twitter, even look in Twitch chat, the narrative for TSM leading into this closed qualifier was TSM's back, baby. They're back. They look good. I even saw a tweet prior to the previous series starting. It said TSM's going to win the next major, right? Like, there are a lot of people who are very bullish on how TSM's been playing. They look good. Everything's starting to click. And now they find themselves step back a bit earlier than they would like. Let's take a look at the team they're going to be going up against, Built by Gamers, who also find themselves a bit of a step back than they would like this early in the tournament. They dropped a series earlier today. And for Built by Gamers, Lex, I think the story has been they've got the pieces now. They've got Rarker in there who's able to provide a bit of an extra pop on the Jet, but for them it's been like this rise, this like surgence to demand presence at the table, at the big kids table, if you will. But since then we've seen them falter a little bit.
Well, the original BBG roster, I think, dating back to even early days of Valorant, kind of like launching of the beta into the full release of the game, you had variations of this roster that were finding some success, were competitive rosters, but I think all the original players have been mostly cycled out up to this point, if not all of them. So, you talk about having the pieces. I think the BBG organization probably has looked at what they've had, since day one, as I mentioned, and thought that they've got everything where it needs to be to find success in Valorant, and yet they just continuously are falling short. And it's not necessarily a question of whether or not they have the skill to do it or they have the talent on the roster, but wholeheartedly, I believe that BBG, eventually, one way or another, oh my goodness, look at these shots from Rarkar are demonstrating just that, how good they can be. But, Doug, I think, and this kind of speaks to their most recent performances with Rarkar, I think they've struggled to not necessarily in a talent sense, but finding their own identity and how to support each other as teammates and what style they want to play. Rob Wiz was in Rarkar's position basically as the jet opper, and Rarkar altogether is struggling right now, finding success with the Jet on this BBG roster the same way, his predecessor did. So I'm wondering whether or not you've got a new roster, you've got some new fresh blood in there, and certainly you've got some leadership qualities in Poach. I hope that, as we see BBG, who I think have been on the rise, over the past few months, Doug, I think you'd agree with me. They've gotten better and better. So these roster changes, it's not necessarily a mystery to me as to why they decided to do it, but I do wonder whether or not we have yet to see how good they can be with this new roster, because you haven't given them necessarily enough time to figure out how to come to solutions that they're finding, are becoming an issue in this event alone, and we'll see it here against TSM.
Now, you mentioned a name in there that I want us to go back to. We'll come back to it after this, and that was Poach. But before we get there, you highlighted the importance of the Jet Opper. And when you've got TSM, you've got to talk about Wardell. Those are two players that we're going to be highlighting. Wardell and Rarker, one of the more recent additions to Built by Gamers. You see their stats across the board. Now, Lex, you've been around for a while, really, from the beta days. What is it about, especially as we've seen the meta evolve, what is it about a Jet and an operator that can be so suffocating, that can be so devastating to opposing teams?
Well, I think specifically when we're talking about like maybe Wardell in this instance, because I don't know exactly for how long Rarkar's been on the Jet op, but we've seen Wardell's evolution, I think, even to the early days of Valorant that we were just speaking about, where he was devastating in the server. No matter what he was doing, it seemed like he could do no wrong on the Jet. Right. As soon as you get an operator in Wardell's hands, it was like magic would happen. So I think the Jet Op, if you guys are unfamiliar at home, is so devastating and suffocating. My goodness, that was quite the gaffe
Nailed
that
it.
was about to come out of my mouth. But you look at that, the way he uses the Jet Op around the map, and it's no wonder why so many other players kind of have been trying or emulating his play style to copy that aggressive, take a lane, go find a pick somewhere on the map, and change your position up immediately. And I think depending on which scenario we're talking about, Haven as an example, got 3 different bomb sites. There's so many different lanes where you can be a threat, get in, get out, find the frag, and bounce. That's what Jet does best. And I think he was one of the first players, at least here in North America, to show how powerful that can be, and still is, really, despite, some operator nerfs along the way. It can really just make your team so much more comfortable defensively and on attack. Just getting the opening frag for your squad, getting yourself into a position where it's 5v4 early on. He does that so well. And so for the side of Rarkar and BBG, we're talking about this head-to-head, Doug. I got to think for Rarkar, the challenge is just going to be so much more difficult than it already is, considering you've got Wardell on the other end.
Yeah, and so you talk about Jet with the operator, and there's actually been a bit of an interesting shift to where teams are starting to move away from the Jet with the operator, and an agent that we're seeing rise in presence, which I'm sure you're a huge fan of, is Viper. Now, you mentioned Poach earlier. We saw in the previous series just the proficiency with which Poach can play Viper and dancing in and out of the Viper's pit, and there's so much control that's available. And there's some compelling arguments around whether or not one controller is enough. Can Viper do it all? Can she not? Is she a bit overtuned? When you think about Viper in the current meta, what is it that can be so difficult for teams to deal with?
I think Viper's versatility really hasn't even been fully imagined, at least by the North American squads. In Europe, you kind of see it to some degree. And even then, there's so many more possibilities that we could just touch on. This could be an hour-long podcast, Doug. But, the bottom line about Viper, her snake bites are, to be honest, cause for a little bit of a controversy when we're talking about Molotovs in this game, vulnerability on her abilities. There is a lot that you can do, and when we're thinking just kind of, like I said, theory crafting a bit, or even just how teams are using her now, denial of rotations, retakes being kept at bay for, potentially 20 plus seconds just by virtue of having a snake bite lineup. And then that's not even beginning to touch on how powerful she can be in post-plant scenarios where you've got her poison orb on top of the spike, you've got snake bites landing on, defenders' heads. So often you can maybe at least imagine it, having video in front of us, just how frustrating that can be as a player. And I think as teams start to figure that out, Doug, as teams start to really kind of harness the power of for lack of a better term, maybe the cheese that comes along with Viper, you're really going to see teams not necessarily having an answer for how to deal with it. And it could definitely, depending on the matchup and the map, could be make or break for a team's success. And I'm interested to see how that ends up in a few weeks.
Viper really has been the cornerstone of a lot of discussion over the last week and change, and some of it has been heated. There have been memes, there have been disagreements, but the conversation has been robust, and I know we're going to get to see plenty of Viper in this series, which I, for one, am certainly excited to see. We also do have maps teed up and ready for you guys to go. So, again, elimination series. One of these two teams, their hopes, their possibility of getting to Reykjavik ends tonight. These are the maps that it's going to be figured out on. Ascent up first. Thank you to TSM. Haven up second. And then last, but not least, if needed, we will be going to Icebox. Now, Lex, knowing when talk about Ascent specifically, you've got what many people, myself included, would argue to be one of the best Sentinels in North America, Imbure, on that Killjoy on Ascent. Is there anything about the fact that BBG starting off on defense, you kind of lean their way, or kind of what are your thoughts on this, on just the first map?
I think that is the best case scenario for BBG. And I think that's actually a huge point to make, Doug, is that, maybe on the scoreboard, he's not always somebody who's lighting things up. Sometimes he is, but, speaking when you have somebody who's regarded in the North American scene as being one of the top Sentinels, in your roster and somebody who finds, when we've casted their games, Doug, and when we've covered their series, especially against even better opponents, when his kit, whether you rocking the Killjoy over at B site or wherever he is on Ascent in particular, I'm always kind of blown away at how comfortable it seems like his teammates are able to play off his kit as well. The combination, the synergy between different agents and Killjoy can be a huge boon to your success when you're talking about a defensive side. So starting on D, I think that favors BBG in a big way, Doug. We'll see whether or not they can overcome the power that is TSM on Ascent.
Now, you talked about Viper and the viability that she has, but I want to talk about a different agent, especially because you often see this agent highlight some really neat synergies with Killjoy in particular. Another agent who's the newest kid on the block who has gotten plenty of attention, and that's Astra. What are your thoughts on Astra and the control that she brings onto a map, especially a map like Ascent?
I think it's still a little too early to tell, and certainly you can speculate a little bit more when we're looking at between the open qualifier to now, whether or not teams have gotten max value out of that Astra kit. Without getting into the weeds too much about which teams I've noticed have and haven't, I think for both of these rosters, Astra's impact has been a little lukewarm. And I don't mean that as a slight against, how they're using her in particular, because
right.
You probably get the same or similar value out of an Omen or whatever you want to run. It's not as though they're doing a bad job, but I think, especially when we're getting back to that theory crafting, vein of a conversation, Doug, I do wonder whether or not, as an audience member here, as a caster, from somebody who's passively watching these matches take place, it's like, I feel like Astra could be even more annoying and used even more effectively, especially when we're watching players using her in streams. I think it's only a matter of time. Every single weekend that we get to cast and watch Valorant, it's like she's going to be more potent and used even more effectively. Yep. So we'll see.
We're just a few moments from getting the match started, folks. Again, TSM just came off of a series against Immortals and really jumped right into this, so we're giving the teams a few minutes to recollect themselves, get themselves situated before we hop into this next series. Now, Lex, Astra's unique in her entrance into the game because there's really no other agent since the release of the game that has been so meta-defining, right? Like, there's no, in recent memory, agent that has come onto the scene and that has so drastically changed the way people think about the game, the way people play the game, the way people approach post-plant scenarios, things like that. Would you argue that Astra's in a healthy place right now? Do you think she has too much value? I know you mentioned that maybe we're really just starting to scratch the surface on Astra and what she's capable of, but what are your thoughts on where she sits today?
I mean, you kind of just answered the question for me, where I've seen the gripes, the complaints, the general attitude and morale of North American players and how they feel about the Astra meta, even other regions too. It's not as though this is exclusive to North America where, NA's crying about the new meta or whatever. In general, it just seems like players are feeling, you used the word suffocated earlier. I think that's a good way to describe it, where, to a lengthy degree, I think there is, as a player, you get comfortable with a meta, you really start to enjoy the game, things start clicking, things are going well for your squad, and then suddenly you throw, as you mentioned, somebody devastatingly drastic ramifications the way you play the game. Astra gets thrown into the lineup. Suddenly you got to learn how to play the game almost brand new. And I think, like I said, it's still in a little bit of its infancy, but I think it gets so much more annoying as teams get better using her and kind of synergizing her kits with other agents. So, I hope that's enough of an answer for the question, because I just think it's only going to get more frustrating to play against good Astras in this game.
Again, we're going to get another chance at a couple of Astras here, as both teams have shown their willingness to use Astra at different points in times. We even saw Cutler just a couple of moments ago. It was on Bind, and he's shown the ability to do it here on Ascent as well. The Astra, we'll see, obviously the one member of TSM that is not locked in their agent. We'll see if he brings that into the fold, but across the board, the rest of the way, you see Poach has locked in that Omen No Viper on the side of Built by Gamers. Bure, we touched on just how filthy he can be on that agent. Critical on the Sova, Rarkar, as was highlighted as well. And then the last duelist on the side of BBG is Will on the Reyna. anything stand out as Cutler hovers Astra and now locks her in?
Not any big thoughts here. I know that Poach is going to, when he's on this Omen, right, we're not going to see the Astra coming out for BBG. And I think that kind of speaks to what I'm getting at here, where a lot of these rosters, especially with new roster changes, new additions of players, I think Astra still really hasn't reached her pinnacle in terms of usefulness to, you know, just the day-to-day success of rosters. Some teams are going to be extremely comfortable in making max use out of her kit on a map like Ascent. BBG kind of just playing it safe and understanding, like, listen, I don't have any cool gimmicks, nothing really to show that it's going to be anything drastically different from, you know, the usefulness of having my Omen blind, having the dark covers come out. We'll play it standard. So ultimately, I think this is a pretty solid standard look from BBG on this map.
And then again, on the side of TSM, one of the other agents that we really, they were really one of the first. I can't say that. If Strong Legs is listening, I'm so sorry. But as a team, they were one of the first to bring Sky into the fold, and they've stuck with it.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things where I can remember the first weekend that we saw TSM bringing Sky out, and we maybe even cast in one of their games, but I was sitting there looking at the stats like, heck, they're using Sky. This is interesting. And I thought maybe it was a fluke. Maybe they were just testing things out, but they've stuck with it, and it's gotten better for sure. So we'll see whether or not Sabrosa on Ascent, who has gotten, of course, more and more comfortable with her as things have gone on, whether or not he'll be able to be a difference maker here against BBG.
TSM starting off on the attack. They've tested the waters a bit towards B. They dropped the Killjoy turret and a bit more utility on that half of the map, while the spike makes its way towards A, and Lex, they're walking right into, I mean, every bit of yours utility.
Yeah, I wonder whether or not he's going to stray far enough for it to go offline. No. Lone defender over here at A, so TSM, as the execution comes in, Recon Dart goes out. Dior just calling to his teammates. Time to go, retake over here at A. They are slowly working their way over now.
Now, Sabrosa's in a really good spot here because there are two members of BBG that have taken the middle of the map away. They've taken through Cat, and they were trying to apply some pressure there. Rarker's the first to drop. The other remaining member, Will, heads back towards the site as TSM gets the spike down. And again, it's been pretty like lax from BBG so far. They had nobody on the site. They were entirely playing retake, and now Sabrosa, who took care of the initial flank, is now doing a bit of flanking of his own as he makes his way ahead, and I don't think it's been checked.
Got free reign to blow up this round, and retake comes in through heaven. BBG already in tatters, critical falls, and now it's just Poach on the back foot at heaven. Finding one, finding two on a Wardell and Cutler. Make that three.
Just trying to get
left. There's
way!
one. Drone's not going to let him get past this mark, but that is a valiant effort from Poach, finding four. I'm about to write him off, just hoping to get one or two. He finds all of them. Nearly anyway, as Drone does fall to the spike at the end, but a nice pistol round coming up from TSM. And yeah, Doug, you touched on it. BBG being oh so willing to just allow this retake to come to fruition, but had nothing going their way. It didn't seem like it was going to work at all. Coach making us think twice about it, but solid start from TSM.
Solid start indeed, and that's going to put, well, at least for BBG, that's going to put Poach 2 points away from having his From the Shadows. On the side of TSM, like you mentioned, Wardell's going to be bringing the Marshal into the fold. We saw his ability to really blow things up with that weapon in the previous series. See if he's able to get anything out of it this time. No, it's actually Sabrosa. He's able to get something going early on. A great flash to understanding BBG's just on the other side of the smoke. They try to play a bit aggressively here to kind of stick it to him. And again, the classic is just showing to be just enough for BBG here.
Yeah, Will recovering nicely, even having a Spectre for his time. He's got the overheal on, so he will be rocking 150 of a stack. And I'm sure, you know, you're only 2 ult points off potentially having your ultimate going into the next round. Certainly you want to put TSM in an economically dire situation as best you can. This will be tough, I think, to even just crack open door and find anything. He's going to opt to back up towards heaven. See whether or not he can find any of these frags.
Yeah, it'll be difficult. Yeah, he's not even able to get one. Drops down, and Cutler greets him, dispatches of him as we move into the next round. TSM up with an early 2-0 lead. Sub Rosa also is going to have his ultimate online. So we'll keep a close eye on that, on how that plays out. Furthermore, for TSM, you've got a couple of rifles that have entered things here. You've got Hayes with the Vandal. Sub Rosa's going to have a Phantom, but then SMG's the rest of the way, while BBG is going to be at full strength.
Yeah, I mean, TSM so far started with an A execution on that anti-eco. They're just denying orb access to the defenders. They find a few frags over at B main, but right here, starting off, you know, BBG's got their weaponry, and there are 3 players towards B main ready to contest this. So be on Sub Rosa to manage that as best he can, as TSM immediately looks to work into a B split here, Doug.
Yeah, and Cutler got tagged up a bit from the Odin out of critical. But the B split, as you mentioned, is fully online. They take in the middle of the map. And the ult's going to come out. There it is. You mentioned it earlier. The flashes are going to follow up as well. As Critical takes care of Cutler. Wardell trades it out. But they haven't fully committed onto the site. Now they're going to make their way on there. BBG has some decent strength with which they're going to attempt to take the site back. But again, Critical's just so weak. Will certainly wear as TSM hunker down on the back of the site and wait for BBG's next move.
I have so many questions as to the defense of BBG in this round, but folks on the retake now. Will down to 30 HP. Ups out the Leer and pushes in. I'll lead the charge on the retake. And Dior takes first contact over at Sidewalk. Drone finds 2 with a shock dart. It's looking like Raps, Doug.
Yeah, it certainly is. Again, Critical so weak, and naturally he's the last one standing. He's going to be able to carry the rifle into the next round, but Lex, this was a bonus.
Yeah.
For TSM, right? You mentioned I mentioned they had a couple of SMGs going into this.
But Doug, I'm what I wanted to speak about, here it is. Okay, so you know it's their bonus, as you just mentioned. You've got no information at B main, at mid, or A main. Okay? And you have 3 players on an early B stack, you know, just worried about a B push. And I don't know what the information or what the read was, but all 3 B defenders were moving towards defender spawn. We're ready to rotate towards mid and A. Yeah. All 3 of them caught way out of position to catch that B split where, you know, there was 2 or 3 players from TSM mounted up at market door ready to break it and take it. So a little bit iffy on the defense of BBG. That makes me wonder whether or not that's a telling sign for these rounds to come, Doug.
They find themselves on the back foot early. There's still plenty of time for them to make it up. They have 3 pistols going into this round, while TSM is in a far more comfortable position. Rifles across the board as they seem to try to take a bit of the middle of the map. Meanwhile, for BBG, a bit of a different look, right? Like they're playing a bit more aggressively up in tree. Their positioning is a bit more confident, and of course, as I say that, they have to back up a bit as TSM just gladly takes the middle of the map.
Yep. Well, that BBG is probably keying in on as fire exchange through the wall. Sub Rosa finds one on a critical. Arm presses through that tailwind, almost catches one, but a lot of spam moving back and forth. This was an early A stack from BBG, just kind of recognizing that TSM on 2 different low buy rounds has ended there. But TSM is already, as you mentioned, taking a huge amount of mid control and B main. This is likely to end B here.
30 seconds left.
And they've kept a couple of players back. So Poach and Rocker are still here. Rocker's what they just a classic, and this time there's not going to be any magic coming out of that. As the lockdown has been used, Poach was the last one on the site. He's going to drop as well. As now Will and Bueller, now just Bueller, rotate over. Don't even get a chance at anything. A flawless round from TSM. 3 on the board for Sub Rosa as they continue to really click.
Yeah. And something that you asked me during the pregame, Doug, I'll ask you the same question in a different form. We've seen in the past BBG just really lean on Bjor and his Killjoy utility to kind of allow them more freedom around the map, to overstack places, find aggression early. I haven't really seen it come out very often because it seems like TSM is doing a good job of avoiding it. But I guess what I'm asking is, for BBG right now, like, you haven't really seen anything that you can key in on to exploit against TSM, and TSM is finding all sorts of real estate over at mid. Actually, maybe I'm answering my own question here, Doug. Got a lot of mid control from BBG now. a good answer, I think.
No, I think you nailed it. As Wardell really takes care of Will, and this was different, right? Again, it was BBG trying to play a bit more aggressively, trying to take some space away, that mid control that you mentioned, but he gets a bit more than he bargained for.
Yeah, I think, you know, you're down 0-4, and this is obviously, you got so much more Valorant left to play, but got an operator here on Rarkar. You want to set him up, and he's not able to find anything in mid yet. Missing that one there.
And TSM being a bit more patient here, a bit more cautious on how they play this round out, looking to close the middle of the map again. Sabrosa gets 2, and Sabrosa's just not missing right now. He gets a 3rd. Drone's gonna get the last one, but I think we'll take a look at the stats in a moment here, but Sabrosa just seems to be lighting up the kill feed. TSM's up 5-0, 11-2 start. And look, when you're up 5-0, you're gonna have a guy that's popping off more often than not, but it really is. Drone's also 6-0. A couple of players out of TSM, they look good right now.
Yeah, Rarkar really getting shut down at mid. That BBG utility we just mentioned from Killjoy freed his team up to make some mid control happen. Will failed his frag top mid. Rarkar whiffed his op shots at mid main. You know, those things happen. That's tough. But another thing that we talked about, Doug, is Sabrosa going to bring this guy and be a difference? Already seeing the success of that agent in action. Early A play from TSM, finding the end of Judge from Bjor.
Bjor looking for a second, not able to connect as Drone takes care of him, but TSM once again have gotten onto A. EBG on another terrible buy are tasked with trying to take this thing back, and I mean, you understand that because they don't have ideal weaponry, it's going to be much easier said than done, but for TSM, they just kind of waltzed into that bad boy, man. They dropped the Sabrosa ult, and then they just kind of said, this is ours, we're taking it.
Yeah, this has almost been hard to watch. Every single one of these rounds, it's like BBG is just getting, I don't know whether or not they're getting surprised, but definitely are not ready to take a single engagement anywhere, it seems. And TSM, you know, highlighted Sabrosa, we've highlighted Drone as having some really standout plays so far. Rarkar finds his first onto Wardell with a big opener at A main.
Under Fury coming out from criticals while tags 2. See if he gets enough to land the kill. No. But got some info. Dealt a little bit of damage as well. But that's all he's going to get for his troubles. And TSM, much like we've seen the last couple of rounds, yeah, they'll make some noise, right? Rarkar was getting that early pick on A long. But otherwise, they're very patient with how they're playing out their rounds. And I think for TSM, that's been a huge key to their success to this point.
You're absolutely right. And I think it's kept BBG guessing to some degree, but they're awake now, and I think that opener really is what they needed, what they've been missing in the past few gun rounds.
Now they do, Lex, so this one's interesting, right? You get the early pick, and you get some more info out of Critical's Hunter's Fury, but you also have 4 other ultimates to work with. When you're down 6-0, you imagine they really want to stop the bleeding as best as they can. The Cosmic Divide's going to come out. Sabrosa's just going to go raise a bunch of noise. He eventually drops without gaining anything, and now they're just going to pull off, right? Like, you just saw a couple of members of BBG slowly take a step back, but they know the hit is towards A. Poach is already taken across the middle of the map. Cutler's on the site, and he's going to get the spike down. Now it's going to be on BBG. Again, from a position of strength, which is the first time we've been able to say that all map, are going to try to take this bad boy back. The lockdown's going to come out, and of course, it's going to be countered instantly by Drone's ultimate, and the lockdown goes down, and Bjor follows with it. Hayes is also going to get thrown. Oh my gosh, Hayes gets 4! Poach is alone in a 1v4. This looks so good. It looks so good, but my gosh, TSM can do no wrong right now.
Man, and that was the first time in this game that we've seen BBG kind of solidify an advantage and even make some good reads around the map, but it is no understatement to describe this matchup as BBG just getting outclassed, man. TSM having every reaction in place, knowing that lockdown's going to get dropped, you know, right on cue. Drone's just, okay, Hunter's Fury's out. He collects a tag, I think on his very first, you know, bolt through the wall. It just kind of does a little bit of damage to Bjor, but he finds it anyway. And so right away, I think TSM, getting favored in that A post plant just by virtue of the fact that Hayes is finding frags through a dark cover that he probably shouldn't. And 7-0, it really doesn't seem like BBG has an answer. And they've tried several different things. They've tried aggression. They've tried to balance the map to TSM's tendencies, and yet once again, they're getting forced onto these really, really low buys, Doug, where they're able to invest some, get a judge, get a shotgun, get whatever they can, just to make it a little bit competitive. But Doug, when you're down 7-0, it can't feel good to be in this scenario.
Standing ahead. Not at all. Again, Lex, like, that looked good. That looked really good until it didn't.
Right.
And they really fell apart at the seams. Now TSM again in a like decently powerful position, right? Hayes just used his lockdown as they try to take B. That's going to push Will off the site. As Critical goes in, he's going to drop Wardell using the Blade Storm, dashes in. He's got the spike down. And the 3 remaining members of BBG, again, they have ultimates, but they just haven't been able to get much else going at all. Poach and Rocker both drop. Will's going to follow suit shortly thereafter. TSM get to 8.
That's right there is what I'm talking about, Doug, when we're talking about maybe BBG's asleep, and I mean that as no disrespect, but Rarkar turns the corner. Drone has, frankly, no crosshair placement on being able to return any damage or even get a frag there. And yet Rarkar, 4 knives in, has yet to do any damage to Drone. Drone finds an easy frag, basically. And just take a peek at the scoreboard, and you pretty much, you don't need an analyst for this one. You can very plainly see that BBG is just failing to find frags and damage around the map, even though strategically it seems like they're doing the right things in some of these rounds.
Well, I've got your trail.
I don't know, Lex. I think that's where I'll play devil's advocate a little bit here, because it seems like BBG have been lost really in every sense of the game, right? They haven't read the map well. TSM getting onto the site unscathed. They haven't dropped anyone yet, and obviously BBG hasn't either, so this one's going to be a bloody one, folks. A 5v5. We've got a couple of members on the side of BBG checking the middle of the map. Will's going to be the one to take, or consider, the scenic route all the way around. They're going to push in through tree. Meanwhile, Wardell playing back on site. He's got that operator. Arker's going to look to do a bit of his own damage. But really, they may not get a chance to do anything at all. Poach is in a great spot, though. Poach, good for 3. He's going to drop Cutler, doing a bit of his own, as Wardell had a player in his lap, but isn't able to land the shot. BBG finally find themselves on the board.
An extremely fortunate retake. TSM had all the utility in place to make that, as you said, as painful and as excruciating to retake as possible. But a few key kills coming in from Poach. That's a huge set of, I think it was 3 frags in succession. Going through that door. And right away, there's Hayes falling, whose utility really was the linchpin on that hold. And Wardell, if he just finds that quick scope, maybe that 1v1 is wrapped up for TSM as well. But that's not what happened. BBG get there first. And Doug, you know, I've been painting this picture the past 3 or 4 rounds now where BBG is really just failing to connect in some of these decisions that they're making.
Up battle.
That's 2-0 for Rarkar on the start against Wardell.
You see them like positioning a tiles and a cat. You can tell it's going to be a good one, and as you mentioned, that's the second time that the battle goes in favor of Rarkar. One of the few bright spots in what's been otherwise a disastrous map for BBG up until this point. But as we mentioned in the previous round, they finally get on the board. This is an opportunity for them to get something going, but the deficit's big. Get Paranoia. Will swinging out, taking care of Sabrosa.
Big frag.
Yeah, remaining members of TSM, they're kind of trapped here, Lex. You definitely can't easily walk your way into B. You've got the middle of the map, it's not really an option as well. But I guess if you're eliminating players like Hayes is, yeah, the world is your oyster. You can get whatever you want. Poach is going to take his ultimate to the back of the map as TSM managed to find their way in. And again, BBG find themselves in a spot with a retake possibility. They don't have any ultimates this time. See if they're able to find any success They've upgraded a couple of weapons, at least Bjor has. Now he's going to bring a Phantom into the fold. TSM, again, just being so patient. They're down, and all right, here we go. The spike continues to tick away. Hayes down to 51 health. Great spot. Couple of drops. Hayes already good for 4. Gonna get a chance at another one, and no, it's Bjor flying across the scene with the screen with the jumping classic. It's gonna take care of him. BBG get a second.
And the life is breathed into the lungs of BBG. That is a 2 in a row. Big retakes. And key frag for me there. This critical is in his drone. There at sidewalk. A lot of missed opportunities. Sabrosa turned the corner and tried to get a wallbang out onto it, but there was a moment there where if Will loses that duel, both players were going to get mopped immediately, and eventually that did come to pass, but at least then you had enough in the way of a rotation to where it wasn't entirely a disaster. Of course, you had even the numbers up, so nice rebuttal from BBG, and if you see guys like Rarkar and Will, which, here we go again at A main. Oh, and Wardell says, oh, you ain't here this time? Let me check the deeper angle. Rarkar will fall. He had no clue. But I was going to say, you see guys like Rarkar and Will winning their duels. That's a good sign for BBG, but Hayes with an ego challenge over there at mid on a critical. He wins one, Will with another. And things are falling apart here for BBG, Doug.
Well, it's interesting. So Hayes has used the lockdown as Cutler makes his trip back to pick up the spike. Drone's on the site. He knows it's free. They're able to get on there for really nothing as Poach gets detained. But they should be able to get onto A just fine. The lockdown not going to cause any permanent damage. As BBG, with the numbers disadvantage, are going to try to take this site back. Will using a couple of leers early on to try to give them entry, give them a bit of room to work with. Bit of air. Breathe drone party. Oh my gosh, drone knew he was there. Poach good for 2. Poach looking for another. Poach not able to land it just narrowly. Color gets away with 19 health. TSM gets to 9.
Round before the switch.
Poach, every time that they're in a retake scenario, is somehow finding 2 or more. And right there, just unable to find that final phantom bullet. Would have maybe gotten him that third and won the round for BBG. TSM in a commanding lead now, 9-3. Potentially 9-3 half is the best you could hope for if you're BBG, but like, Doug, it's an attack side ascent. You're grabbing 9 rounds. And honestly, it hasn't even looked difficult for them. You got 2 judges and a sheriff and a specter alongside the lone phantom of Poach for BBG. So this is already a broken bye. Tough half for BBG.
Tough indeed, and it only seems to be getting worse as Poach has already dropped again. Poach has been the source of heroics for Built by Gamers a couple of times in this map, and really one of the key reasons why they've been able to get the round wins that they have. An early drop off, you're in critical. Only 2 members of BBG that remain as TSM still in a powerful position, right? The Hunter series is going to come out from critical. They're at a little bit of space, but Wardell's wise to it. He's just going to take care of critical nice and easy. Hayes gets the third, 10-2 half, and I mean, Lex, it looks like they're just trying to speedrun through this thing.
Yeah, TSM is, I mean, I said it once already, it looks easy for them. And I'm not really accustomed to kind of describing BBG as anything other than underdogs, but, you know, you got to think at this point, neither of these teams have had an amazing showing throughout any of these qualifiers. Neither team has been in a situation where they're in the finals or even pressing that. Roster changes, composition shakeups, and all the narrative that you can put out there that we've even talked about in the pregame of this series, Doug. You got to wonder, is this a matter of maybe just the frags aren't going the way of BBG? Are they maybe a little bit slow coming into this matchup? Or is TSM just that much better? Are they finding their form? Because at various points in this opening map, Doug, BBG have looked lost.
They have looked lost indeed. The conversation leading into today really was TSM's back. This is the TSM of old that everyone respected. And they fumbled their way through the first series, but find themselves in a very comfortable position here in the second half. But this round, find themselves in a bit of a back foot. Hayes has dropped. BBG have gotten on to B. They've taken their post plants. Critical in a great spot here to get one. Not able to get the second. Some damage has been dealt to TSM. The spike continues to tick away. Sabrosa is fighting where Arker is trying to deal the damage through it, and he is able to do just that. My gosh, Drone! How about that for an aim lab flick of the day, baby? TSM take the site back.
Just grid shot out there for TSM, man. Just absolutely demolished. I mean, I'm just so glad the frenzy meta is mostly over and we're seeing ghosts back into play again. Just beautiful, beautiful headshots. Right there at the end from Sabrosa, and we're going to get a replay here any second. There it is. Drone, excuse me. I said Sabrosa, he found the wall bang, deleted out, but considering that was a 3v5, TSM just once again dashing any success, any kind of positive spin you could put on pretty much this entire game for BBG at this point. Anytime you have something nice to say, it's like TSM just yoinking it right away, and they're feeling so confident. Look at this.
I mean, speaking of which, you see BBG not really have much of a choice. They buy up a couple of weapons, Spectre Stingers. Bjor had a Bulldog, and he's the first one to drop. As Wardell aggressively peeks around the corner. And I mean,
what?
Yeah, it's like,
what am I watching?
That's just not fair.
He's just collecting some heads, man. Full sprint.
Mid moonwalk. Right, he's able to take care of it. Wardell again dealing more damage on the other side of the map. That's already 3 on the round for him. Cutler gets the last. TSM get to map point. And any concerns from the collective masses about their performance in the last series, at least for now, it's gone.
Yeah. And I think that's a really important distinction to make, okay? And this is, once again, I'm going to have to compare teams, and this is no disrespect towards BBG, but I would put Immortals on a different level when we're talking about quality of NA teams and ability to compete at the highest levels. TSM, as close as they played that series against Immortals, should have been a wake-up call for me, at least, that this team is performing right now, maybe not at their best, but BBG should be scared, and right now we have a scoreline of 12-2 that is telling it all. Very clear focus. Will taking a challenge. Will off the back of Valir. Spectre finds Sabrosa. Wardell able to tailwind right out of there, but he catches the dink to the wall. Will trades that out. There's 2.
Okay. Cutler and Wardell drop. Hayes does as well. Drone's left alone in a 1v5. And they've made, I think, the important thing, the silver lining, right? And it's real small, right? You've got to look real hard to find it. But the silver lining is that BBG have managed to upgrade a couple of weapons. Remember, Lex, going into this round, they had sheriffs, right? And there may have been a stinger in there somewhere. But other than that, they didn't have much to work with. They walk away with a couple of weapon upgrades. But the mountain you've got to climb here is...
Oh, yeah.
We're freaking talking Kilimanjaro.
Yeah, and that was TSM's bonus, so the fact that they're playing a little bit fast and loose and wild with it, not entirely surprised, but yeah, tall mountain to climb is an understatement. And Hayes, who struggled in his last series and certainly been under scrutiny just because of the addition of the 6-man roster of TSM with Brax. This is definitely shaping up to, I don't want to speak too soon, we're only on the first map, but this is definitely a stat padding map here, Doug, where any kind of feeling bad about your performance or whatever early on in the day against a better team is certainly washed away now, as I say that caster's curse onto Hayes and Wardell. BBG contesting this mid control out of TSM early on, and it works out.
Like some of the response we're seeing there. A couple of Thunderfooting players on the side of BBG give position away. Cutler backs up. And BBG, they have options here, right? Like they can really play this however they want to. There are so many different ways they can approach the map because of the numbers advantage that they have. Now, it is worth noting that Cutler and Drone both have rifles. So it's not like they're walking into this thing with classics or anything like that. But you imagine this round should, on paper, at least go in favor of BBG, but Cutler taking care of Poach early on, dropping things down to a 2v3.
Deploying drone.
Will's been spotted. Not able to take care of him, but oh no, he does drop.
Uh-oh.
All of a sudden, we're looking at a 2v2 here. Again, folks, remember just a couple moments ago, this was a 2v4. BBG got on the site for almost free, and now we've even things up. Critical just goes nuts. So he gets 4 with the Spectre, and we're gonna play another round.
Yeah, Drone getting a little bit boxed out there by Cutler. It ends up in the lineup for Critical. And hey, I mean, it's something that I think I frequently talk about when I'm on the mic, Doug, but you get a blowout map like this, you know, 12-3, 12-4, potentially ending in maybe 13-4, 13-5 if TSM is able to close one of these next rounds out. A lot of, I think, what you need to be assessing is, okay, going into this next map, where's our mental at, your BBG? Are you able to mentally reset? Are you able to just get in a good mindset before this map is ultimately over? Make it competitive if you can, but find some confidence against TSM, where right now maybe we're seeing that a little bit. Will flying up towards Pizza, taking a lot of map control off of mid. And on the other side of the map, I mean, Rarkar takes A main for near free, so BBG certainly look alive despite the scoreline.
Well, alive, yes, maybe on the last breath.
Yes.
But they're certainly showing signs of life that we may have not have seen otherwise. Cool little synergy there. Have the gravity well with the shock dart not to connect. But with that, TSM's able to attempt at least to take some of that space back. Critical taking care of Hazed. And for TSM, as we've really said with BBG a couple of times, and this is the first time we're going to say this, if I'm not mistaken, from TSM, is this is a pistol round for them, right? All they have is Sheriff's, Wardell's, Marshall. And while we've seen that the Sheriff can be, I mean, filthy in its own right, this may not be as easy as you would think, but my gosh, Wardell's, Marshall. I mentioned earlier in the series just how good he is with it. He's already gotten a couple of kills. Into a 2v2, not able to land the third. It was there. He walked into his crosshair. Critical gets the spike down. Now Cutler has a rifle. He has upgraded. He also has the Cosmic Divide, so Lex, he can do this. He spots Poach. Doesn't land the shot. Critical just down to 1 armor. They swing at the same time. Critical gets 4. Again, that was a round that really had no business being that close. BBG win the 5th.
Yeah, and Critical with a huge round finding 4 there. I mean, considering how scary Wardell was when he was in back boathouse with a Marshall in hand, it's just like you could envision almost every single one of those frags going his way. Critical even walked directly into the line of sight, directly into the scope reticle of Wardell in the closing moments of that frag, but you know, no help on the site. You're left in a 1v1 against a deadly scope player such as Wardell.
Ooh, battle again. Oh, Wardell missing twice as Rarkar pushes him back. And again, you mentioned his ability to take that area of the map. He does it again. Bjor's going to get flashed up, and he's going to get cleaned up at the hands of Sabrosa, so a couple of kills traded early on as BBG look to get onto a site and maybe make some more magic continue to happen. But the thing is, as Sabrosa takes space away on B, you can telegraph exactly where they're going. Now, they are wise to it. You see a couple of members on the side of BBG look for Sabrosa. But no, now they're going to funnel in. There we go. They do have, I mean, they have ultimates across the board. Wardell just narrowly missing another. BBG get onto the site. The Seekers are going to be used out of Sabrosa. As Critical's looking to get the spike down. Wardell down, Operator not in tow. As the Empress is online for Will. Barker's using the Blade Storm as well. Critical still hasn't been able to get the spike down. The Hunter Shooter's going to come out on top of the Cosmic Divide. There's nothing there! Sabrosa with 4! An ace to close the map for TSM.
You already declared one aim lab click of the day, and then that spray transfer at the end there, man. Okay, you had the opening frag on a Bjor very early on in that round, but those 4 on the retake from Sabrosa. Can we get a replay? It's just insane. TSM, dominant performance, and I think individually speaking, Doug, that roster is firing on all cylinders right now. This is a scary place to be in for BBG.
And like we mentioned it earlier, right? Like any concerns about how they performed in the previous series, and have they kind of stumbled again? And all of a sudden there were conversations around TSM might not even make it to get a chance to qualify, right?
Yeah.
But a statement on Ascent, look, man, let's not sell it short. They wiped the floor with BBG.
That was not even close. Even the few rounds where they were able to win an operator duel or something along those lines. I think Rarecar 2 or 3 times on defense opened things up. And they were doing some things correctly. It's just TSM was on another level and yeah, mopped the floor. You got that right.
Haven on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. Map 2. We'll be right back.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups, always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
Need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
Short-term memory is going to have to be the name of the game for Built by Gamers if they want to make it to Map 3, if they want to extend this series and keep their hopes of qualifying for Reykjavik alive. I'm Doug, and with me is my partner in crime, Lex. And Lex, as someone who has IGL'd before, what do you do when you've been whooped like that?
Wait, whooped like what? What map? Map 2? No, this is map 1. We're going into map 1. Seriously, like you just have to pretend that, okay, whatever that was a joke. You forget about it. You just quickly just put that out of your brain, just reset mentally. And yeah, I think kind of just take a step away and be like, hey, at this point, things quite honestly could not get any worse than what we just displayed on Ascent, right? And I mean that genuinely. Like there was nothing going right for BBG at all during that game. Even the 1 or 2 rounds they won seemed like a little bit fortunate, but you gotta just maybe take a step back, take a deep breath, and say, okay, clean slate, let's go into map 2 like it's map 1.
Now, you mentioned that there was literally nothing that went well, and again, there was something. Right now, let's be perfectly clear, it wasn't very much, but Poach had a couple of highlight moments. Rarker was winning the op battle a couple of times. How do you again, as an IGL who's been in a position like this, how do you build momentum off of those small things, right? Like, how do you focus the team's attention on something so minor to hopefully try to mount some sort of a comeback?
You know what? Hopefully in these, few minutes in between maps, players are maybe hitting the death matches, going to the training range. And I mean that it's just absolutely as I said it, because it just seemed like BBG had a game plan. A few of those early rounds, we're talking about like pistol, eco, dealing with the bonus. There was some things that they seemed to be coming into this matchup, having an idea of what they wanted to do. And I think even the first few gun rounds, they had a really good handle on how they wanted to approach the round, but they just were missing shots. Just across the board, we're not connecting. TSM outclassing them mechanically, it seemed. And right here, I mean, this is a 1v5, essentially a retake. And Poach almost gets it done, but like, where's his help? Where's the team finding anything throughout? And unfortunately, whether it was Poach or whether it was Rarkar, whoever it was that was making some progress, some forward progress for BBG, Critical even had some good rounds. It was like they never could get it together as a team and make that be a difference maker in a round.
There is something particularly satisfying about watching Ghosts click heads, but Lex, I think you're right. For TSM, there was just a whole lot that worked, right? And BBG weren't really able to get anything going. But now we're heading into the second map, and again, I mean, dude, for them to end it on an ace too, Sabrosa was just he was just on one, right? We highlighted him at the beginning. We even highlighted him in that round. The space he was able to take away, the denial of information, the really the process of elimination that kind of allowed TSM to focus in on that site and really dispose of BBG at the end there was just way too much. TSM with 11 frag wins. You mentioned BBG just was missing shots, right? Like they weren't landing the kills that they needed to, and again, there are few slivers, right, of positivity were often in 1vx's that you don't want to find yourself in that to begin with, right? Like Poach going nuts a couple of different times. With the Classic, we saw one of those plays in that highlight package, and again, Rarkar was able to land a couple of off shots, but across the board, I mean, this was a master class on how to play Ascent, and more importantly, how to just dismantle a team.
Yeah, and I mean, we're touching on Rarkar. Let's rip the Band-Aid off, Doug. Okay, earlier on in the pregame for this series, we highlighted Wardell and we highlighted Rarkar, and obviously Rarkar is a new addition to this roster of BBG. Hasn't had the most time to mess with his lineup yet, but BBG had a real issue with a talented operator player, jet operator player in their previous lineups that really struggled. And right there, yeah, I think you and I probably 2 or 3 times in that match were like, wow, we got an opening op battle being won by Rarkar against Wardell. That's insane. Great. But he only had 4 kills throughout that entire map. And if you're investing operator after operator after operator into, an agent that is specifically designed to put you in a 5v4 most rounds, and you're only getting that 4 times throughout a match, maybe? Yeah. It's just, it is top to bottom a failure to frag on the side of BBG, and that is just, it's tragic sometimes to see it happening like that.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that BBG's economy was in the toilet for really the entire map.
True.
But with that in the rearview mirror, we are heading to Haven next. Now, with Haven in mind, we were just talking about the operator in the hands of Rarkar. On Haven in particular, there's a whole lot of room to play, right? You've got A long, you've got C long, you can play off top gen and B, and you can play off a window as well. There are so many opportunities for the operator to shine. Are you looking to that as like a pivotal point, or is this really, was the dominance of TSM on Ascent so much that it almost seems like unwinnable for BBG here?
I don't know if it seems unwinnable. It's their map pick, and certainly you gotta wonder whether or not with the new roster, maybe they're not that comfortable on Ascent. Maybe they got blown out, despite having some set plays and having, some interesting defensive setups that didn't work out. But is Haven going to be any different? Well, I sure hope for their sake that this is Rarkar's playground, because you could certainly make the argument that it is for Wardell. And I mean, that's not going to be any different no matter what map you're playing against TSM on, right? You're going to have to deal with the threat of a Wardell operator every time you play them. And we just saw how the first map went, where, yeah, Rockcar won a couple duels, but ultimately was neutralized and dealt with, and Wardell was a consistent issue against BBG. So, you know, I can only imagine things are going to get worse in that aspect, at least. But I'm hopeful that, you know, take a step back, take a quick breath, realize that this is the game you're playing right now, and then maybe in map 2 they come back with a different answer.
Now, I think the other thing, if we want to like try to maybe build a sliver somewhere, we didn't see very much from the attack on the side of BBG, and we didn't because it was 10-2 at half after their lack of a defensive performance, really, and there was no opportunity to see what they could do. They're going to be starting on attack here on Haven. Is there room for hope there? Do you think there's something about them on attack that might be able to provide an interesting wrinkle here?
Yeah. Again, it's kind of is like, how well is your game plan going to stand up to Wardell in a different spot every round trying to find a pick against you? And so if they're able to mitigate, you know, stifle his impact on the game as best you can, and, you know, roll into the first gun round, roll into a bonus, win a couple pistol rounds, you know, and give yourself a cushion at least to make something happen. Because really, I think all it's going to take, Doug, is a sick clutch, you know, a big round coming out from somebody from BBG, and suddenly, you know, you got 1 or 2 players on that roster popping off, and you can scrape some rounds together. You could totally see a scenario in which, you know, TSM is pressed here on Haven, but I think it's a reach to describe that as a likely scenario.
Yeah, I would have to entirely agree. We were just a couple of moments away from Agent Select, and look, we've talked a lot about BBG, and, you know, was there any sliver, any like good things to walk away from after that performance? And while the truth is it was hard to come across, we haven't talked nearly as much about TSM, and again, how dominant of a performance it was, and specifically the how, right? Like, but now we're going to get them on Haven. Sabrosa's going to be using Phoenix, which I am a huge fan of. Will's going to be doing the same as well. Hazed on the Cypher, Cutler back on Astra, and we know Wardell is around. The Jet will certainly follow. Drone on the Sova. Really, I mean, mirror matchups for both of these teams here. But Lex, if you could highlight, if you could dial in on one specific thing that just really impressed you out of TSM on Ascent, what was it?
This may actually extend to TSM as a whole in their recent roster changes and their shakeups in terms of their comps. I think the return of Drone back onto a full-time Sova is paying off in a huge way for this team. I don't know whether or not it's a matter of just comfort levels, but Drone, somebody who I think in a lot of ways has been looked at as one of the best players in this team, and certainly has been able to play different roles and different agents at different times. I think this roster has needed a shutdown Sova, somebody who can just set up the post plants, set up the retakes equally, and make magic happen. Well, we saw it a few times in that map on Ascent where, you know, he isn't necessarily the one leading the charge or finding the sick retake aces, but he's setting his teammates up frequently to make that magic happen. So I think you get a little bit more flexibility out of this lineup, you know, giving Sabrosa some room to rock the duelist role. Cutler, Hayes, who have traditionally been on either Sentinels or Smokes, you know, that'll be an interesting storyline to think about when we think about TSM weeks from now. But BBG with an early A split here, Doug.
Yeah, and TSM's already here, man. It's a party on A, and everyone was invited, as it's just going to be a straight-up 5v5. Sabrosa's going to be the last one to join, but by the time he gets here, the round may be over. Wardell already good for Bjor, who was causing serious problems onto TSM as he had gotten 3 in the round, and as quickly as everything erupted, it all comes to a screeching halt, as there are only 2 members remaining on both sides. Will looking to get the spike down. Does just that. Sabrosa with the flash, Sabrosa with the shot, and the kill. The curveball's coming out from the other side, and it's just enough out of Will to get it, and he gets the second. Lex, you mentioned they need to win pistols. Well, they've got one.
Well, there it is. That's right. And I was so excited, Doug. I think that may have been, and I may be overstating the number here, but 8 ghost kills coming out to start off that pistol. Amazing. More, please. I love it. And then Will just quickly strafing out and showing us why Frenzy is still king. Closing out the 1v2. And yeah, that is a huge, you know, call it a clutch, you know, a sick round from one of these players, winning a bonus. That is what what BBG needs to carry some momentum forward in this half and maybe make this really competitive series. Otherwise, Doug, I don't necessarily think that TSM is going to be too bothered by one pistol round loss.
Oh, once again with the Marshall, narrowly missing one shot, and then surprise, Critical's there, takes care of him with the Spectre. You see Spectres across the board for BBG. They also had full armor. You see Poach and Bjork still rocking theirs. The rest of the teammates not nearly as fortunate as TSM's pistols look to try to hold BBG back. They've raised some noise, right? They've made their presence known for sure, but they haven't really made it very far past their spawn at this point.
Yeah, BBG just biding their time. The ultimate orb for Will is just one off and run it back. And actually, as I say that, he gets slow peeked by Hayes, but with the curveball out, he has nothing to do but beg Poach for some help. Comes in just a bit late. And the kill so far in the round for TSM, but just on Classics, Ghost, and the Sheriff. Hope for anything he can get here. And actually, a Shock Dart might do the trick.
Sabrosa's on the flank as well, as Bjorn and Fabrosa are going to dance. Meanwhile, the site goes heavily in favor of BBG, as Rarker's going to be able to get the spike down. Sabrosa with the Sheriff. Mentioned the dance. Goes in favor of Sabrosa. He's going to upgrade the weapon as well, drop things down to 1v1. We've talked about Rarker and how he needs to perform. He's going to get a chance at it here, and Sabrosa wins the 1v1. TSM win the...
Yeah, I mean...
Statement made. Statement made.
That is exactly what I'm talking about, where you have this round just gift wrapped to you, okay? You win pistol, you get the opening frags. Okay, maybe not all of the opening frags, as we saw. Very awkward death on the way of Will at Long C, but generally speaking, you got a 2v1, and Bjor had to know that Sabrosa was around this area and that risk jumping out of mid-window. Now, this is a wholly unnecessary gunfight out of Rarkar, but if you're going to take it,
you gotta win it.
Gotta hit your shots, man. And unfortunately, Sabrosa's like, thank you for this 1v2. I'm so glad you both just peeked me.
And we've talked about this a couple of times, Lex, on broadcast, but the swing that comes from winning the pistol and then losing the following round, you see it here, where they would normally find themselves with Spectres and riding the gravy train of their bonus. Now they've got nothing but Sheriffs, and it's actually TSM who has full rifles across the board. They've already gotten the first kill onto Critical, as BBG just does not have the same oomph behind their punches as TSM does. And really, through all of that, Rarker's the last one remaining in a 1v5. It's really hard to stress just how much impact there is in winning the pistol and then not winning the follow-up.
It's wind out of your sails, Doug. You feel like a balloon tied to an anchor. Everything's going great. You find everybody's excited, you know? Everybody's hyped. One pistol, sick clutch coming out from Will. Going into the second round. You've got the weaponry advantage. Everything's going great. You've got a man advantage, and yet, you know, it's not just enough to lose the following round, Doug. It's to lose it in a horrendous 1v2 fashion, as they did. There's nothing more heartbreaking to see your teammates have to go through that, and you know, anything that we built up as being okay, well, here's their moment, they've got momentum now, instantly gets ripped away. 2-1 now for TSM. You've got a few ultimates on the board. Run it back for Will. Lightstorm out of Rarkar, but it's Sabrosa to pop his first at short A and press through A lobby, Doug.
Gonna get caught up. Oh, not able to land anything. I mean, messed up York, down to 46 health. But wasn't enough to get the kill. Meanwhile, TSM's remaining members look to take aggressive positions. You see A-Long, not really an option for BBG. The middle of the map isn't either, as Wardell's holding down that area with Drone right behind him. BBG have two choices here, right? They can go in through Garage, try to reckon with Hazed, or they push into the aggression that's been taken. Here comes the other run it back. That's been used. Wardell, again, the pressure across the middle of the map. He gets the second one, but he drops. As things calm down to a 3v3. A great spot on that flank there, Cutler was, but it's actually Drone who gets the kill. And again, for BBG, like, they don't have very many options. They were suffocated from the beginning of the round, Lex. They took so much space away. TSM did that BBG had no choice.
Yeah. And I think to varying degrees, you could say that, okay, well, Sabrosa did some damage and got some information pressing up through A lobby and going for that early run it back, but the reaction at a BBG was at a snail's pace, and we didn't get to see it from our observer standpoint, so I wonder whether or not there was also some adjacent mid and garage pressure coming out from TSM that caused BBG to basically lock up. But I mean, we saw, I believe it was Cutler kind of coming around the corner over there at mid window, spotting all 3 players of BBG's heads just kind of chilling outside of garage doors, unsure of where to go next. But I mean, all of that map control was given to TSM right away. BBG was just very slow to react to it, cost them ultimately in the end with a 3-way crossfire over at garage. So
yeah,
I mean, to say that they were penned up and cut to pieces, I mean, certainly that would be true, but the way that it just happened, I mean, that's just the continuation of map 1 dominance, in my opinion, from TSM.
Yeah, and the pistol looked good, right? But as you said, you feel like a balloon tied to an anchor, and really since that round, again, it's been all TSM. BBG find themselves once more on a pistol. Will, the one exception, who's buying up a little bit more, hopefully get a couple more ult points towards that run it back that we just saw in the previous round. But it's really been TSM across the board. You see aggressive posturing from Drone. You see aggressive posturing from Wardell, as it looks like they might try to take some space on the respective opposite sides. Gravity Well comes out as Rarko's going to use the Blade Storm while he's looking to deal some damage. And again, like, you invest ultimates like this, it's because you've got to make something happen. Sabrosa, he's going to drop. There was the weapon. The one weapon that I mentioned is able to provide a little bit of help. He's going to upgrade it as well. Drone not able to land anything as Rarko's jumping Blade Storm takes care of him. Critical's op does it, or excuse me, Sheriff does it as well. And this looks real good for BBG here.
Yeah, not sure what happened at Long A. It looked like Sabrosa was either staring at his mini-map or expected a teammate to be holding that walk-up for him, as no reaction came as an enemy skated across the screen. But Wardell just making sure that anybody's going to try and hunt his weapon, he's going to take some heads with him. He does have a Blade Storm to lean on and economy to boot, so wouldn't be a huge loss if he's not able to recover this Phantom into the next round. But as we see, a bit of a hunt coming early on from Rarkar, flanking around through A lobby. There it is.
So a desperately needed round win for BBG, and for a few reasons, right? Like, when you talk about what happened on map 1, and you talk about how sideways really the first half on Haven has gone, the pistol round notwithstanding, a thrifty round win is key. You're not supposed to win those, right? So from an economy perspective, it's huge. From a morale perspective, that's huge as well. And BBG can theoretically build off of this.
Absolutely. When an attack side, Haven traditionally looked at as an attack side map. Grabbing a thrifty after that devastating. Okay. Fury won't find its mark, but I think he got enough info there.
Yeah, and look at how aggressive they were able to play a short, but that's going to funnel BBG to the opposite side of the map. The Cosmic Divide has gone up. He's going to be absolutely free, and it's going to be on Bjor to take care of the 2 members that are on the flank as the spike goes down. Bjor 1, not able to get the second as Cutler trades him out.
Rarkar is going to have to deal with this Aldrone. He will get tagged. So suddenly defender spawn. Choke point. Actually, he's going to contest anyway. He finds Wardell.
Blade Storm offline. The Neural Theft is going to be used as well, as it's a 2v2. Both remaining members of TSM are so weak. Critical good for one. Hayes trades it out. Will wins the 1v1, and BBG get to 3.
And that feels good if you're BBG. Not only are you winning a round, but hey, I criticized them, and it was a criticism, Doug. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I said something along the lines of TSM basically rushing A lobby with a set play. Okay, happened a few rounds ago, and BBG was very slow to the reaction. But here, they sprint up Long C. They take the map control that's being given to them. They claim their 3rd round, but the best thing that you can draw out of that is not only are they making good decisions out of that, one, but Will in the 1v2 at the end, man, he looks like he's awake. He looks like he's feeling it. A little bit of a clutch there, and a big one for BBG to not only tie things up at 3. Ooh. but to maybe take some confident duels throughout the rest of this half. Zwarkar meets his maker off the back of that.
BBG looking to press the matter towards Garage. Will the tip of the spear, surely you curveball here? No. Hey, they just walk into TSM's crosshairs. Wardell's able to get two with the judge. And BBG just find themselves down to poach.
Man. It's like they finally, be hopping around, spraying bodies, feeling good. And then, oh, there's a Spectre Judge crossfire in Garage we're going to walk into. That can't feel good, man. And despite a couple rounds here really looking good for BBG, and of course the scoreline is still way too early to draw any big conclusions from, but Poach already showing us that life that we talked about coming out of the last round. 2 kills so far. It's not the first 1v5 attempt that we've seen out of him either.
No, and while the last one got him down to a 1v1, this time he's not going to be nearly as fortunate. As Sabrosa cleans him up, TSM take the lead, and Lex, like, you mentioned a couple of, really a couple of the mistakes that BBG's made. I even, watching Will walk into Garage, you think he's going to curveball in just to clear, right, the corners, and they just get mowed down.
Right. And that actually is a good point, Doug, and it's a little worrisome considering, strategically speaking, they didn't look that outclassed on Ascent. A lot of it was just coming down to fights not being won.
So BBG get a good bit of info there. The curveball was there out of Will, it's great, but then you also, having Wardell dash back gives them a decent idea of where they are now. They don't know if he had an op or not. You have some presence, you have some idea of where they are. Excellent read. Will's going to use the run back to try to clear out the middle of the map. Clear out a couple of tripwires, maybe get a kill along the way. No, he's going to get cleaned up. While you see Bjor waiting to see if someone's going to push in from A, but you see TSM rotate towards C Garage area, understanding that's where the play is. Oh my gosh.
That was a 2K that just got scroll wheeled. Unfortunate, but Sabrosa's still finding 2.
And Poach is going to drop as well, and now the spike is, after all of that, with 35 seconds left, Critical's left alone. The spike's nowhere near the site. He finds himself in a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Man. Like, this started, just 15 seconds ago. Rewind it real quick. Okay, I'm waiting to see this play unfold, and all 3 members of BBG in a 3v3, okay? This is Haven. 3 sites, right? A lot of map control that you don't know about in terms of where TSM could be, sure. But you've drawn it even on an advantageous side of attack, Haven, and there's so many options. But every single individual is kind of just off making their own play. And yeah, if somehow Poach wins that gunfight against Wardell over at C, maybe Rarkar is able to find another frag. Maybe you get the site for absolutely free, but ultimately BBG failing to work together at the end of that round. Also there, TSM, Wardell, this is that threat that we highlighted early on in the pregame where you never really know where Wardell is going to be at, showing how powerful that can be, finding 2 already. There is a little bit of a site opening here to get the spike down, but
yeah.
Will's making plays.
Well, so that was a huge kill because there was really, BBG were not in a position to even get close to the spike, much less get the spike down. That kill certainly opens things up for him, a 2v3 in favor of TSM. While Sabrosa's uptight, he's got his run it back. The 2 remaining members are taking the scenic route around. There's a run it back. Sabrosa looking for some info. Hopefully try to get a kill the rest of the way. While again, the 2 remaining members look to apply pressure up C long, and Sabrosa, you already get so much value out of that ultimate because of that kill onto Will. Now it's Rarkar who's left alone in a brutal spot, but TSM they're patiently respecting it, right? They had to play that a bit more cautiously, but they managed to clean up Rarkar and get the defuse. They take a 3-round lead.
Yeah, and that wasn't the best buy. Was not the best buy for BBG, and you do have spike plant, 2 frags going your way, but something that I haven't necessarily we haven't gotten a chance to touch on throughout this matchup is usefulness of Astra in the composition. Site executes. Ultimates have been a backseat part of the conversation where it's like, oh, and he also has this available to him just because so much of the action just is coming down to these individual plays, and it most of the time has ended up in TSM's favor. You've got here, you're one off Hunter's Fury for critical. You got the Astra's Divide as well, and you think maybe that there's something that can bring this back to 6.5. Here's their chance, but look at how many TSM has.
You want to find it?
Cosmic Divide's coming out. I like the early look from TSM, trying to fight for that A long and A, really both A long and A short control. They managed to take it while BBG say, fine, we're just gonna mosey our way up towards B. Oh, Sabrosa's spotted Pure. Sabrosa's spotted Pure, and he cleans him up, takes him out. Critical's just on the other side. He's gonna get spotted. He has to back up. The Cosmic Divide coming out of Cutler as well is gonna cross things up some more.
One dead.
As the Spike tries to continue and take away. Dash comes through. Drone, good for one. Football coming out from Sabrosa. No, he's not able to land the shots on the Poach. Drone's just gonna sit on it. Poach can't even get up. He's gonna get cleaned up from Cutler. TSM played that round so, confidently. Lex that they were willing to start the defuse and try to take it away while a good number of members of BBG were still alive.
Yeah, and it is a little puzzling to me. We touched on the ultimates that were available to them and just Critical kind of being one off. You had Hazed earlier on in the round, just basically walking down long C for free. There's no map control there. Long A also being taken advantage of from Sabrosa. And okay, where is BBG? They're mid. Cosmic Divide comes out. You know a spike plant's going down to the front of B site. The retake is all that they have to wait for, so a double flank ensues. BBG just failing to grab map control. And even there in the post plant, didn't have an opportunity to use anything, and now Wardell just making it hurt even more with an opening op frag.
Run it back, and the Hunter's Fury use. Sabrosa getting up close and personal, taking care of Critical. Color trying to do the same, but no, it's Sabrosa. He's able to back him up and take care of the remaining member. Wardell using the Blade Storm, not able to land. We'll see if he has more luck with the Operator. No. And he's down to 23 health. Has to back up. Sabrosa flashed. Gets the third kill. On a heroic mission here to try to win the round for BBG. He's already good for one. 1v2, Sabrosa has the ult as well, and it's not going to matter. The defuse is going to come through. TSM get to 8, and Lex, this started off as like a, okay, maybe they've put a set behind them. That doesn't seem to be the case any longer.
Not at all.
Last round in the half.
And even then, I'm watching the minimap, I'm watching that kind of A push go out, talking about ultimates, talking about the round prior. That flank was so quick from TSM that I'm watching Critical pop the Hunter's Fury into A site, thinking he's drone on the other team because there's so many TSM members in A lobby with him, and that was just such a unique circumstance. And you gotta think, you know, he's in that scenario thinking, oh, there's no way there's two members of TSM standing right behind me. Yet once again, round after round, it just seems like BBG is getting bullied across the map.
And if it's not Wardell tanking the hot hands, it's Sabrosa just using his ult and again aggressively really bullying BBG around. They've already gotten 2 kills in this round. And they've taken so much space away. BBG, again, find themselves in a spot where they don't have very many options, right? There aren't very many places they can go with this thing.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
The unfortunate part of this is in terms of the round-around. Oh, and he's so greedy, he's so confident. He's like, I know you're here. Just get a curveball out and make things short, sweet. Finish it now, and Wardell does things in that manner, finding the last one on the whale. 9-3 half TSM, bullying, dominant. Really impressive stuff from TSM and BBG, who really just can't even necessarily get map control to go in their favor. They okay, we're gonna go work towards mid. The extremities are exposed. TSM exploit it. You fight the extremities, TSM's flanking through mid window, and there's no right answer seemingly for BBG. 9-3, great half for TSM.
And the thing for BBG too, we saw at the tail end of that half, was that they tried different things, right? Like they tried an aggressive push up A short at one point, and guess what? Wardell was there with the op, right? Like they show different looks, so it's not like BBG's is just like linear in how they're playing the map, and they aren't showing different looks, and they're not being innovative in how they're playing things. It's just TSM's a step ahead every single time.
It is fun to watch, though. These TSM players, Sabrosa and Wardell, as you mentioned specifically, really feeling the freedom to go and play their game against a team like BBG, where in both maps they've seemingly never been ready, despite a few duels going the way of BBG, maybe. TSM certainly have spread their wings and are going to continue to fly in this second half as they're just kind of working the map, feeling out BBG and trying to sense what's weak. And right now they've decided A is that site. Play has come in now.
Wardell's going to be the first one onto the site. Drone's going to follow shortly after with the spike still not down. It's now. Drone's able to plant the spike. You see Wardell instantly, as soon as he got onto the site, with cleared room for Drone, he backed up to make sure there was no one on the lurk, and he's not going to find anyone because the fight's on the site, and he may not be needed as Drone's already good for 3 with the frenzy. Critical trades him out. Will looking to ease out a bit more as he gets another one. Critical umbrella, they're going to be able to stick this. TSM's going to have to go. Wardell's in a great spot. They don't know he's there. They don't know he's there. Wardell 1, Wardell 2, a clutch. TSM get to 10.
And once again, TSM just feels like they're having fun out there, man. Just playing the game properly, feeling the map out, figured out, okay, yours over here at A. Let's go ahead, hitting the site. And honestly, it was like 5v5, I think, for well into that post plant, but this big flank from Wardell pays off in dividends. Critical and Will had no idea. So 10-3 TSM. What went from a dominant map 1 to a dominant first half. You know, it feels like this is curtains for BBG, considering what a 10-3 scoreline on defensive side Haven. It is I mean, talking about mountains. Yeah. About astronomical heights that we must reach for a comeback. Well, this is it. Coach with a very cheeky push through that Astra utility over there at the bottom of Long C, finds one into an unknowing Sabrosa. That's a great start for them in this round.
It's a great start, and really, as you mentioned, it kind of feels like curtains. You see BBG has forced up a bit here as they try to make something happen. Critical is able to get one. He's going to get traded out. Rarker's looking to make some magic happen of his own with the Marshall. I think he's already been good for 1. Oh, Drone, 5 HP. And the thing is, the spike is down. It's down on the site, so TSM's in a spot where they choose to play the spike if they want to, but no. Why play the spike if you can just aggressively go at BBG and clean them up instead? And Will's in a decent spot here. Yeah, that's a big kill because the last remaining member is Drone, and he's got no health to work with, but with 5 health, that's all he needed to get the kill, to get the round win for TSM, to get them to 11.
And this is just so fun to watch for your TSM fan because, I mean, BBG did everything right. Poach with a heroic defense on C, doing about 250 damage worth. You know, getting 2 players down and then the third member of TSM down to low HP and back C basically enables Rarkar to get a free one. And now you're in a situation where it's okay, we've got an advantage. Instead, the decision to push into C-Link from TSM is coming up so huge. That was a really big moment, I think, for BBG to maybe crawl their way back into this matchup, and instead an early Hunter's Fury with a Guardian pick from Wardell, and this is looking like this could be a 12th round from TSM already, Doug.
And Sabrosa and Wardell are both a couple of points, 1 point each away from getting their ultimates online. Sabrosa has his and instantly uses it, looking to go aggressive, walks right past the Drone, takes care of Critical. Will is the last remaining member. He had the ult, didn't even get a chance to use it, as Sabrosa's ult is exactly what TSM needed there to really wipe the floor with BBG yet again. TSM on match point, and I mean, like, Lex, this has been a statement from the very beginning, right from Ascent up until now. TSM is demanding that people understand that they are back, that the last series that we just saw them in a couple moments ago was a fluke, and that they are not to be taken lightly.
Yeah, I think I've spent a fair amount of time kind of highlighting BBG's struggles and their difficulties throughout this series, but man, TSM is looking so good, Doug. I feel like maybe I haven't done enough creating some justice towards them to just describe how well they're playing as a unit. These guys are a force, and this wave just keeps on rolling. They're taking C once more. No resistance met yet. Another 5v5 post plan here, Doug.
Critical does have the Hunter's Fury. He's going to show up just a bit late. May even get spotted out. No, the drone was pulled back from drone. Yep. Oh, man. That was their one silver lining, and Sabrosa's there. He just sniffs it out and cleans him up. Drone's going to an aggressive drone. Good for 2. BBG down to 2 members left. Hopes, dreams on this player, and some Rarker was the last one standing. The most recent addition, not able to make anything happen. My gosh, Lex, this was a whooping from top to bottom.
Yeah, they just put the hurt on BBG, and right there, confidence. If you could clip confidence, 2 rounds in a row from Sabrosa. Once to catch a Sova in an owl drone, and then right there at the end into defender spawn, past several defenders in C-Link to silence the Hunter's Fury before it comes out. Critical has got to be throwing his monitor out the window right now. I can't blame him. But TSM, a tremendous 2-0 over BBG and an impressive performance where I expected a closer series than that to some degree, Doug. But that was a blowout.
It was, and it really, that last round kind of highlights everything, right? Because we highlighted Critical's Hunter Series Online. That is the one powerful thing that they may have as a difference maker that could really kind of change the landscape of the round. And sure enough, as soon as it comes online, Lex, I don't even think the voice line was done. Guess what? Sabrosa's there. Sabrosa blows it up, and then the rest of the round just goes so comfortably in favor of TSM that it really just seemed like, I know we say this it really did seem like TSM could do no wrong here.
No, and I mean, confidence is such a cliche word to throw around when we're talking about how well a team is playing, but that is just it. TSM knows it's like, okay, the right play for me right now is to just push past this dark cover, to push into the smoke, to go ahead and blow up this retake. And it's not just one player that's doing it. Every member from TSM, you'll have Wardell on big flanks. You've got basically the same rock solid, post plant defenders in Hazed and Cutler you've always had, and suddenly you've got Drone, you've got Sabrosa, got Wardell, all making these, what I would describe as kind of high risk plays to make the round go their way, and yet it never seemed to hurt them.
Didn't you see the timeline there? If you missed the series, the timeline tells you everything you need to know. BBG won 3 rounds. They were in the first half, and it looked promising to begin with. They win the pistol. They were in a decent position in the second round, and that was really all she wrote. The rest of the way, as the stats, I mean, oftentimes numbers don't always tell the whole story, right? Like, you can look at a stat line and go, oh, well, we can extrapolate a couple things from this, but it doesn't always say everything. The stats across the board here, TSM's dominant performance over BBG really is highlighted in the stats. Hayes, a 3.3 KD. Wardell, just under 3 as well. And unfortunately, you look on the side of BBG, just one player over 1, and that was Will.
Yeah, and honestly, he played quite well on Haven, but I'd say throughout the series, the one player that really seemed to not only be fitting in well with BBG, but being a difference maker in a lot of the rounds that they ended up winning. I say a lot. There wasn't that many throughout either of the maps. But Poach seems like a good fit for this roster. If nothing else, he's playing quite well individually. And if we're talking about the growth and development of teams, which we kind of are a little bit here, I guess, for BBG, they're going to continue to stay a question mark for us moving forward, but definitely showed some cracks in their game plan and maybe some cracks in their teamwork that TSM has been playing together for so long. They're back to their roots in terms of, a pretty solid composition with, as I mentioned, Drone on the Sova again. It's almost harkening back to the TSM days of old where they look so scary in a lot of these matchups against teams that are outside the top 5.
And, when we highlighted a couple of players at the beginning of the series, there was a lot of attention around them, right? It was Wardell. We know what we're getting with Wardell. Rocker, the most recent addition to BBG, in the Jet role, what can he do? How much impact can he have, given the struggles that BBG has had with Jet players in the past? And when I say struggles, I really mean inconsistencies more than anything else, because there were moments when it looked great, and then there were moments when it looked real bad. And I mean, it was Wardell the entire time, right? Like, there was no... Yeah, Rocker wins a couple of those 1v1s on Ascent, but you talk about impact across the board, it was Wardell's playground.
Are we even going to value those? Like, we're talking about those 2 picks. I think maybe one of
half
those
his
2
kills
rounds
on that map.
Well, yeah, I wasn't even going to say that. But of those 2 picks that Wardell actually lost, which is impressive enough in and of itself. But did they even convert those rounds? I think maybe one they won.
I think one.
But the other one they definitely lost. I can remember that one vividly, where it just is like, okay, we lost our most lethal weapon in Wardell. Guess we're just going to have to execute. And it still is just so successful. TSM, they are looking like I called them a force there in map 2. I think that extends beyond this matchup, though, and this entire lower bracket suddenly becomes, you know, if you didn't have TSM finishing top at this event in particular before, you got to think about the possibility that they're going to make a lower bracket run all the way.
Well, to talk about their possibility of lower bracket run, we do have Drone from TSM who's going to be joining us for the Verizon post-match interview. And I imagine it's going to be smiles across the board again after a shellacking that they gave BBG. Drone, how you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good. It was a pretty good BO3 from us. A little tired, though, 2 in a row.
Oh, for sure. Now, listen, I've got to ask you this, because the narrative coming into this tournament was TSM's back, right? Like, they're back to the days of old. They look so good. People are talking about TSM's going to win the next major. And this was the TSM that, to be honest, a lot of people respected and in some regards feared early on in the lifespan of Valorant. You head into your first BO3 of the day, you stumble, and then you do that to BBG. Right. Just how good is TSM feeling right now?
We're feeling a lot more like our old selves. I think a lot of the past tournaments, we kind of lost our way, like our edge. I think we lost a little bit. We weren't playing how we used to play when we were at the top. So we've been putting in a lot of work, a lot of extra time, and we're aware that our performance hasn't been great. So I think that's coming through a little bit now with our extra work we've been putting in. We feel like we should have won against Immortals. Obviously, it was a really close BO3, the 3 maps. I think we started off a little slow, stumbled, like you said, we stumbled in the first map, which I think eventually costed us, but we were there to prove something against BBG that, you know, like, we're not going to just get pushed over. We have a lower bracket and we're going to make it through. So.
Yeah, I mean, Drone, I watched that first series against Immortals, and really, you know, after the second map, it looked like that series could be going anyway. And obviously the very last map went down to the wire. So coming into this series, I imagined that this was going to be a TSM victory just in my own mind, and this kind of maybe blends in a little bit with what Doug just asked you. What would you, if you could pinpoint anything in particular, or maybe just a way that you guys are practicing that's differently, but without getting too much into the specifics of what you guys have changed and what's working, what's not, is there anything that you guys still feel like you have to work on to achieve great results here in this tournament, or is this it?
Yeah, I'm never going to say we're done getting better, right? I don't think anyone would say that. So when we're practicing, we're still aware of like our shortcomings. And I think what we've been doing recently is you address it, right? A lot of teams will like understand that they maybe are doing something wrong or what they're doing isn't working, and they'll kind of leave it. So we've put an extra effort into addressing, you know, we're losing guys. Like, obviously we're not number one. We're not, you know what I mean? You have to be aware of that before you can fix it. So we address that. We change things. No one's stubborn on the team. Everyone's willing to do things for the team to make it better. So role changes, whatever. And we've just been putting in a lot of time individually, outside of practice, as well as practice. So
awesome.
Jerome, last question I have for you. Given TSM's story, really, from the very beginning, from before they were TSM up until this point, you had a strong moments of dominance through the Ignition series, and then it's been a bit of a stumble, right, to use that word again. But now again, we're seeing TSM at a rise, right? Like, we're seeing them return to form. Just how much would a trip to not just participating, but also winning Reykjavik mean to you specifically?
I think it'd be great. I mean, to me specifically, it's just a big goal of mine. I mean, the first Valorant LAN to win it would be like amazing. It's like the dream, right? So, like you said, we're on the rise. I think our goal is to have our peak higher than it was before. You know, everyone's better as a team now than when we were on top. You know, individually the best teams are better than we were when we were at our best. So we have to be better than we were. And our goal is that. I think we can do that. I think we're on the way to doing that.
Well, best of luck to you, Drone, throughout the rest of this tournament. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the win, and I'm sure you guys will be prepping a good bit for tomorrow and the rest of the tournament. So best of luck.
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
So Lex, for Drone, a lot of it was, look, man, we were honest with ourselves, right? We understood where things didn't look good, and we intentionally put a lot of work into fixing those weak spots.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of folks on the outside looking in, myself included, and this kind of ties into what we both kind of asked, which is, you know, what has been going right for you guys, and is this like kind of the path that you're on to finally recover your old form? And I think he spelled it out beautifully. The team that has had potential roster changes being floated, you know, the addition of Brax as a 6-man, IGL changes, composition changes so often over the last year. It's no wonder that, you know, we're coming back to these same questions, which is like, you know, what's going right now for TSM? And I'm sure we're just going to see more of that evolution of the team itself.
Well, we're going to have plenty of opportunity to see more of that evolution as we take a look at the bracket to see what TSM has in store for them, along with the other teams that remain. We mentioned that BBG has unfortunately been eliminated from contention. So TSM is going to advance. They're awaiting the winner of Sentinels and T1 already up to a 1-0 lead. Meanwhile, on the upper bracket, you've got Cloud9 Blue, who are going to be going toe-to-toe with Anbox tomorrow after a big win against Sentinels. And then on the lower half of that bracket, you've got Immortals up against NRG. Is there a series here, Lex, that stands out to you?
I would love to see a lower bracket semifinal between TSM and Sentinels to decide who has a chance at making it, right? Like, how incredible would that be that those are the two teams that are on the brink essentially in a series here?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can't make that stuff up, right? Like, you can't write that any better. The history that those two teams have for a chance at Iceland, you know it's going to be good. I'm honestly really impressed with Ambox. I want to keep a close eye on them. But folks, we do have the Aim Lab flick of the day, and it is going to be from the series that we casted. It is going to be Sub Rosa, the ace at the very end to clean up BBG on the first map. Let's take a look at it one more time because it was just that damn pretty. I mean,
oh my gosh. Even just watching it back, Doug, I'm like, look at that. The control. I think he may have gotten an accidental one there on the right side of the boxes. It's hard to tell how many or where the opponents are because there's just so many bodies all over the place.
No.
But
listen, don't take that from him.
No, it was gorgeous. There was a few different, I think there was an earlier round with Drone and a Ghost in hand that you call that as being the Aim Lab flick of the day. To see that one surpass it even just goes to show how impressive it was.
And look, man, like the ever-present conversation around Phantom and Vandal, I don't know that the Vandal does that. I don't know that it can pull it off in a situation like that. The Phantom's transfer was just so dang good out of Sub Rosa. Lex, to close up the show, any final thoughts on the day?
Nope. Thank you for a fantastic showing from TSM. Unlucky to BBG. But you know what? Good luck to all the teams that are still left, and should be a show.
It should be a show. We still have a couple of three more days of Valorant action ahead of us as we look to send teams to the final opportunity, the last real show to qualify for Reykjavik, and it's going to be a good one, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. We will be back tomorrow, so plan around it. Clear your calendar. Do what you got to do, because you're not going to want to miss it. From everyone on this side of the show, casters, production team, admins, everyone involved, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We will see you tomorrow. Have a good night.